Family Immortal Cultivation. Starting as a spiritual farmer, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301 The Stalemate Between Ling and Liu Daozhao. Ling Pengyun looked at the sword, his eyes flickering slightly. Although this red fire-flying sword is now severely damaged, it can be handed over to the third ancestor for repair. Adding a few pounds of second-level spiritual iron to it should restore nearly half of its power. Although the fire attribute flying sword is incompatible with my skills, with my sword cultivation methods, I should be able to barely exert the power of the flying sword. It's better than nothing. I can find a gold attribute flying sword in the future and exchange it. After a moment of distraction, Ling Pengyun continued to use spiritual power to maintain the colorful whip to trap the red fire-flying sword to prevent it from escaping. The owner of this sword, Luo Minghu, is not dead yet, and Luo Minghu's spiritual imprint is still left in this sword. If this sword is forcibly put into the storage bag, this sword can completely destroy the storage bag and escape. Therefore, Ling Pengyun can only wait at this moment, waiting for Ling Yunhong and others to break the defensive formation of Qingshi Mountain and kill Luo Minghu. On the other side, the top of Qingshi Mountain, Luo Minghu, the only remaining foundation-building cultivator of the Luo family, saw that his only second-grade top-grade red fire-flying sword was trapped by Ling Pengyun's life-saving magic weapon, the colorful long whip, which was used by his Taoist companion Li Xiao when she was alive. His face was extremely dark, and he was extremely angry. But he could not change this dangerous situation. I am afraid that my Luo family cannot hold on. Luo Minghu looked at the situation outside the mountain, his eyes darkened, and he sighed helplessly. Forced by the dilemma of having no weapons to use, he could only summon the small flame-burning array with only 6 formation flags left, forming an array, and transforming into flames, bombarding Ling Yunhong and others who were attacking the Qingshi Mountain defense array outside the mountain. After several hours, under the continuous attack and bombardment of Ling Yunhong, Ling Pengyun, the Immortal Crane King, Liu Daozhao, the head of the Liu family, and the Liu family's guardian spirit beast Yanai Unhu. Finally, a small crack was blasted on the defensive light curtain, supported by the Qingshi Mountain protection array of the Luo family mountain. Ling Yunhong also seized this opportunity and quickly sacrificed the second-grade superior array-breaking talisman that Ling Pengyun had spent a lot of money to obtain from Bailingman, and hid the crack in the huge defensive light curtain. The array-breaking talisman suddenly flashed with spiritual light, causing a huge spiritual energy fluctuation. Then, the defensive light curtain covering the entire Red Leaf Mountain trembled, and the spiritual energy in the formation was frantically absorbed into the talisman by the array-breaking talisman. Without the support of spiritual energy, the power of the formation naturally continued to weaken. Ling Pengyun and the other 5 foundation-building warriors did not hold back and launched their strongest attacks, bombarding the defensive light curtain supported by the Qingshi Mountain protection array, stirring up huge waves. Even the defensive light curtain began to shake continuously, as if the next moment, this defensive light curtain would be blown away. 10 breaths later, the huge light curtain supported by the Qingshi Mountain protective array was covered with cracks, and turned into countless fragments, dissipating in this world. The array-breaking talisman that absorbed a huge amount of spiritual energy was also difficult to maintain after the array was broken, and cracks appeared on the talisman paper. The huge spiritual power previously absorbed by the talisman also gushed out from the cracks on the talisman paper in an instant. The spiritual energy in Qingshi Mountain became dense again. But even so, the Qingshi Mountain protective array was broken and suffered heavy damage. Even if there is enough spiritual energy, it is difficult to open it again in a short time. Pengyun, follow me to the back of the Immortal Crane King and kill into Qingshi Mountain. Pengyun, you stay here to trap the second-level superior red fire sword. Ling Yunhong, who was at the 7th level of foundation building, jumped onto the Immortal Crane King and called him. Ling Pengyun did not dare to delay and immediately got on the back of the Immortal Crane King. The fairy Crane King spread his wings and took off with the 2 people, flying to the top of Qingshi Mountain. Liu Daozhao, the head of the Liu family, followed closely on the Flame Cloud Tiger, the guardian spirit beast of the Liu family in the middle stage of foundation building. Ling Pengyun still stayed at the foot of Qingshi Mountain, using the colorful whip to trap the red fire-flying sword. After a few breaths, when everyone reached the top of Lingxiao Mountain, they fought with Luo Minghu, the head of the Luo family, and more than 20 to 30 Luo family key training monks on the top of Lingxiao Mountain. Although Luo Minghu's cultivation was higher than everyone else, reaching the 8th level of foundation building, Luo Minghu's second-grade top-grade red fire flying sword was still trapped by Ling Pengyun's colorful whip. The natal formation flag, the small flame-burning formation, was destroyed by nearly half, and its power was greatly reduced, and it was difficult to exert its strength. Under the siege of everyone, it was killed not long after. Needless to say, the 20 or 30 Luo family key training monks, Ling Pengyun and others who were in the foundation building stage, killed them with a wave of their hands. As a result, no Luo family monk survived in Lingxiao Mountain. Old thief Luo, the revenge of the past has finally been avenged. After a loud laugh, Ling Yanhong quickly walked to the headless body of Luo Minghu, searched Luo Minghu's property, and put it in his pocket. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun didn't care too much. He knew Ling Yanhong's character. As long as Ling Yanhong got something, he would definitely have a share. But the only outsider here, Liu Dao Zhao, the head of the Liu family, was very dissatisfied when he saw Ling Yanhong swallowing Luo Minghu's property. But he didn't dare to say much, and even had to pretend not to see it. In order to avoid attracting the dissatisfaction of Ling Yanhong, Ling Pengyun, and the immortal Crane King who were also on the top of the mountain, causing himself to fall here. Just when Ling Yanhong was collecting the property from Luo Minghu, Ling Pengyun, who had used the Qingshi whip to trap the red fire sword at the foot of Lingxiao Mountain, also took advantage of the opportunity to put the red fire sword into the storage bag because of Luo Minghu's death. He broke away and climbed to the top of Lingxiao Mountain. At this moment, Ling Yanhong had also collected the property from Luo Minghu. He looked at Liu Dao Zhao, his expression gradually became cold, and even a hint of murderous intent emerged. Seeing the change in the expression of the clan leader Ling Yanhong, Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun immediately understood what Ling Yanhong meant. The two of them moved their feet gently, forming a three-legged momentum, surrounding Liu Dao Zhao and the Yan'an who next to him, just waiting for Ling Yanhong's signal to take action. Liu Dao Zhao frowned when he saw the delicate situation. With the strength of him and the Yan'an who next to him, if he started a fight with Ling Yanhong and others, he would suffer a little. Although he had guessed that this result would occur after destroying the Luo family when he agreed to go to war with the Ling family to destroy the Luo family. But in order to destroy the Luo family, his enemy, as soon as possible, he had to take risks. Otherwise, when the Luo family turned over again in the future, his Liu family would be finished. You know, the sand and soil vein occupied by the 5 families in Huaishu County was originally discovered by the Luo family, and the matter was leaked by his Liu family, causing the Luo family to miss the opportunity to monopolize the sand and soil vein worth hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones. For this reason, the hatred between his Liu family and the Luo family has risen to an extreme. If it were not for the fight to divide the interests of the sand and soil vein, and the Ling family involved in the Luo family, it would not be certain whether the Liu family would still exist at this time. As for the fact that his Liu family spread the news that the Luo family discovered the sand and soil vein, it was also very simple. The sand and soil vein is of extraordinary value. Once the Luo family gets the sand and soil vein alone, the Luo family will become strong in a short time. By then, it was only a matter of time before the Liu family, whose territory was close to the Luo family, was destroyed. Of course, Liu Dao Zhao had a trump card this time to follow Ling Yanhong and others to destroy the Luo family. Liu Dao Zhao did not intend to reveal this trump card, so he used the idea of forming an alliance to pressure Ling Yanhong. Patriarch Ling, everyone knows that our 2 clans have formed an alliance to destroy the Luo family, which colluded with the evil cultivators. If I die here, I'm afraid it will be easy for those outsiders to guess that it was your family who did it. After all, Luo Minghu is the only one left in the Luo family who has established a foundation. In the future, your family will probably also bear a bad reputation for betraying an ally. And if the bad reputation of the nobles for betraying their allies spreads to the ears of the noble relatives Pengyun Yang family and Yun Wu Wen family, do you think these 2 clans will still trust your Ling family? Will anyone still go to the shops opened by your Ling family in major markets and bazaars to buy spiritual objects? Ling Yanhong frowned a little more when he heard this. He understood the truth of Liu Dao Zhao's words. The bad reputation of destroying an ally is not much different from the crime of destroying a relative, and the trouble it brings is even greater. It is precisely because of this concern that Ling Yunhong has not taken action yet. However, Liu Daozhao and the Yan'an tiger here are both strong, and their cultivation is as high as the middle stage of foundation building. Moreover, both of them have the possibility of entering a higher realm. More importantly, now that the Luo family has been destroyed by the Ling family, the Luo family's spiritual veins will also be operated by Yang Xiling and will belong to the Ling family in the future. The Liu family's territory is adjacent to this territory, while the Ling family's clan land is thousands of miles away. In the future, if there is any change in the foundation building combat power of the Ling family, which causes the Ling family's strength to be weakened, I am afraid that the Liu family will take the opportunity to directly seize this piece of Luo family's territory and then strengthen themselves. If these two are kept, it is tantamount to raising a tiger to cause trouble, which will bring disaster to the future development of the Ling family. Moreover, now that the Luo family has been destroyed, it is necessary to give the Liu family some benefits. Thinking of this, Ling Yunhong's murderous intent intensified. Seeing this, Liu Daozhao's already frowned even more. He had no choice but to show his trump card. He opened his mouth and summoned a red magic fan from his inner elixir, holding it tightly in his hand. This magic fan was the reason why he dared to follow Ling Yunhong to destroy the Luo family this time. This magic fan is called the Flame Bird Magic Fan, which is his life magic weapon. With the cultivation of the Liu family, the grade of this magic fan has been upgraded to the second level middle grade, and it is not far from the second level upper grade. The Flame Cloud Tiger in the middle stage of foundation building beside him also supported the body protection Yuan Gang at the signal of Liu Daozhao's expression, protecting Liu Daozhao. Clan leader Ling, I know your concerns. As long as the nobles are willing, my Liu family is willing to become a relative of your Ling family. I can also promise the nobles that within 100 years, or even 200 years, there will be no major conflicts with the nobles. I wonder if clan leader Ling is satisfied with this. If fellow Taoist Ling really wants to fight me, then let's give it a try. Liu Daozhao tightly grasped the magic fan in his hand, his heart full of confidence, his frowning brows slightly lowered, and he said unyieldingly. Hearing this, Ling Yunhong stared at the magic fan in Liu Daozhao's hand, feeling the breath of the magic fan, and his pupils shrank. A second-level medium-quality life definition magic fan. Judging from the quality of the magic fan, it should be considered a medium-quality life definition magic weapon, and it is quite powerful. I didn't expect that Liu Daozhao had never taken out such a killer weapon during the battle just now, and had kept it hidden until now. I have underestimated his strength and character in the past. No wonder this person dared to form an alliance with my Ling family to destroy the Luo family together. Considering that Liu Daozhao has the second-level medium-quality life definition magic fan, his strength will be greatly improved, and the Yan'an tiger under him has entered the middle stage of foundation building for many years, and its strength is also extraordinary. If he forces a battle with it, his own foundation building combat power may be damaged. In addition, Liu Daozhao took the initiative to make concessions and marry the Ling family, and promised that there would be no major conflicts with the Ling family within 200 years. The marriage is related to the reputation of the family, and Ling Yunhong still believes it very much. Since fellow Taoist Liu is interested in marrying my clan, I will naturally not refuse. After my clan occupies the territory of the Luo family in the future, I will need your help. The murderous aura in Ling Yunhong's eyes quickly dissipated, and a smile appeared on his face. Liu Daozhao was relieved when he saw that the old fox Ling Yunhong had given in. However, he was still on guard, lest Ling Yunhong was just talking deliberately. However, when he heard the second half of the sentence, his expression was shocked. Logically, the Luo family colluded with the demon cultivators to actively attack the Ling family's foundation building, and now it was normal for them to be destroyed by the Ling family. Bailingmen would not care. But after the Ling family destroyed the Luo family, under normal circumstances, they could only plunder the Luo family's spiritual objects. The Luo family's spiritual veins, which were like a gold mountain, would be recovered by bailingmen, lest the winner family rely on those spiritual veins to strengthen their strength and destroy the balance between the foundation-building families. Fellow Taoist Ling, bailingmen will not recover the Luo family's spiritual veins? Instead, they belong to your Ling family. Liu Daozhao said in surprise. That's right. Ling Yunhong had never thought of hiding it from the beginning. Even if he didn't say it today, The news of his Ling family occupying the Luo family's spiritual vein in the future would be spread in a few days. Seeing Ling Yanhong's affirmation, Liu Dao's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but feel a little more afraid of the Ling family. If a foundation-building family wants to occupy 2 ready-made second-level spiritual veins, it will be a big deal. At least it needs to get the knot of the Jinden's Henren of Bailingmen, which is difficult for ordinary Bailingmen high-level people to do. Ling family, like my clan, used to be a small key training family, but now they can meet Jinden's Henren. Could it be that some time ago, when Ling Pengyun of Ling family went to Bailingmen to ask for the breaking array talisman, he relied on his cousin, Yang Xiling, the daughter-in-law of Lingfu's Henren, to find Lingfu's Henren. Then, he dealt with the matter of Luo family's spiritual vein. That makes sense. If I had thought of this earlier, I could have asked for more benefits from Luo family's spiritual vein when I agreed to form an alliance with the Ling family. Liu Daozhao muttered helplessly. Earlier, when Ling family sought him for an alliance, he didn't know that Ling family had plans for Luo family's spiritual vein. He only proposed that after destroying Luo family, he would get 30% of the benefits of the existing spiritual objects, such as Luo family's clan library, spiritual plants planted on Luo family's spiritual veins in various places, and Luo family's skills inheritance. Chapter 302 The Idea of Building a Spiritual Garden. Fellow Taoist Liu, according to the rules we made when we formed an alliance, after destroying the Luo family, you can get 30% of the Luo family's current wealth. In this Luo family, I'm afraid the clan treasury has the most spiritual objects. Let's first plunder the Luo family treasury that is protected by the formation. What do you think? Ling Yanhuang suggested. Of course. Liu Daozhao, the head of the Liu family, heard the call and looked at a corner of the mountain top. There was a luxurious hall with a plaque with the 4 characters Luo family treasure. This luxurious ceremony was covered by a huge white light curtain. Everyone agreed, and Ling Yanhong also led everyone to the Luo family treasury, took out their own magic weapons, and continuously bombarded the white light curtain that protected the Luo family treasury. The strength of several people reached the foundation building level, and the grade of the defensive magic formation was not high, only the first grade upper grade. In addition, this first grade upper grade defensive formation was not controlled by anyone, and its power was less than 70% of the power when it was completely victorious. In just over 10 breaths, the defensive formation protecting the Luo clan's treasury was shattered by everyone, and everyone entered the Luo clan's treasury. Although the Luo clan's treasury is the place where the Luo clan stores spiritual objects, there are not many spiritual objects in the clan's treasury at this time. Moreover, the spiritual objects in the clan's treasury are some invaluable blank talisman papers, low-level spiritual iron, and other raw materials for refining spiritual objects. The total value of these spiritual objects is probably less than 1,000 spiritual stones. Ling Yanhong, Liu Daozhao, and others were not surprised by this. After all, a month ago, when they rushed to Qingshi Mountain, they ran into the scene of Luo clan leader Luo Minghu and several children of the Luo clan fleeing the Luo clan mountain. Obviously, Luo Minghu at that time must have put most of the valuable spiritual objects in the Luo clan's treasury into the storage bag and took them away as funds for revenge. And now, the several storage bags on Luo Minghu's body that suspected to contain a large amount of Luo clan's property have all fallen into the hands of Ling Yanhuang alone. Thinking of this, Liu Daozhao felt extremely helpless. He naturally did not dare to ask Ling Yanhuang for it. What if there were no spiritual objects in those storage bags? Ling Yanhuang and others thought that he was looking for trouble and a fight broke out. That would be bad. Liu Daozhao could only admit that he was unlucky and only took 30% of the spiritual objects in the Luo family's treasury, which were of very little value. After the Luo family's treasury was plundered, everyone left. Then, they went down to the middle of the mountain, next to a large field. There was a trace of spirituality in this large wasteland. Obviously, this large wasteland was a spiritual field before, and the grade was not low, at least the grade was at the first level middle grade. But now, the spiritual energy in these fields has been removed by others using formations, and all these spiritual fields have been destroyed and turned into ordinary fields. And there is no trace of spiritual plants in this large wasteland, only some potholes. This destruction of the fields must have been done by the old villain Luo Minghu when he was alive. I think he had already guessed that Qingshi Mountain would be lost, so he did not intend to leave a way out for his family, so he destroyed the fields. Ling Yanhong said helplessly. Liu Daozhao heard it and thought it made sense. After all, if his family was going to be destroyed, how could the family's spiritual fields be left to the enemy? As for the spiritual plants planted on the original spiritual fields, Liu Daozhao knew without much guessing that they were probably not destroyed by Luo Minghu. Instead, they were put into the storage bag by Luo Minghu like the spiritual objects in the Luo family's treasury. If he could escape this time, those spiritual plants would become his capital for turning over, just like the spiritual objects in the Luo family's treasury. It's a pity that these spiritual objects have all fallen into the hands of the old fox Ling Yanhong, and my Liu family can't get a penny. Liu Daozhao looked at Ling Yanhong and said helplessly. Afterwards, everyone searched the 2 cultivation caves on the top of Qingshi Mountain and the Luo's Gongfa Pavilion on the hillside of Qingshi Mountain. These 2 places, like the Luo's clan storehouse and the Luo's high-level spiritual field area, did not have any good things. Even the Luo's Gongfa Pavilion was burned directly, leaving only ashes and debris. This matter also made Liu Daozhao, Ling Pengyun and others feel sorry. If we can capture the Luo's clan mountain in a short time, this situation will not happen. Liu Daozhao, the head of the Liu clan, sighed as he looked at the remains of the Gongfa Pavilion in front of him. For Liu Daozhao, the main purpose of his alliance with the Ling clan this time was to destroy the enemy clan Luo clan, and then to obtain the Luo clan's Gongfa and Bai inheritance. The Huxiao Liu clan, like the Ling clan, was originally a small key training family with a very weak foundation. If the Luo clan's Gongfa and Bai inheritance can be obtained, it can also increase the foundation of the Liu clan, and the Liu clan members can take more paths in the future. Unfortunately, they were all burned down. At this time, Ling Yanhong, the head of the Ling family, was thinking about something else. I don't know if the most precious second-level formation inheritance of the Luo family is in the storage bags on Luo Minghu, or if it has been destroyed. The Ling family is different from the Huxiao Liu family. A few years ago, the Ling family followed their relatives, the Yin-Yang family of Yanshu County, to destroy the Hongya Lingyi family, but they got some inheritance from the old foundation-building family, the Yi family. During the Monster Rebellion, Ling Pengyun also got the inheritance from the Shen family of Bingjiao County. This also makes the Ling family's foundation now no weaker than that of the old foundation-building families, and the only difference is time. The head of the family, Ling Yanhong, is not interested in the ordinary inheritances in the Luo family's skills pavilion. Only the second-level formation inheritance of the Luo family is worthy of his attention. With a second-level formation inheritance, the formation masters of the Ling family also have the opportunity to break through and become second-level formation masters. Although Ling Yanhong got Luo Minghu's storage bags, they still had Luo Minghu's spiritual imprints on them, so he couldn't open them in a short time. Ling Yanhong stopped thinking about it and proposed. Fellow Taoist Liu, Qingshi Mountain has been plundered by us. We should also go to help our clansmen and conquer the low-level spiritual veins under Luo's command, so as to avoid accidents if the time is delayed for a long time. Okay. Liu Daozhao agreed. In the past month, they, the foundation-building cultivators, have been besieging Qingshi Mountain to prevent Luo Minghu, the 8th-level foundation-building cultivator, from escaping. Therefore, they did not go to help their clansmen and conquer the low-level spiritual veins in Luo's territory. Those low-level spiritual veins are arranged with formations. Even if the Liu and Ling clans form an alliance and there are many key training cultivators, it will be difficult to break through the defensive formations arranged on those low-level spiritual veins in a short time. As for the spiritual creatures planted on the low-level spiritual veins of the Luo family, the Liu family can also get 30% of the profits. Pengyun, you and I are both second-level spiritual plant husbands, and we can all open up spiritual fields. The matter of reopening the spiritual fields in Qingshi Mountain will be handed over to you. Except for leaving enough spiritual energy for a foundation-building cultivator to practice, the rest of the spiritual energy in Qingshi Mountain can be used to open up spiritual fields. In the future, this mountain will only be used as a stronghold. At the same time, you can also stay here to suppress the villains, so that no cultivators will take advantage of the Luo family's destruction and want to take the opportunity to make a fortune in the Luo family mountain. I will go to help those key training clansmen capture the low-level spiritual veins of the Luo family. If I take action, it can also speed up the progress of capturing those low-level spiritual veins. And if those Luo family cultivators stationed on the low-level spiritual veins also destroy the fields, like the old thief Luo Minhu, I'm there with the low-level spiritual veins, and I can also reopen the spiritual fields. Seeing Liu Daozao's response, Ling Yunhong looked at Ling Pengyun and transmitted the message. Understood, third ancestor. Ling Pengyun had no objection to this proposal and replied in the same voice transmission. This mountain would only be arranged in the future, and Ling Yunhong did not intend to let Liu Daozao know in advance. Patriarch Liu, Pengxing, let's go. Ling Yunhong nodded lightly, and with a word, he called the fairy crane king in the sky to land beside him and turned over. Ling Pengxing followed and climbed onto the back of the fairy crane king. Xianling, let's go. Ling Yunhong called out. The fairy crane king's eyes moved slightly, and its wings spread out. A strong wind blew, and it also took off. With the help of Ling Yunhong, it flew towards the south with a purpose. Liu Daozao sat on the Yan'an Tiger King, followed closely behind, moved his forelegs, and ran away. Ling Pengyun, who was still at the top of Qingshi Mountain, after watching Ling Yunhong and others leave, also began to use the secret method of spiritual planting spirit cultivation to track the spiritual energy in the mountain again in this area of the mountain with rich spiritual energy, refine the mortal soil into spirits, and open up spiritual fields. Opening up spiritual fields consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Even though Ling Pengyun's cultivation is as high as the 4th level of foundation building and his spiritual energy is strong, after opening up more than 10 acres of first-grade upper-grade spiritual fields in a row, he is still a little overwhelmed and his dantian spiritual energy is almost consumed. Helplessly, he had to stop and absorb the spiritual energy in the mountain to restore his spiritual energy. This also greatly slowed down his speed of opening up spiritual fields. It took 3 consecutive days to complete the work of opening up spiritual fields. During these 3 days, Ling Pengyun also opened up a full 30 acres of spiritual fields on the top of this mountain. 25 acres of them are first-grade upper-grade spiritual fields, and 5 acres of second-grade lower-grade spiritual fields. For this reason, the spiritual energy in Qingshi Mountain has become a little thinner. Ling Pengyun wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at the 30 mu of spiritual fields in front of him, his expression slightly changed, and he muttered to himself. According to the records of the inheritance of spiritual plants, 30 mu of first-grade high-quality spiritual fields are already large enough, not to mention that there are 5 mu of second-grade low-quality spiritual fields here. This number of high-grade spiritual fields is enough to match the arrangement of several formations to assist the growth of spiritual plants, and build it into a first-grade spiritual plant garden. In this way, it can also speed up the growth of spiritual plants planted in the 25 mu of first-grade high-quality spiritual fields here in the future, and increase the benefits. Only when there are more than 30 mu of spiritual fields and more than 5 formations that can assist the growth of spiritual plants are arranged, it can be called a spiritual plant garden. The 5 formations arranged in the spiritual plant garden are generally gathering spirit formation, morning moon turning rain formation, moistening soil formation, supporting spring formation, and condensing wood formation. The gathering spirit formation is the most common of the 5 formations, and its function is only to enhance the richness of the spiritual energy in the spiritual plant garden. The morning moon transformation rain array can absorb the essence of the early morning and the night moon, and transform it into the morning moon spiritual rain. The moistening soil array can absorb the surrounding spiritual energy and strengthen the spiritual energy contained in the spiritual soil. The wonderful thing about the supporting spring array is the 2-word supporting spring. The spiritual plants in this array will grow rapidly like spring. The condensing wood array absorbs spiritual energy and can convert it into the essence of 2 woods, A and B, which has an excellent effect on the growth of spiritual plants. The 5 arrays are connected to each other. Only by cooperating with each other can a spiritual plant garden be established, and the growth rate of spiritual plants of the same level in the spiritual plant garden can be doubled. The cost of arranging these arrays and building a spiritual plant garden is extremely high, and ordinary foundation building families cannot afford it at all. There are as many as 70 or 80 foundation building families in the entire Balingman territory, but the number of foundation building families that have built spiritual plant gardens will not exceed 10 fingers. This is also because the arrays that assist the growth of spiritual plants are expensive, and few people can afford them, which has resulted in no circulation on the market. If you want to obtain it, you can only find a high-level array master to refine it, which also increases the cost of purchasing arrays. In addition, A spiritual plant garden requires at least 5 arrays, and the grade of the array must be the same as the grade of most spiritual fields in the spiritual plant garden, otherwise the effect of the auxiliary array will be weakened. Under such circumstances, this has led to the situation that not many foundation building families have built spiritual plant gardens. Of course, although the cost of building a spiritual plant garden is high, once it is built, it will also have miraculous effects. Even if it is only equipped with 5 auxiliary arrays of the same grade as the spiritual field, the spiritual plants in those spiritual fields can at least double their growth rate. This is tantamount to finding a second-level spiritual plant husband to take care of the spiritual plants in the spiritual plant garden day and night. As for the rock-scale snake cave with 35 acres of spiritual fields that Ling Pengyun used to guard, it was not built into a spiritual plant garden because the cost of building a spiritual plant garden was too high. The Yang and Ling families have spent a lot of money to take over the second-level spiritual veins in the snake cave to manage the bailingmen. At the very least, they need to earn back the cost before the two clans will consider building a spiritual plant garden on that spiritual vein and arranging a matching array. His thoughts returned. Because the construction of the spiritual plant garden requires a lot of expenses, and he needs to ask the clan leader Ling Yunhong for his opinion, he didn't think much about it. Instead, he took out a large number of spiritual plant seeds from the storage bag and planted the seeds in the 30 acres of spiritual fields in front of him. He also watered the spiritual plant seeds that had just been buried in the 30 acres of spiritual fields with a wave of spiritual rain to nourish those seeds to germinate quickly. After doing this, Ling Pengyun had nothing to do, so he closed his eyes and absorbed the rich spiritual energy in Qingshi Mountain to improve his cultivation. Waiting for Ling Yunhong and others who went to help the family's key training clansmen and capture the Luo family's low-level spiritual veins to return. A day later, Ling Yunhong and others returned with good news. The 22 first-level spiritual veins occupied by the Luo family in this Luo county were all captured. The Luo family Qingshi monks stationed in these spiritual veins were also killed. However, nearly half of the Luo family Qingshi monks stationed on these spiritual veins did the same thing as the old thief Luo Minghu, destroying the fields. Fortunately, Ling Yunhong, a second-level spiritual plant husband, went there and used the spiritual cultivation technique of spiritual plants to open up spiritual fields on those spiritual veins again. As for the spiritual plants planted on the low-level spiritual veins, the Luo family Qingshi monks were reluctant to destroy them directly, so they left them. After killing those Luo family Qingshi monks, the Ling family and the Liu family, who formed an alliance with them, also obtained a large number of spiritual plants. After the two families divided the spiritual plants 70% and 30%, the Ling family still obtained a lot of spiritual plants. Although there are fewer mature ones among these spiritual plants, there are still hundreds of mature spiritual plants. These spiritual plants, if refined into elixirs, can also be worth thousands of spiritual stones. Barely, it can be regarded as a considerable harvest. Thanks to Mo Shiliu and Xiao Wuzi of Shuhuang for their monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 303, Great Harvest from Destroying Luo's Family. As for the 22 low-level spiritual veins captured this time, Ling Yunhong took into consideration the lack of manpower in the clan. Those low-level spiritual veins in the clan also need to be guarded by monks. Helplessly, he had to temporarily arrange for more than a dozen sons-in-law, wives and concubines of the clan, and several old monks in the clan who also participated in the battle to capture the low-level spiritual veins of the Luo family to guard them. Those dozen sons-in-law and wives and concubines of the Ling family were all recruited by the Ling family in the past 2 years. According to Ling Yunhong's idea, he originally planned to let these sons-in-law and wives and concubines of the clan who were born as casual cultivators stay in the Ling family for 10 or 8 years to temper their character, and make arrangements after they have children and return to the Ling family. But unfortunately, the destruction of the Luo family was too hasty, and the clan was short of monks. In addition, in the battle to capture the low-level spiritual veins of the Luo family, the male and female cultivators who married into the Ling family performed very well, so Ling Yunhong gave them the important task. However, Ling Yunhong also kept a watchful eye and set up a positioning ban on the sons-in-law and daughters-in-law of the Ling family who were born as cultivators. Once those cultivators left Luo County, he could immediately sense them. Of course, those sons-in-law and daughters-in-law of the Ling family who were born as cultivators did not know about this. At the same time, Ling Yunhong also arranged Ling Pengyun, a first-level middle-grade formation master who also participated in the battle to capture the low-level spiritual veins, to repair the broken formations on those low-level spiritual veins as soon as possible. After those formations are repaired, the defense of those low-level spiritual veins can also be strengthened. After telling these news, Ling Yunhong asked, "By the way, Pengyun, have any bad guys come to extort money during the few days since Pengxing and I left here?" "No, everything is safe." After Ling Pengyun replied, he told Ling Yunhong about his previous plan to build a first-level spiritual plant garden in Lingxiao Mountain and asked Ling Yunhong for his opinion. "The family needs me to guard the place, and the rock-scale snake cave is also a gold mine. You can also make money by staying there and maximize your benefits. I originally intended to let Pengxing guard Lingxiao Mountain, but Pengxing is not a spiritual plant master, so it is difficult for him to speed up the growth of the spiritual plants planted in Lingxiao Mountain. If a first-level spiritual plant garden is established here, the growth rate of the first-level spiritual plants planted here can be doubled. This will indeed maximize the benefits of planting spiritual plants in the spiritual fields opened up on the spiritual vein of Lingxiao Mountain. However, the 5 auxiliary spiritual plant growth formations required to build a spiritual plant garden are extremely rare. The spirit gathering formation is okay. As long as you have spirit stones, you can buy it. But the other 4 formations are not only rare, but also extremely difficult to refine. They are not weaker than the difficulty of refining ordinary second-level formations. At least a second-level formation master is needed to refine these 4 formations to be safer. And the materials required to refine these 4 formations are not cheaper than the materials of ordinary second-level inferior formations. Under these circumstances, if we want to build a spiritual plant garden, we will need at least 5,000 to 10,000 spiritual stones. Based on the family's current financial situation, we can only afford 2,000 to 3,000 spiritual stones, in addition to the spiritual stones that we need to pay to the clan members for 1 year. In addition, the family owes you 8,000 spiritual stones to help you buy Zuinun heavy iron, and 4,000 spiritual stones as a reward for you to hand over the Yellow Sands Erosion Formation and several formation manuals. The construction of the spiritual plant garden will probably have to be postponed for a few years. When the family relies on the Luo family's spiritual veins occupied this time, we can plant a few batches of spiritual plants, refine elixirs, and earn some spiritual stones before making plans. Ling Yunhong was quite interested in this, and said after thinking about it. Ling Pengyun heard this and agreed with what Ling Yunhong said. After that, everyone chatted for a while. Ling Yunhong also took out the 5 storage bags that he had looted from Luo Minghu's body a few days ago and gave them to Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengxing respectively. Together, they used their spiritual consciousness to cleanse the spiritual consciousness imprints left in them. A few days later, with the joint efforts of Ling Yunhong, Ling Pengyun, and Ling Pengxing, the remaining spiritual consciousness imprints in the 5 storage bags were all removed by the 3 of them. The 3 of them also opened the 5 storage bags and obtained a huge fortune. Among the 5 storage bags, 1 was full of spiritual plants, 1 was full of various magic weapons, formations and other spiritual objects, 1 was full of martial arts books, and 1 was filled with 2 or 3,000 spiritual stones. The last storage bag contained Luo Minghu's personal storage bags, mostly clothes, and a few bottles of second-level elixirs. It seems that it is just as I thought. The old thief Luo Minghu has always planned to escape with the Luo family's property and wait for an opportunity to turn over, but there are fewer spiritual stones. Fortunately, Liu Daoxiao was sent away by me, otherwise, the Liu family would not have a share in this batch of spiritual objects. Clan leader Ling Yunhong looked at the large number of spiritual objects in front of him, his eyes full of brilliance, and said with a smile, "The Luo family is a foundation-building family, so naturally, the spiritual stones they have in reserve will not be limited to 1,000 pieces. It's a pity that a lot of spiritual stones were consumed some time ago in order to repair Luo Kilman's yellow sand formation." Later, 2 demon cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building were hired to intercept and kill the Ling family's foundation building, which cost a large amount of spiritual stones. As a result, the Luo family only had 1,000 spiritual stones left. The 3rd ancestor is wise, Ling Pengyun on the side praised with a smile. "Let's not talk about it anymore. Come with me to find out if there is the Luo family's second-level formation inheritance in those martial arts books." When Ling Yunhong heard the praise, the joy on his face became even greater. He waved his hand and gave instructions. The three of them then looked through the martial arts books carefully and found 3 foundation-building martial arts books, as well as the Luo family's second-level formation inheritance. The 3 foundation-building martial arts books are Flame and Fire Burning Art, which can be practiced to the state of perfect foundation building. This martial art is very famous and is a martial art that can directly reach the golden elixir. It originated from the Bailing sect. However, the Luo family only has the key training chapter and the foundation building chapter. The Bailing sect does not pass on the flame and fire burning art in the golden elixir chapter. This martial art was also the martial art practiced by Luo Minghu, the patriarch of the Luo family, during his lifetime. The other 2 martial arts are named Qingmu Cake Shigong and Yellow Sand Gong. These 2 martial arts are slightly less valuable than the flame and fire burning art, and both only record the formula for practicing to the late stage of foundation building. Qingmu Cake Shigong is the technique practiced by Luo Minghu's Taoist partner Lingxiao. This technique belongs to wood, but it cultivates the source of Yimu, which is suitable for female practitioners. At the same time, this wood-attributed technique also has some effects of prolonging life. Huang Shigong is the technique practiced by Luo Qiduming, which is a soil-attributed technique. The content of the second-level array inheritance is extremely rich, recording the arrangement methods of 20 or 30 sets of arrays. The array formulas in it can also support array masters to comprehend the first to second-level upper-grade arrays. In addition to these, there are more than a dozen middle and upper-grade key training techniques in those classics. The first-level inheritance of the 300 arts of alchemy, refining, and spiritual plants. The Luo family does not have the inheritance of beast control. The rest of the classics are some cultivation experiences, travel notes, etc. As for the spiritual objects such as spiritual plants, instruments, arrays, etc. in the remaining storage bags, most of them are within the first level, but there are also some second-level spiritual objects, but the number is small. The most valuable second-level spiritual objects are still 4 second-level formations. They are 2 second-level low-grade spirit-gathering formations, 1 second-level medium-grade spirit-gathering formation, and 1 second-level medium-grade separation formation. In addition to the second-level medium-grade mountain protection formation Zhuan-Tu formation obtained from the capture of Qingshi Mountain, the Ling family has obtained a total of 5 second-level formations this time. According to Ling Yunhong's statistics, the spiritual objects obtained from the destruction of the Luo family are worth at least 50,000 spiritual stones. Among them, there are also many spiritual objects, such as some spiritual herbs, blank talisman paper, etc. If they are refined into spiritual objects by Bai, the benefits will be even higher. As for the spiritual veins of the Luo family, the benefits of simply planting spiritual plants, apart from the 3-part dividends handed over to Lingfu's Henrun, are at least about 3,000 spiritual stones. The Ling family now has fewer members, and the income from planting spiritual plants and refining pills in the family can fully provide the salaries of the members, and there is even a surplus. This also means that the 3,000 spiritual stones earned from planting spiritual plants in the Luo family's spiritual veins each year will be directly deposited into the Ling family's treasury and transformed into nutrients for the Ling family's prosperity. After calculating the income, Ling Yunhong laughed. What a great harvest! The more than 10,000 spiritual stones owed to you by the family will probably be repaid in less than 3 years. By then, if the family saves spiritual stones for another 3 or 4 years, it can buy 2 second-rate foundation-building spiritual objects for Peng Liang to assist him in building his foundation again. We can even save them for a few more years and directly buy him a foundation-building pill. With the more than 20 spiritual veins of the Luo family in the future, the family will become even stronger. Ling Pengyun and Ling Penxing also showed their delight. The more the family's income increased, the greater the benefits it brought to them. Afterwards, everyone chatted for a while. Ling Yunhong saw that among these spiritual objects, there were several kilograms of second-grade medium-quality red fire iron and a fire-type demon beast inner core in the middle stage of foundation building. His expression moved slightly and he said, "Penxing, show me the red fire sword in your hand." Ling Penxing understood what Ling Yunhong meant. He waved his hand to take out the red fire sword from the storage bag and handed it to Ling Yunhong. This red fire flying sword is of the second-grade upper grade and comes from Luo Minghu. After Ling Yunhong stretched out his hand to take it, He carefully looked at the red fire flying sword with a dim spiritual light and a sword body full of gaps. He frowned slightly and commented, "The power of this sword is probably less than 20% of what it was when it was victorious, and it can only fight a few times at most. However, if you integrate those few pounds of fire-type spiritual iron and recast it, it should be feasible to use it in battle, but the grade will most likely regress to the second grade mid-grade realm." Ling Pengyun, who was standing aside, was delighted when he heard this. He was already satisfied to be able to use this red fire sword after it was recast. This sword was originally prepared for transitional use. After all, this flying sword is of fire, and the martial arts he practiced is gold, so the most suitable flying sword is still a gold-attributed flying sword. Third ancestor, I wonder if you are sure you can recast this sword? Ling Pengyun asked the question he wanted to ask the most. Although I can't refine a second-grade mid-grade magic weapon, I'm not even sure I can refine a second-grade low-grade magic weapon. However, the difficulty of recasting a second-grade mid-grade magic weapon is relatively low. Besides, there are a lot of those few pounds of second-grade red fire iron, enough for me to try 3 or 4 times. Ling Yunhong said. Although Ling Yunhong is now focusing on alchemy, he is also talented in refining weapons. He is even the first refiner in the family to enter the first-class upper-grade refiner. It was only because the family needed a second-class alchemist that he put the focus of his 100 arts on alchemy. However, in recent years, Ling Yunhong has refined several furnaces of second-class magic weapons, which has made him take a step forward in refining weapons. Although he cannot be called a second-class refiner, he is not far behind. The powerful second-class lower-grade magic weapon 9-bend long needle in his hand was refined by him. In this case, I will trouble you, third ancestor. Ling Pengyun heard this and thanked him. No problem. Ling Yunhong waved his hand and said to Ling Pengyun, who was standing aside, Pengyun, you are the refiner trained by the family. When I recast the magic weapon, you can stay and watch. This can also increase your experience in refining weapons, which will be beneficial for you to refine second-class magic weapons in the future. Okay. Ling Pengyun would naturally not miss such a good thing, and nodded in response. Everyone did not chat. Ling Yunhong took Ling Pengyun into a ready-made cave on the top of Qingshi Mountain. Ling Pengyun used magic to build a new cave on the top of the mountain that suited his heart. After arranging the second-level inferior spirit-gathering array obtained from Luo's family in the new cave, he went into practice. He did so because he would be stationed in this mountain in the future, and the place to live would naturally be better. In a cave, clan leader Ling Yunhong meditated for several hours, restored his condition to the best, and began to refine a small piece of second-level red fire iron with his own foundation-building spirit fire. It took him 9 days to melt the small piece of second-level red fire iron into liquid and pass it into the severely damaged red fire flying sword. This process did not take too much time, but it was successful in just 3 days. Afterwards, clan leader Ling Yunhong began to smelt the inner pill of the fire monster beast in the middle stage of foundation building. The inner pill of the fire monster beast contained a huge amount of violent fire spiritual power. Even though Ling Yunhong's cultivation was as high as the late stage of foundation building, he did not dare to be careless, so as not to encounter any accidents when smelting this inner pill. Fortunately, he had already refined a lot of elixirs from the inner pill of the foundation building monster beast, and had rich experience in smelting inner pills. During the smelting of this middle stage of foundation building fire monster beast inner pill, there was no danger, and it was smelted into a ball of liquid substance. The spiritual iron liquid and the liquid inner pill material were all prepared, and clan leader Ling Yunhong also began the process of formally refining the red fire sword. He first took 1/3 of the liquid inner pill liquid and the ball of spiritual iron liquid, and melted them into the red fire flying sword. The red fire flying sword suddenly flashed with spiritual light, and its aura gradually became stronger. Unfortunately, the re-refining failed this time. When the clan leader was engraving the second-level red fire spiritual pattern, he used the first-level refining secret technique spirit suppression technique to suppress the other spiritual pattern restrictions in the red fire flying sword, but an accident occurred, which is why the refining failed. It's still a problem of refining inheritance. If there is a second-level formation inheritance, I have learned the second-level spirit suppression technique, and it won't be so difficult to re-refine this sword. Ling Yunhong muttered helplessly. Seizing the time, he restored his condition to the best and started the second re-refining. This second re-refining, Ling Yanhuang succeeded by chance. The red fire flying sword, which had a dim spiritual light, also regained its former style. Even from a distance of several feet, the huge firepower contained in this sword could be felt. This situation also shocked Ling Pengyun, who had been watching Ling Yanhuang refining the red fire flying sword, and exclaimed, "This kind of power is even stronger than the general second-level middle-grade magic weapon. I didn't expect that this sword would be so powerful just by incorporating middle-grade second-grade red fire iron and the inner core of a demon beast in the middle stage of foundation building. If I could find a few more kilograms of upper-grade second-grade red fire spirit iron and the inner core of a fire-type demon beast in the late stage of foundation building as raw materials to refine this sword, I'm afraid it would be impossible to restore it to the upper-grade second-grade." Hearing this, Ling Yanhuang sighed helplessly. "Unfortunately, my Ling family does not have any second-grade weapon refining inheritance, and it is difficult for me to make any progress in weapon refining skills. The success rate of refining lower-grade second-grade magic tools is pitifully low. I'm afraid that even with those spiritual materials, it would be difficult for me to refine this sword to the upper-grade second-grade." Ling Pengyun also had some resonance with this, and his eyes darkened. Although the weapon refiner has not comprehended the weapon refining secrets in the second-level weapon refining inheritance, he can also refine the second-level magic weapon, but the success rate of refining the second-level magic weapon must be extremely low. On the other hand, with the help of the weapon refining secrets in the second-level inheritance, the weapon refiner will be more relaxed when refining the second-level magic weapon, and the success rate of refining can also be increased. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304: Blackmailing the Wen Clan. By the way, how is your level in refining weapons? Ling Yanhuang thought of something and asked. A few months before the destruction of the Luo family, my grandson used the fur of 3 foundation building monster rocks to refine 3 furnaces of second-grade inferior wind-controlling robes, and luckily succeeded in refining a low-quality wind-controlling robe. Ling Pengyun did not hide anything and told the truth. While speaking, he waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, taking out the wind-controlling robe. Ling Yanhuang reached out to take the wind-controlling robe, looked at it carefully, and was shocked to see that this wind-controlling robe had indeed reached the second-grade inferior level. Ling Pengyun has been stationed in the rock-scale snake cave in Yuanzhou for many years, taking care of the spiritual plants there. That place is nearly 100,000 miles away from the family. The journey is long, and he and Ling Pengyun have gradually had less communication. This time they got together again because of the redifferentiation of the sand and soil vein shares and the destruction of the Luo family. Therefore, Ling Yanhuang did not know much about Ling Pengyun's level of refining. According to his estimation, Ling Pengyun could reach the level of a first-class top-grade refiner, and it would be good if he could master more than 3 first-class top-grade magic tools and achieve a success rate of 30%. After all, Ling Pengyun is only 40 years old. Ling Yanhuang himself spent decades, and only in recent years did he refine a second-class magic tool. In addition to understanding, the first of the 100 arts relies on accumulation. Only through years of accumulation can the first of the 100 arts be improved, and the first of the refining is even more so. I didn't expect that you, kid, have reached such a level in the first of the refining, which is not bad. Ling Yanhuang praised happily. This is also thanks to the family. If the family had not entrusted a large number of refining tasks to me in recent years, I am afraid that my improvement in the first of the refining would not be so fast. Ling Pengyun said modestly. After I return to the clan, I will tell the clan members outside to keep an eye out for the spiritual materials for refining the 3 types of second-level magic tools you are good at refining, namely, the Taoist robe, inner armor, and flying sword. I will also find a way to find the second-level refining inheritance for you as soon as possible, so that I can help you. Ling Yanhuang was very satisfied with Ling Pengyun's attitude, and he immediately said, in addition to the second-level formation inheritance that the Ling family just obtained by destroying the Luo family, the Ling family currently only has the second-level alchemy and second-level talisman-making inheritance. The alchemy inheritance was purchased by the Ling family from Bailingman in the early years with a large amount of Zuanshu iron ore. The second-level talisman-making inheritance was obtained from the Yi family of Hongai Ridge and the Shen family of Bingjiao County. These two clans have a set of second-level talisman-making inheritance, but the contents are roughly the same. Thank you, third ancestor. Ling Pengyun was delighted when he heard this. The second-level refining inheritance is particularly important for the refiner to refine the second-level magic tools. If Ling Pengyun had the help of the second-level melting device and suppressing spirit secrets in the second-level refining inheritance, the success rate of refining the wind-controlling robe could be increased by at least several times. It doesn't matter. I'm not just looking for the second-level refining inheritance for you. This inheritance is also useful to me. Ling Yanhuang waved his hand. Then the two chatted for a while, and Ling Pengyun also told Ling Yanhuang about the yield per mu of Qinggiant spiritual rice planted in the rock-scale snake cave a few days ago and the general situation of the spiritual energy contained in the spiritual rice. He also handed over the Qinggiant secret method that can stably improve the seeds of Qinggiant spiritual rice to Ling Yanhuang. Ling Yanhuang was particularly satisfied with Ling Pengyun's handing over of the secret method. He also asked immediately, "Pengyun, it is a great achievement for you to hand over such a valuable item this time. The family will probably plant this superior quality Qinggiant spiritual rice that you have improved as the main first-grade lower-grade spiritual rice for the next 100 or even thousands of years. During this period of time, the family will be able to gain huge benefits from this Qinggiant spiritual rice. You handed over this improved secret method, and the family will not let you suffer a loss. According to the per acre yield and the spiritual rice content of this Qinggiant spiritual rice, this spiritual rice is an excellent first-grade lower-grade spiritual rice, and can be ranked in the top 3 among the first-grade lower-grade spiritual rice in the entire Balingman territory. If this secret method that can stably improve Qinggiant spiritual rice is sold, it will be worth at least 50,000 spiritual stones. It is difficult for the family to come up with such a huge amount of spiritual stones. I have a suggestion. For every acre of this first-grade lower-grade Qinggiant spiritual rice that you improved, the family will share 10% of the profit with you. And your descendants can still receive this profit, until someone in the clan improves to produce a stronger first-grade inferior spiritual rice, or the clan is destroyed, then the dividend will stop. I wonder if you can accept this dividend system." Ling Pengyun's eyes suddenly became hot when he heard about this dividend system. You know, even if there is no spiritual plant husband to perform spiritual plant secrets to help, the yield per mu of Qinggiant spiritual rice can reach at least 1,000 jin. The spiritual energy contained in Qinggiant spiritual rice is the same as that of the family's Qinggiyu spiritual rice, which is enough to sell for a spiritual stone and 7 jin on the market. The value of 1 mu of Qinggiant spiritual rice is about 140 spiritual stones. One of the dividends is 14 spiritual stones. After the Ling family destroyed the Luo family, the number of spiritual veins occupied by them was at least 40. There are spiritual fields on these spiritual veins, and the lowest grade first-grade inferior spiritual fields account for about 70%. With such a large number of first-grade inferior spiritual fields, there must be a lot of spiritual fields planted with Qinggiant spiritual rice. Ling Pengyun, the improver of the best quality spiritual rice, will naturally receive a lot of dividends. Relying on Qinggiant spiritual rice, I think it will be no problem to get 500 spiritual stones every year in the future. In the long run, as long as my descendants can have spiritual roots and the family continues to exist, the value it can bring will definitely be more than 50,000 spiritual stones. Ling Pengyun said in secret joy. Considering that the dividend system is a long-term stream, but the benefits are not few. In addition, the Ling family can't afford the spiritual stones to buy out the Qinggian secret method. Ling Pengyun also said, "Third ancestor, let's do it according to this dividend system." Ling Yanhuang was relieved when he saw Ling Pengyun agreed. He was really afraid that Ling Pengyun was not satisfied with the dividend system. As a result, Ling Pengyun was unwilling to hand over the Qinggian secret method to the family and sold it to other forces instead. As long as the Qinggian secret method is such a good thing, once it appears, it will definitely be scrambled by major foundation building families. As for why they didn't sell a fraction to outsiders and earn some spirit stones, the main reason was to ensure the uniqueness of the Qinggian secret method. If the Qinggian secret method was sold, it would indirectly lead to the Qinggian secret method being widely spread, resulting in a large number of Qinggian spirit rice appearing on the market, and the price of this spirit rice would also be reduced. Temporary benefits are not good for a foundation-building family like the Ling family. Only a long-term flow of water can strengthen a family. It's good if you can agree to this. Pengyun, now Pengxing's red fire-flying sword has been re-refined, and the intention to destroy the Luo family has been dealt with. Are you willing to go with me to the Yunwu Wen family? Ling Yanhuang suggested. Ling Pengyun heard this, his eyes lit up, and he immediately understood. The two agreed, left the cave together, and found Ling Pengxing, who was practicing in seclusion in a newly built cave in Lingxiao Mountain. After Ling Yanhuang handed the re-refined red fire-flying sword to Ling Pengyun, he said goodbye to him and rode the Fairy Crane King with Ling Pengyun to leave this place and head straight for Yunwu Wen clan. The Fairy Crane King was extremely fast, and Lingxiao Mountain was not far from the Yunwu Wen clan's territory, only a few thousand miles away. In just half a day, the Fairy Crane King carried the two of them to the foot of Yunwu Mountain, the Wen clan's mountain. As soon as he arrived here, Ling Yanhuang shouted at Yunwu Mountain, the Wen clan's mountain. At the same time, halfway up Yunwu Mountain, in the Wen clan's General Affairs Hall, Wen Yanling, the new elder who had just taken over the position of Wen Ruofei, the previous generation of the Wen clan's elder, heard the sound coming from outside the mountain and looked shocked. Some time ago, the news that the Luo clan was destroyed by the Ling clan in a short period of time spread throughout the entire Balingman territory. The Ling clan's reputation was also very fierce. When Ninling hurried to the top of the mountain, walked to the outside of the only cave on the top of the mountain, and knocked on the door of the cave. After a while, the door of the cave was opened, and Wen Xiannian, the head of the Wen family, walked out. Ninling, what's the important matter that you came here to find me for? Wen Xiannian was a little unhappy when he was interrupted in his retreat to break through the middle stage of foundation building. Grandpa Xiannian, the head of the Ling family, Senior Ling Yanhuang, and the Ling family's supreme elder, Senior Ling Pengyun, and the Ling family's guardian spirit beast, the Fairy Crane King, have all come to the foot of my Yunwu Mountain. Wen Ninling hurriedly informed. Upon hearing this, the head of the family, Wen Xiannian, frowned immediately. He didn't need to think too much to understand that Ling Yanhuang brought two foundation-building fighters to his Yunwu Mountain, which must be no good. He didn't dare to delay, so as not to displease Ling Yanhuang, who had a fierce reputation recently. He quickly performed a wind control technique on himself and fell from Yunwu Mountain to the foot of the mountain, in front of Ling Yanhuang and others. At the same time, in order to prevent Ling Yanhuang and others from attacking him, he was always ready to activate the Wen family's protective formation. Brother Ling, fellow Taoist Ling Pengyun, I heard that the scum Luo family who colluded with the demon cultivators has been destroyed by the nobles, clearing the smoke and miasma of my Huaishu County and restoring peace to my Huaishu County. On behalf of my Wen family, thank you too. I wonder if you two Taoists have come here to ask for anything. If there's anything I can help, just send it. Although Wen Xiannian was worried that Ling Yanhuang and others would take action, he smiled and complimented. Ling Yanhuang and Ling Pengyun were not impressed by Wen Xiannian's flattery. Brother Wen, since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush. My Ling family wants your Wen family's second-level refining equipment inheritance, or your Wen family's half-full share of the sand and soil vein. Of course, my Ling family will not treat you badly. As long as the nobles are willing to give one of them, my Ling family is willing to buy it at the market price. Ling Yanhuang said. Wen Xiannian frowned when he heard this, and the joy on his face froze. The main way for the Wen family to make money now is to refine weapons. The second-level refinement inheritance of the Wen family is also the foundation of the Wen family. How can he give up this inheritance so easily? If Ling Yanhuang was from a foundation-building family in other states, it would be fine. He might agree if the value was high. But the Ling family where Ling Yanhuang is from is in the same county as the Yunwu Wen family, and is also a neighbor of the Wen family. Once the Ling family obtains the inheritance of the second-level refiner, the refiners of the Ling family will become more powerful. By then, the market for magic weapons in Huaishu County will also be occupied by the Ling family. As for the sand and soil vein shared by the 5 major families in Huaishu County, although it has been mined for 3 or 4 years, there are still 70,000 to 80,000 kilograms of sand and soil ore in the sand and soil vein. The half-finished sand and soil vein share of the Wen family is enough to get another 3,000 to 4,000 kilograms of first-level high-quality sand and soil ore. Relying on these ores, the Wen family refiners can completely refine them into valuable earth-based magic weapons in exchange for multiple profits. But now the Ling family is powerful, and they just destroyed the Luo family not long ago, and they are very powerful. Wen Xiannian can't guarantee whether he will be retaliated by Ling Yunhong and others if he refuses Ling Yunhong's proposal. After all, Ling Yunhong has never brought so many foundation-building forces here before, and he doesn't seem to want to talk to him properly. With a lot of thoughts in his mind, in order to protect himself and his family, and to keep the family's second-level refining inheritance, he can only cut his flesh. Brother Ling, the second-level refining inheritance of my family is the root of my Wen family. Please forgive me for not handing it over to the nobles. But I am willing to give my half-finished sand and soil vein share of my Wen family to the nobles on behalf of my family. Wen Xiannian said helplessly. Seeing Wen Xiannian agree, Ling Yunhong also showed a hint of joy on his face, and he was more satisfied with this person. This time, he and Ling Pengyun came here, and they never thought that they could get the second-level refining inheritance of the Wen family. After all, the refining inheritance is extremely important to the Wen family. His real purpose this time was to get a share of the Wen family's half-finished sand and soil vein. As for the share of this sand and soil vein, it was also for the inheritance of refining equipment. With the sand and soil ore obtained from the Wen family's half-finished sand and soil vein, he, the Ling family, could take out some sand and soil ore, which would be enough to exchange for a set of second-level refining equipment inheritance from Bailingman, and he could also achieve the purpose of this trip, but it would be a little troublesome. Thanks to Quantitative Bull, God-Killing Diary, Book Friend 2022020615454363, Zuan Hoang's Kong X Yalan for their monthly tickets. Thank you all. Chapter 305 Su Chong No wants Wen Nianling to marry into the Ling family. Bailing sect is now thriving in the art of refining, and there are many refiners in the sect. It is precisely because of this that Bailing sect has a huge shortage of spiritual iron. In order to gather enough spiritual iron, refine it into magic tools, and earn spiritual stones, Bailing sect allows its foundation-building families to exchange spiritual iron for the second-level inheritance of the 100 arts, and even the foundation-building skills. At the beginning, the second-level alchemy inheritance of the Ling family and the Zhengjin sword classic that Ling Pengxing practiced were all exchanged for spiritual iron from Bailing sect. Thank you, fellow Taoist Wen, but my Ling family cannot afford the spiritual stones for the purchase of your Wen family's half-finished sand and soil vein. After 20 years, my Ling family will pay it back. I wonder if it's okay. Ling Yunhong said with a smile. Of course. Wen Xiannian's brows darkened a little, but he had no choice but to agree to Ling Yunhong's move. Thank you very much, Brother Wen, for your help. Brother Wen, I heard recently that Wen Nianling, the weapon refining genius of your clan who tried to build a foundation a few days ago, has succeeded your Wen clan's great elder. Is this true? After Ling Yunhong thanked him, he thought of something and asked. I didn't expect that such a small matter would be known by fellow Taoists. Although my granddaughter Nianling has a good talent for weapon refining, she is still not worthy of the word genius. Some time ago, my granddaughter did succeed the position of the great elder of my clan. The former great elder of my clan, like the noble great elder Ling Ruxin, has a short lifespan. It's time for these old generation of clan members to enjoy a peaceful life. Wen Xiannian heard this and did not hide it. Brother Wen is too modest. The great elder is the chief elder of the clan. Brother Wen can let Wen Nianling inherit this position. I think Wen Nianling must be quite capable. I heard that Wen Nianling of your clan has not found a Taoist partner yet. Coincidentally, I have a clan member of the key training stage who is a grandson of his generation. He still has no Taoist partner. His talent is not bad. He is a little younger than Wen Nianling of your clan, but the difference is not much. I wonder if Brother Wen is willing to marry your granddaughter Wen Nianling into my Ling family. Ling Yunhong said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Ling, the most important thing about forming a Taoist partner is that both parties have the intention. Your clan's junior and my granddaughter Nianling have not even met yet. It's a bit too frivolous for you and me to directly decide on a marriage. Hearing this, Wen Xiannian immediately refused. Wen Nianling is the only good seedling of the younger generation of his Wen family. Although she failed in her first foundation building, her meridians were not injured. She was only in her early 40s, so she still had a chance to try to build a foundation. Wen Xiannian also planned to find some relatives and friends in recent years, borrow some spiritual stones, and then buy some spiritual objects for Wen Nianling to help her build a foundation. Once Wen Nianling can start building a foundation, the Wen family will have some confidence in the future when facing the increasingly powerful Ling family, and will not be manipulated by the Ling family as it is now. Under such circumstances, Wen Xiannian will naturally not let Wen Nianling, a good seedling for foundation building, marry out of the family casually. Even if Wen Nianling wants to find a Taoist partner, the man should marry into the family to avoid losing Wen Nianling, a talent. Ling Pengyun, who was standing aside, was also somewhat puzzled by Ling Yanhong's behavior at this time. This time, he and Ling Yanhong came to the Wen family together, and their original intention was just to blackmail the relatives Wen family for half of the share of the mineral vein. As for the marriage, Ling Yanhong never told him. Brother Wen, don't be so quick to refuse. If Brother Wen agrees to this, our clan is willing to prepare spiritual objects for Wen Nianling to build her foundation before she turns 60 to assist her in building her foundation. In addition, our clan is also willing to form a 300-year friendship with the nobles. Within 300 years, our two clans will advance and retreat together. I can also guarantee that within 300 years, the nobles' territory will not be reduced by a single cent. Seeing Wen Xiannian's refusal, Ling Yanhong did not care and said with a heavy profit. Wen Xiannian was quite tempted when he heard this. The benefits given by Ling Yanhong were a life-saving talisman for the Wen clan, which was adjacent to the Ling clan's territory, for 300 years. In the past few years, he took the initiative to let the young female cultivators in his clan marry the Ling clan and form a marriage with the Ling clan, just to keep the Wen clan peaceful and not be invaded by the neighboring Ling clan. And he was looking forward to Wen Nianling's foundation building, and he also hoped to have more confidence when facing the invasion of the Ling clan. Now Ling Yanhong has made an agreement that he will not attack the Wen family within 300 years, which perfectly solves the dilemma faced by the Wen family. 300 years is not a short time, and it is enough to change the situation of a family. Maybe, after 300 years, the prosperous Ling family will weaken, while the Wen family will rise. This is an uncertain thing. After all, the lifespan of a foundation-building cultivator is only about 200 years. And the Wen family does not need to borrow spirit stones to prepare the spirit objects needed for the second foundation building for Wen Nianling, which can save a lot of spirit stones and reduce the family debt burden. Previously, in order to assist Wen Nianling in the first foundation building, the Wen family had already borrowed some foreign debts. Brother Ling is so sincere, I naturally can't refuse, but the matter of the elder's engagement is not very good after all. I need to ask the opinion of my Nianling granddaughter first. In addition, I wonder which nobleman with natural talent does Brother Ling want my Nianling granddaughter to marry. Wen Xiannian hesitated for a long time before making up his mind and asked, like Wen Nianling of your clan, my grandson also serves as the chief elder in my Ling family. He is Ling Pengyun, the 15th of the Peng generation of my Ling family. Ling Yanhong smiled and said with a smile. Wen Xiannian had heard of the young chief elder of the Ling family, Ling Pengyun. He was only over 30 years old, but he had already reached the state of perfect key training, and he was more than 20 years away from the deadline of foundation building. This person was born in the prosperous family of the Ling family, and he was in a high position. He was even the leader of the Ling family's key training period cultivators. Combining all these, it was not difficult for Wen Xiannian to guess that this person would definitely be trained by the Ling family, and the probability of building a foundation was very high. So he is the chief elder of the nobles, but I still need to talk to Nianling about this marriage. If Nianling agrees, I will bring Nianling to visit him another day. Wen Xiannian said. Ling Yanhong nodded lightly, and said no more. He took Ling Pengyun and rode the fairy crane king to leave here and return to the family. On the way. Third ancestor, why have I never heard of the matter of finding a Taoist partner for my brother Pengyun? Besides, for the sake of Wen Nianling, isn't it too good to give such preferential treatment to the Wen family? In less than a few decades, my Ling family can digest the territory of the Luo family. Although the Bailing sect has made a statement that other foundation-building families cannot be destroyed at will, it is feasible for my clan to occupy some of the spiritual veins of the Wen family's territory adjacent to my clan's territory in the future. Now, third ancestor, you promised that you would not touch the Wen family's territory in the next 300 years. Isn't it too? Ling Pengyun asked with some confusion. Pengyun is indeed not interested in marriage. This time I suddenly brought up this matter because I was thinking that her clan will soon rely on sand and soil ore to exchange for a set of second-level refining inheritance from Bailingmen. The Wen family's refining genius Wen Nianling has inherited the Wen family's refining heritage, and her talent for refining is also very good, not inferior to you and me. Now this person is an extremely advanced first-level refiner. Now that the family has obtained the more than 20 spiritual veins of the Luo family and the wealth of the Luo family, the clan is extremely wealthy. It only takes 3 or 4 years to gather the spiritual stones that Wen Nianling needs to buy foundation-building spiritual objects. As long as this person marries into our clan will train her to the foundation-building stage. This person will most likely become a second-level refiner. In this case, with this person's help, you and I can make it easier on the road of refining. The clan can also have one more refiner who can refine second-level magic tools. The value of a second-level refiner is not something that can be compared with just a few spiritual veins. Besides, among the younger generation of the family, apart from Peng Liang, only you and Peng Xing can suppress Wen Nianling. Wen Nianling may not even look down on ordinary clan members. I had no choice but to push Peng Liang out. Peng Liang has always been sensible, and he should agree to this. If this can be done, you and I will owe Peng Liang a favor, and we will find an opportunity to repay it in the future. And if I don't give the Wen family such a great favor, how can the Wen family easily let Wen Nianling, a weapon refining genius, marry into our family? Ling Yanhuang explained. Third ancestor, I have learned your lesson. Ling Pengyun suddenly realized it after hearing this. However, he couldn't help but feel sad that Ling Pengyun had an extra marriage for no reason. The marriage between Ling Pengyun and Wen Nianling is basically a sure thing. After all, this is a major event for the two clans. And Ling Pengyun, who has good qualifications, will also become a victim of the prosperity of the family. However, this kind of thing is very common in the family. Ling Pengyun didn't think much about it. At the same time, there were two figures on the top of Yunwu Mountain. One of them was Wen Xiannian, the head of the Wen family, and the other was Wen Nianling, the elder of the Wen family. Nianling, I think you heard what I said to Ling Yanhong, the head of the Ling family. I wonder what you think about the marriage with Ling Pengyun, the elder of the Ling family. Wen Xiannian asked Wen Nianling, the elder of the Wen family in front of him. Wen Nianling was extremely helpless when she heard this. When Wen Xiannian asked her about this, she understood that it was difficult to refuse the marriage between her and Ling Pengyun, the elder of the Ling family whom she had never met. Now, Wen Xiannian asked her, but he was just being polite. Of course, she also understood that if she married Ling Pengyun, the family would get great benefits. After all, the Ling family promised not to touch a penny of the Wen family within 300 years. Grandpa Xiannian, I was raised by the family. I agreed to marry Ling Pengyun of the Ling family. When Nianling lowered his head, his eyes slightly dull, and said in a deep voice. Seeing this, Wen Xiannian was quite satisfied. However, in order to prevent Wen Nianling from having any opinions about the family because of this matter, he also enlightened her. Nianling, don't blame me, your grandfather. The conditions offered by the Ling family this time are too generous, and the Ling family has had a bad reputation recently. A few years ago, I relied on 5 female cultivators in my clan to marry into the Ling family. The marriage with the Ling family was just to gain 100 years of stability. If I don't agree to this today, it will definitely anger Ling Yanhong. After the Ling family destroyed the Luo family this time, they obtained the Luo family's spiritual veins. It seems that the Ling family and the Jindan's Henrin of Balingman have already established contact. After the 100-year agreement between our clan and the Ling family is over, I'm afraid that the Ling family will also look for the Jindan's Henrin to cover up the evidence and forcibly attack our Wen family. By then, even if you enter the foundation building stage, our clan will find it difficult to resist the prosperous Ling family. I hope you can understand, but don't worry, I will prepare a generous dowry for you, and I will also train your brother named Nian Seymour, at least to ensure that he can sit on the position of elder in the clan. When Nianling, who was in a bad mood, heard these words, and a few rays of light appeared in her lifeless eyes. Thank you, Grandpa Xiannian. When Nianling thanked her from the bottom of her heart. When Xiannian should not compensate her like this, and he obviously felt guilty about her. At the beginning of next month, I will take you to Ling's company, so that you can meet Ling Pengyun of Ling's company. Okay, leave. When Xiannian didn't want to say more, and waved his hand. When Nianling's legs trembled, her expression changed slightly, and she nodded lightly. After bowing and saying goodbye, she also left here. When Xiannian looked at the back of Wen Nianling, who was of the same generation as his granddaughter, and felt helpless in his heart, muttering to himself, "This child is wronged, it's all because the family's strength is too weak. This time in seclusion, I will definitely break through to the middle stage of foundation building." The next moment, Wen Xianyan's figure also disappeared here. Chapter 306, The Situation of the Family Spiritual Beast Garden. A few hours later, the fairy crane king carried Ling Pengyun and clan leader Ling Yunhuang for thousands of miles and returned to Lingxiao Mountain, landing directly outside the General Affairs Hall halfway up Lingxiao Mountain. Ling Pengyun, the great elder of the Ling family, who was counting the accounts in the General Affairs Hall, saw Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhuang returning together riding the family's guardian spirit beast, the fairy crane king, and immediately walked out of the General Affairs Hall to greet the two. Third ancestor, eighth brother, the rest of the Luo clan members who went to fight have all returned. Why did you return only now? Did you encounter any trouble along the way? It's not that I encountered any trouble. I just helped Pengxing to refine a second-level magic weapon. Just now, Pengyun and I went to Yunwuan clan and helped you find a marriage. The woman is Wen Nianling, the new elder of the Wen clan and the genius weapon refiner of the Wen clan. I know that you don't want to consider marriage before you build your foundation, but Wen Nianling's talent for weapon refinement is really good. If this person can enter the foundation building stage, it is almost certain that he will become a second-level weapon refiner. I think you also know the value of a second-level weapon refiner. In order to let Wen Nianling marry into our clan, I have to pull you out. I hope you don't get angry. This marriage, I hope you can agree. Ling Yunhuang did not give Ling Pengyun the opportunity to disagree with this marriage. When Ling Pengyun inexplicably learned that he had an additional marriage, his brows suddenly frowned. However, what Ling Yunhuang said was indeed true. Wen Nianling was a gold mountain. With his own marriage, marrying a female cultivator who had a great chance of becoming a second-level weapon refiner into the clan was a great thing no matter how you looked at it. He was the great elder of the clan, not an ordinary clan member, and he had to consider the clan. Without much hesitation, Ling Pengyun's frown fell and he said, "It is my fortune to have such a Taoist partner. Since you agree to this, if it is successful in the future, and when Nianling marries into our clan, you should treat her well and don't treat her badly." Seeing Ling Pengyun's agreement, Ling Yunhuang had expected it and gave a word of advice. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun, Ling Yunhuang, and Ling Pengyun chatted for a few more words, and Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhuang also said goodbye to Ling Pengyun and left this place together. On the way, clan leader Ling Yunhuang asked Ling Pengyun, "Pengyun, you have been stationed outside for a long time. It has been nearly 2 months since you left the rock-scale snake cave. You are not afraid of delaying for a few days. Would you like to stay in the clan for 1 or 2 days? In this way, you and I can also chat and discuss the Dao." Ling Pengyun, who had planned to ride the Immortal Crane King directly to leave the clan mountain and return to the Yuanzhao rock-scale snake cave, heard this, his expression slightly moved, and then nodded. "Okay." Seeing Ling Pengyun's response, Ling Yunhuang also raised a smile on his face, and then invited Ling Pengyun to the top of the mountain and enter the Hongyan cave to discuss the Dao together. The Immortal Crane King in the early stage of foundation building flew to the Immortal Crane nest on the cliff of the back mountain of Lingxiao by itself, and had a small gathering with the Immortal Crane in the key training period in the nest. In the Hongyan cave, Ling Pengyun and the clan leader chatted and discussed the Dao for about half a day before it ended. He also said goodbye to the clan leader, left the Hongyan cave, and stepped into the high-level spiritual field area on the top of the mountain. There are many spiritual fields in this high-level spiritual field area. The lowest grade spiritual field has reached the realm of the first level middle grade. There are also many kinds of spiritual plants planted in it. Even the spiritual fruit trees that are rare in the outside world, there are more than 20 first-level spiritual fruit trees here. These spiritual fruit trees are also the accumulation of the Ling family for more than 200 years since the establishment of the clan. It is precisely because of these spiritual fruit trees that the Ling family can obtain a large number of first-level spiritual fruits every year. Even in years with good spiritual fruit harvests, there will be extra spiritual fruits, which can be sold to earn spiritual stones. In addition to these first-level spiritual fruit trees, in the center of this spiritual field area, there is also a fruit tree that is 5 feet tall, with nearly 100 green walnuts all over its body, and the aura is as high as the second level lower grade. Looking at this tree, Ling Pengyun sighed happily. Now the family is becoming more and more prosperous. When this tree breeds the second-grade lower-grade stone spirit walnuts that are up to 50 years old again after more than 40 years, I am afraid that no one will dare to ask my Ling family for the second-grade stone spirit walnuts. This tree can now be said to be exclusive to my Ling family. This 5-meter-high giant tree is the second-grade lower-grade stone spirit walnut tree that the 4 major families of Huaishu County jointly acquired when they followed the Bailing sect to capture the territory of Jiazhou more than 10 years ago. The second-grade stone spirit walnuts produced by this tree used to have a share in the other families. A few years ago, the second-grade stone spirit walnuts produced by this tree were distributed to the other 4 families in Huaishu County. Now that the Luo family has been destroyed, there are only 4 families left in Huaishu County: Lingxiao Ling family, Huxiao Liu family, King's Huang family, and Yun Wu Wen family. Ling Pengyun moved his eyes and turned to look at the stone spirit walnut tree. On the largest branch, a nearly 8-foot-long circular beehive was hung. This beehive was the fruit flower beehive that Ling Pengyun placed here more than 10 years ago. Now that winter has just arrived, the fruit bees in this hive are all sleeping in the nest to spend this cold season. At the same time, they can also take advantage of the long winter sleep to practice hard for a period of time and improve their cultivation. At this moment, the queen bee, which is the largest in the hive and half the size of a human head, felt Ling Pengyun's arrival, woke up from her sleep, and opened her eyes. It quickly flapped its wings behind it, flew out of the hive, and came to Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun saw that the breath exuded by this bee had reached the 9th level of key training, and his expression was slightly happy. It's not a waste of the 1 caddy of 2nd level low-grade spiritual honey I gave to this bee 2 months ago. 2 months ago, before Ling Pengyun went to Bailing Trust for talismans, he came here to take some 1st level medium-grade fruit flower honey produced by the fruit flower bee colony. He gave the 1 caddy of 2nd level low-grade spiritual honey purchased from Qingshi, a physical cultivator, half a year ago to this bee to eat. Help the queen bee, whose cultivation level was only the 8th level of key training, to improve her cultivation. The queen bee squeaked a few words to Ling Pengyun with a hint of gratitude. Ling Pengyun and this bee had a bond of master recognition, and he also understood the meaning of this bee's words. His spiritual sense swept across the huge beehive behind the queen bee, and when he found that there were as many as 5,000 ordinary fruit bees in the beehive. When the number of fruit flower worker bees in the initial, middle, and late stages of key training reached 41, 33, and 7 respectively, he spoke. No need to thank me. The number of fruit bee workers in the late stage of key training in the bee colony is already good. You should rely on the spiritual honey produced by the bee colony for the next period of time to impact the realm of key training perfection. The fruit flower bee nodded solemnly after hearing this. Its spiritual intelligence, after being blessed by the yin-yang Taichu Qi, is much stronger than that of the same level monsters. It understands that if it does not enter the foundation building realm for a long time, it will probably be abandoned by Ling Pengyun. It can be seen from the fact that Ling Pengyun has come here to see it for longer and longer each time in the past 10 years. It also understood that only by following its master Ling Pengyun could it have meat to eat and go further on the path. Ling Pengyun no longer cared about the bee and waved his hand to drive it away. Then, it turned into a breeze and went down to the spirit beast garden in the back mountain, and found Ling Yanhan, the beast master who managed the spirit beast garden. Second Grandma. Ling Pengyun bowed to Ling Yanhan and greeted him. Pengyun, why did you return to the clan? I heard from the clan members that you were developing a spirit field in Qingshi Mountain of the Luo family, but have you completed the development of the spirit field? Ling Yanhong saw that it was Ling Pengyun who came and asked in confusion. That's right, after finishing the Luo family's affairs, I also have some free time, so I came here to take a look. Grandma, I wonder how the spirit beasts in the spirit beast garden are doing. After Ling Pengyun gave a simple answer, he asked. Although he had returned to the family 2 months ago, he had important matters at that time, so he left the family in a hurry after taking the fruit flower honey. Now that he had time, he naturally wanted to come here to take a look. After all, this spirit beast garden was one of his hard work. The monsters in it, apart from the Caitian cattle and Tongluo pigs that the family already had, were all carefully selected from countless monsters during the monster rebellion and captured one by one. Now, there are a total of 9 kinds of spirit beasts in the spirit beast garden. The family's original herd of pioneer cattle has had 2 more calves in the past 4 years. Now, the number of the family's pioneer cattle has just reached 20. The number of the bronze pigs has not changed much. After all, when the pigs reach a certain number, they will be slaughtered. 4 years ago, the 5 white fur sheep you captured during the monster rebellion gave birth to a lamb every year for the past 4 years. Except for the lamb that was just born this year, the other 8 white fur sheep can produce several kilograms of white fur wool, a good material for refining Taoist robes and magic tools, every year. The 19 Gale wolves have given birth to 8 wolf cubs in the past 4 years. These 8 wolf cubs are born with the innate realm and have good qualifications. So they were all purchased by the clan members with contribution points, and the master recognition restrictions were set up to serve as spirit beasts. The 7 black armored turtle eggs you sent back to the tribe half a year ago have now hatched. The cultivation of the 7 little black armored turtles when they hatched has reached at least the 7th or 8th level of the innate realm. According to my experience, they have at least reached the middle stage of key training. The 2 white feathered horses also gave birth to a little white feathered horse last year. However, the white feathered horse tribe is not talented. The innate realm of the little white feathered horse has barely reached the 1st level of the innate realm. This little horse is probably only hovering in the early stage of key training in its lifetime. However, this horse is not slow whether it is running on the ground or flying with the wings on its back. Some tribesmen have tamed it and trained it into a spiritual beast. The 3 golden-scaled birds, under the continuous use of my aphrodisiac secret technique for nearly 4 years, half a year ago, a male and a female bird finally fell in love and combined together. Half a month ago, this pair of birds did give birth to a nest of 4 golden-scaled bird eggs, but those 4 eggs have not hatched yet. After the hatch, I plan to disperse these golden-scaled birds to various parts of the family to patrol the family territory or act as messengers. After all, the golden-scaled birds are not very powerful, and their only strength lies in their speed and the golden scales that have good defense. The 4 mud-armored pigs have given birth to more than 10 piglets in recent years, but these pigs are inherently weak in aptitude. It's good enough that they can cultivate to the 3rd level of key training, so no one in the family thinks highly of them. However, the skin of these mud-armored pigs is quite strong, and it is a good material for refining inner armor magic tools. Therefore, every year, in addition to maintaining the number of pigs to reach the number of hands, the rest of the mud-armored pigs will be slaughtered and skinned when they reach adulthood. The 5 moles of the Wei tribe that you captured earlier gave birth to 2 litters of mice in the past 2 years, and the number of mice in the tribe has expanded to 15. Now, the 15 moles have all been taken away by special people in the tribe and arranged to search for spiritual places or mineral veins deep underground in the family territory. Although this area of the family has been occupied by the family for more than 20 years, there are still some obscure places, or there are spiritual places deep underground that are difficult to be discovered. Now, only 4 years have passed, and the family has relied on the help of the group of moles that can drill underground as if it were flat ground, and has discovered 2 micro-spiritual veins deep underground. The 2 micro-spiritual veins have now been developed by the family, and spiritual fields have been opened up on them, and clan members have been sent to guard them. Ling Yanhan smiled when he talked about the situation in the Spirit Beast Garden. Everything is used to its full potential. The spirit beasts in this spirit beast garden are not eating for free, which is in line with my idea. Second, Grandma, you have worked hard in recent years. Ling Pengyun said with a smile. It's not hard at all. After all, I can get rewards for training these spirit beasts. By the way, there is another good news. Half a year ago, among the 5 generations of the family, Ru, Yun, Xiao, Peng, and Chang, the youngest Chang, Chengyu, who was ranked 17th and had just been tested out of the mortal world, had a talent for taming beasts, and her talent was higher than mine. 2 years ago, the family relied on sand and soil ore to exchange for a complete set of first-level beast taming inheritance from Bailingman. With this inheritance, little Changyu can at least reach the first-level middle grade in taming beasts, and there are many opportunities for even the first-level upper grade. As long as little Changyu grows up, the spirit beasts in this spirit beast garden will definitely become stronger. Ling Yanhan said with a little joy on his face. Congratulations to the second ancestor, there is someone to succeed you. Ling Pengyun heard this, and his face became even happier. He congratulated and then asked, where is Changyu? I've been away from home for many years and have never seen this little girl. He knew how worried Ling Yunhan, the only beast master in the family, was about the lack of successors in the family's beast taming since the establishment of the Spirit Beast Garden. This girl was born in the mortal world and knows nothing about the world of immortal cultivation. Your Aunt Xiaoying was pregnant 3 months ago and her belly is big now. I didn't let her come here to help, so that she could rest assured to take care of the baby at home. My son-in-law Zhu Wen also needs to refine spirit talismans for the family, and it is difficult for him to spare any energy. I am older and have to take care of the spirit beasts in the Spirit Beast Garden, so I am unable to teach this girl the knowledge of the world of immortal cultivation. I let this girl go to the clan school to study like other young people with spiritual roots in the clan. She will come back at noon every day, and then I will teach this child to learn the way of beast taming. This way, I can also relax a little. Ling Yunhan said. Thanks to Daniel, Meng Wei Chang'an 12, Shi Wen Zuan Zijun, Jia Gxiu Xian My Cuisine, and Shiyu 201710222224047650 for their monthly tickets. Thank you all. Chapter 307 Meeting with Zhu Wen and his wife. Ling Pengyun's face changed when he heard the word Zhu Wen. He was very familiar with this name. Back then, when he was still in the key training stage, Zhu Wen had killed him. However, as time passed, he didn't feel much about it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept Zhu Wen until now. I didn't expect that Aunt Xiaoying would get pregnant so quickly. Grandma, you are going to be a grandmother. I don't know which surname the child in your belly will be given after it is born, Aunt Xiaoying. Ling Pengyun said something extra. Of course it will be my Ling family surname. Xiaoying has already agreed with your Uncle Zhu Wen about this. Your Uncle Zhu Wen is very easy to talk to and listens to your Aunt Xiaoying in everything. They can be together thanks to you, kid. Ling Yunhan was very happy to find such a good husband for her only daughter. And Zhu Wen was able to become a Taoist couple with Ling Xiaoying, thanks to Ling Pengyun's forcible abduction back to the family in the early years. It's all Aunt Xiaoying's blessing. 3 years ago, when Aunt Xiaoying and Uncle Zhu Wen got married, I was stationed in an important place outside the clan, so it was difficult to find time to return. Now that I'm back in the clan and have time, I'll go there. It just so happens that I can also congratulate Aunt Xiaoying on her pregnancy. I'll come to your place for lunch and meet Cheng Yu by the way. Ling Pengyun said with a smile. Okay, yesterday, I just slaughtered a copper gong pig. At lunch, I'll make you a plate of stir-fried meat. The meat of this copper gong pig is best made into stir-fried meat. Ling Yunhan was very happy to hear that Ling Pengyun was coming to eat. Although she was Ling Pengyun's great-grandmother, she also took advantage of being born early. Today, Ling Pengyun's cultivation is as high as the middle stage of foundation building, and he even killed Luo Qilming, a ruthless man in the 3rd level of foundation building from the Luo family. She was naturally happy that such a person came to her house for dinner. Although they are from the same clan, they may have few opportunities to eat at the same table. Thank you, Grandma. I'll leave first. After saying this, Ling Pengyun turned into a breeze and left the place. After a few dozen breaths, Ling Pengyun appeared outside a courtyard and knocked on the gate of the courtyard. After a while, a female cultivator with a dignified temperament, regular features, and a slightly arched abdomen opened the gate and walked out. This female cultivator was Ling Xiaoying, the only daughter of Ling Yunhan, who had just married Zhu Wen not long ago. Ling Xiaoying saw that it was Ling Pengyun who came, and called out in surprise. Pengyun. But in an instant, her expression changed, and her words were a little resentful. You, child, finally came to find me. 3 years ago, your family didn't come to my wedding banquet, but you sent a gift back. Ling Xiaoying had a very good relationship with Ling Pengyun's family, and was even closer to Ling Pengyun's mother Yang Qiuyan as a sister. Ling Xiaoying also took care of Ling Pengyun when he was a child. Therefore, Ling Xiaoying would behave like this at this time. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun's face suddenly showed guilt. Aunt Xiaoying, I'm very sorry about this. My mother and my father are in Bailingmen and Yuan Shifeng City respectively, both of which are far away from the family. I was stationed in an important place, and I happened to be in seclusion when you got married, so I delayed your wedding. This time, the junior came to you on behalf of my family to bless you and personally give you a gift as an apology. Coincidentally, I learned from Yunhan's grandmother that you are pregnant. Some time ago, when I was hunting monsters in Jiayamang Lake with several fellows, we killed several pengbirds in the foundation building period. This is the complete flesh and blood of a peng bird in the early stage of foundation building. Although the number is not large, it contains a lot of spiritual energy. If you boil soup with some nourishing spiritual medicines, it will be even more effective for stabilizing the fetus. The most important thing is that it replenishes qi and blood, which will be of great benefit to you when you give birth to a child. While Ling Pengyun was talking, he waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, and a piece of flesh and blood weighing about 10 kilograms and emitting a trace of spiritual energy was thrown onto the ground. When Lingxiao Maturation heard Ling Pengyun's guilty words and the piece of flesh and blood of the monster beast in the early stage of foundation building, the resentment on her face suddenly disappeared and turned into joy. 10 kilograms of flesh and blood of the monster beast in the early stage of foundation building was enough to sell for 100 spiritual stones on the market. 100 spiritual stones is not a small amount for a key cultivator like her. The most important thing is that this flesh and blood of the peng bird in the early stage of foundation building is indeed effective in maintaining pregnancy and nourishing qi and blood. For her now that she is pregnant, it is the best gift in the world. That's about right, Pengyun. Your aunt won't be polite to you either. After Lingxiao Maturation said with a smile, she waved her hand and put the piece of flesh and blood of the gray-feathered eagle into the storage bag. Then, she invited Ling Pengyun into the courtyard hall to sit down and served him hot tea. Where is Uncle Zuwen? Ling Pengyun mobilized his spiritual sense and scanned the courtyard, but did not notice Lingxiao Matushan's husband Zuwen, and asked in confusion. My husband. He went to the General Affairs Hall to hand in some first-level mid-grade spiritual talismans drawn this month. He should be back soon. Let's have tea first. By the way, do you know when your mother will be back? Lingxiao Maturation asked. Since she became pregnant, she has found it difficult to calm down and practice for a long time, and gradually she became a little bored. Her husband Zuwen also needs to draw spiritual talismans for the family, so he doesn't have much time. The cultivators in the family are either old or children, so she has no one to talk to. She also misses Yang Qiuyan, who is as close as a sister. Now the little Wu Hong born by my cousin is still young, and it is the right time to get along with him. My mother and my aunt are trying their best to cultivate a family relationship with him. I'm afraid he won't return to the family in the next few years, or even more than 10 years. Ling Pengyun said truthfully. This matter is indeed important. Lingxiao Maturation heard it and understood. If she had a blood relative with wind spirit roots like Wu Hong, she would probably build up feelings for him like Yang Qiuyan did. This feeling seems to be nothing, but it has a great effect. Wu Hong has a great talent and an extraordinary background. He is the only grandson of Jindan's Henrun. Afterwards, Lingxiao Maturation and Ling Pengyun chatted for a while. Zuwen, who was out, also came back from the outside world after a while. But he didn't take 2 steps before he saw Ling Pengyun sitting in the hall, chatting with his Taoist partner Lingxiao Maturation. His eyes fixed on Ling Pengyun, his body trembled, and even a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. In his early years, he had killed Ling Pengyun. And he was also captured alive by Ling Pengyun and brought back to the Ling family. Although he had not met Ling Pengyun many times in the years since he was captured alive and entered the Ling family, he had heard a lot about the heroic deeds of Ling Pengyun, the supreme elder of the Ling family in the foundation building period. Ling Pengyun, who was sitting in the hall chatting with Lingxiao Maturation, noticed someone was watching him and turned his head to look. Seeing that it was Zuwen, and that he looked a little strange, Ling Pengyun immediately guessed why. He smiled, stood up, bowed to Zuwen and said hello, then took out a talisman pen that he had prepared long ago from his storage bag, performed the object control technique, and handed it to Zuwen. Uncle Zuwen, I haven't seen you for a long time. What happened before was all a misunderstanding. Just be nice to my aunt. 2 years ago, I didn't come to your wedding banquet with Aunt Xiaoying. This talisman pen was specially left by me when I was refining magic tools for the family some time ago. I hope Uncle Zuwen will not dislike it. Zuwen was also a person who had seen big scenes. Seeing Ling Pengyun take the initiative to show his goodwill, his expression quickly returned to normal. He also looked at the golden talisman pen in front of him, feeling the aura of this talisman pen, which was as high as the first grade upper level, and it was the best one. If this item is put on the market, it can be sold for at least 300 or 400 spirit stones. He was shocked. As expected of a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, his moves are extraordinary. Considering that this item is too precious, Zuwen did not dare to accept it, and said, "Senior Ling, this item is too extraordinary, and I feel ashamed to accept it. Uncle Zuwen, just call me Pengyun like and Xiaoying. Since you have joined my Ling family, don't talk about the two families. Besides, even if I hand this talisman pen to the family, I am afraid it will fall into the hands of you, a talisman maker who can refine first-level middle-grade talismans. Take this pen and draw the talisman well, no need to think too much," Ling Pengyun said with a hint of meaning. After hearing this, Zuwen probably understood what Ling Pengyun meant. The talisman pen can be said to be a gift from Ling Pengyun, or it can be said that the Ling family values him as a talisman maker. At the same time, he, a cultivator who married into the family, also has a greater sense of belonging to the Ling family. After all, a first-class, top-grade talisman pen, which can be given away at will, and a pile of spiritual stones, I am afraid that few talisman makers can resist it. In this case, thank you very much. Zuwen did not refuse, and accepted the golden talisman pen and thanked him. No problem, Ling Pengyun said. Then, the three of them chatted together. During this period, Ling Pengyun also relied on the powerful spiritual sense of the foundation building period to find out that the child in Ling Xiaoying's belly was a boy. Zuwen and his wife also took the opportunity to ask Ling Pengyun to give him a name. Ling Pengyun refused disrespectfully, and then named him Ling Yu with a feather of the gray-feathered eagle's flesh and blood that was given to Ling Xiaoying. If Ling Yu is tested for spiritual roots in the future, the generation name can be added in the middle of his name. Ling Xiaoying is of the Xiao generation. If your son Ling Yu has spiritual roots, he and Ling Pengyun will be of the same generation, belonging to the Peng generation. Because Ling Pengyun was modest and not as arrogant as ordinary foundation-building cultivators, Zuwen and his wife were very happy to chat with him. When Zuwen and his wife learned that Ling Pengyun would go to Ling Yunhan's house for lunch, they both said that they just wanted to see Ling Yunhan's mother. Everyone agreed and went to the Spirit Beast Garden together to have lunch in Ling Yunhan's treehouse. Ling Pengyun also met Ling Chenggyu, who had a good talent for controlling beasts, as Ling Yunhan said. Ling Chenggyu was a little afraid of strangers, but she was very obedient. Ling Pengyun also liked her very much. In addition, this child would inherit Ling Yunhan's position and manage the Spirit Beast Garden in the future, and he would have a lot of dealings with her in the future. He gave the little girl a first-level middle-grade Kingling sword and a first-level middle-grade Zuanshu shield as a gift. After a pleasant lunch, Ling Pengyun went to visit some elders or fellow tribesmen he had dealt with in the early years and chatted with them. Finally, he returned to his courtyard halfway up the mountain. After 4 years of not returning, the courtyard was already full of dust. In the early years, Ling Pengyun lived here with his great-grandfather Ling Rushu. As early as the end of the monster rebellion, Ling Pengyun had to go to the rock-scale snake cave to guard it. When it was difficult for him to return to his tribe in a short time, Ling Pengyun sent him to Ling Xiaohu in the Yunshu snake cave to be taken care of by Ling Xiaohu. As for the group of Solhua spirit chickens that Ling Rushu took care of, he also took them to the Yunshu market. Ling Pengyun performed the cleaning technique and cleaned the courtyard where he grew up. Looking at the courtyard in front of him, Ling Pengyun couldn't help but think of the scenes that happened when he lived in this courtyard. It's been more than 10 years since I last had dinner with my parents in this courtyard. I don't know when I will be able to return home next time. Ling Pengyun sighed and left the courtyard without any more nostalgia. He called over the Immortal Crane King in the early stage of foundation building, rode on the crane, flew away from Lingxiao Mountain, and headed for the rock-scale snake cave. Chapter 308 Autumn Gathering. A few days later, Ling Pengyun rode the fairy crane king across tens of thousands of miles. After more than 2 months, he finally returned to the rock-scale snake cave. Just after entering the snake cave, the Feng Yingpeng that had been stationed here for nearly 2 months came out along the snake cave path to greet him. Has anything happened in the 2 months I was away? Ling Pengyun looked at Feng Yingpeng and asked. Feng Yingpeng chirped twice, indicating that nothing had happened. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun did not ask any more questions. He took Feng Yingpeng along the path and entered the second-level spirit gathering array that had been set up long ago in the depths of the snake cave. This array has the effect of gathering and purifying spiritual energy, which also makes the spiritual energy in this spirit gathering array very pure. And in the place where the spiritual energy of this array is the most concentrated, there is an egg in a fox. The monster egg was the black armored turtle egg that Ling Pengyun obtained when he followed Yan Sidai and others into Jiamang Lake to kill monsters 7 or 8 months ago. The spirit fox was the mutant spirit beast, three-eyed white fox, that Ling Pengyun obtained when he killed Luo Qiming. I didn't expect that with the help of such rich spiritual energy here, more than half a year has passed, and this black armored turtle egg has not hatched yet. Could it be that the little black armored turtle in this turtle egg has extraordinary qualifications and is tempering its body with spiritual energy? If so, when this turtle is born, its cultivation level will probably be that of key training, which will be more than 1 level stronger than Feng Yingpeng's qualifications. By then, the probability of this turtle building a foundation will probably be very high. Thinking of this, it is worthy of the breath of yin and yang Taichu Qi that I passed to this turtle egg half a year ago. Ling Pengyun looked at the black armored turtle egg that was constantly absorbing spiritual energy into its body, his eyes flashing, and he muttered. Last year, when Ling Pengyun was 36 years old, he condensed a breath of yin and yang primordial energy. Coincidentally, he got the black armored turtle egg whose parents were both in the foundation building period. He was determined to cultivate the black armored turtle, so he passed the yin and yang primordial energy to the little life bred in the black armored turtle egg to improve the little turtle's qualifications. As for Feng Yingpeng's innate cultivation, it was innate perfection. After a moment of joy, Ling Pengyun glanced at the three-eyed white fox that was sleeping. Seeing that the fox's aura was much stronger than 2 months ago, his expression moved slightly. This white fox has not been lazy in the past 2 months, and it's hard for the Taoist tenacious. Now, I have also established contact with Wu Dan, the spiritual talisman master of Bailing sect. If I am richer in the future, I can find a third-level spiritual object to repair its meridians, so as to help this fox recover its foundation and embark on the path of Tao again. In this way, I can also have an extra capable helper. Thinking back, he turned his eyes and looked at the large spiritual fields in the snake cave. During the 2 months he was away, although Feng Yingpeng, who had good spiritual intelligence, watered the spiritual plants in these spiritual fields, the spiritual plants planted in those spiritual fields were at least of the first level middle grade, and the growth period was even longer, taking 3 years at the shortest and at least 50 years to mature. This also made it seem that the spiritual plants planted in those spiritual fields did not grow during the 2 months that Ling Pengyun was away. Fortunately, it was only delayed for 2 months. If it was delayed for longer, it would be troublesome. Ling Pengyun muttered, and without further delay, he quickly walked to the edge of the large spiritual field and performed the cloud and rain technique, which conjured up a large cloud above the spiritual fields. Fall. Drops of spiritual rain condensed by pure spiritual power immediately dripped from the clouds onto the spiritual plants, nourishing their growth. Afterwards, he performed the ripening technique on the spiritual plants. After this was done, Ling Pengyun sat cross-legged on a cushion in the spirit gathering array and thought carefully about his cultivation plan. It's not far from the time when the 300-year-old evergreen spirit fruit of Bailingman matures. Once the fruit matures, Bailingman will be in chaos. With my current cultivation, it's not bad for Huaishu County, but it's still not good enough for the entire Bailingman territory. I have to reach the 5th level of foundation building as soon as possible. By then, the power of my superior life spell, the Blue Sea Sky Sword, will be enhanced. Even if it's a late-stage foundation building cultivator, I will be able to fight. By then, I can also deal with the chaos in a few years. After thinking it over, Ling Pengyun took a spirit gathering pill and fell into cultivation. Time passed slowly. Winter went and spring came, and the 4 seasons cycled. A year passed unknowingly. In the autumn of this year, Ling Pengyun rode on the fairy crane king of the family, left the rock-scale snake cave, flew thousands of miles, and entered a tea house called Zizay in the most prosperous Tuiuanfang city in the current Bailingman territory. Led by a waiter in the tea house, Ling Pengyun went up to the 2nd floor and entered a private room. The 5 high-level members of Bailing sect, Qingshi, a physical cultivator, Yan Sidai, a spiritual chef, Zhang Chuan, a weapon refiner, Zhu Zhao, a talisman maker, and Yu, who had made an appointment with Ling Pengyun, had already arrived. When Ling Pengyun saw these 5 people for the first time, he realized that except for Qingshi, the auras of the other 4 people were much stronger than a year ago, reaching the level of the middle stage of foundation building. And these people all carried a trace of murderous aura. A year ago, Yan Sidai, Zhang Chuan, Zhu Zhao, and you were all hovering in the early stage of foundation building. It seems that since the separation more than a year ago, Fairy Yan and others have still entered the Jiamang Lake area to fight monsters. Ling Pengyun muttered to himself. Yan Sidai, Zhang Chuan, Zhu Zhao, and you were already stuck at the peak of the third level of foundation building a year ago, but because they had taken too many spiritual objects to improve their cultivation, their foundation was unstable. After fighting monsters and consolidating the foundation, it is normal for the cultivation to improve. Fellow Taoists, I came down late. I will pay for today's tea as an apology. Ling Pengyun said with apology. Brother Ling, this autumn party was scheduled by me a year ago. The tea money for this party should be paid by me. Besides, we just arrived, so you don't need to do this. Qingshi in the private room heard this and said with a smile. In this case, thank you for the treat, Brother Qin. Ling Pengyun thanked him. No problem, take a seat quickly. Qingshi said. Ling Pengyun nodded lightly and greeted Yan Sidai and others in the private room one by one. Fairy Yan. Fellow Taoist Zhang. Then, he sat in an empty seat and drank tea and chatted with everyone. Because Qingshi and others treated Ling Pengyun as a friend, they told him everything. This also made Ling Pengyun and Qingshi and others become warm after a while. Ling Pengyun also learned from the casual chat that Yan Sidai, the spiritual chef, could cook second-level spiritual food. However, Yan Sidai is only proficient in cooking second-level low-grade spiritual food such as fried meat. She has not mastered other dishes yet. Zhang Chuan, the weapon refiner, also successfully refined a second-level low-grade magic shield 9 months ago based on the 3 black armored turtle shells he obtained at the beginning. Zhu Zhao, Yu, Qingshi and others are still the same as before. Qingshi and others also asked Ling Pengyun about the destruction of the Luo family by the Ling family. After chatting for several hours, Yan Sidai invited Ling Pengyun again after a year. Fellow Taoist Ling, I have never forgotten your kindness in helping me twice. Now I can cook second-level spiritual food. But my success rate in cooking second-level spiritual food is only 20%, and I can only cook fried meat. If I want to keep my appointment and make 2 tables of spiritual food banquets with a total of 24 spiritual food for you, I will need at least 6,000 kilograms of foundation-building monster meat. There is a lot of flesh and blood of such foundation-building monsters, and it is difficult for me to take it out at the moment. However, I have a compromise idea. A few months ago, when Senior Brother Qin and I were searching for monsters and killing them in Jiamang Lake, we found a group of black rock bear monsters. However, that group of black rock bear monsters was large in number. Not only were there as many as 300 or 400 black rock bear monsters in the key training stage, but there was also a black rock bear in the early stage of foundation building, 2 black rock bears in the middle stage of foundation building, and a black rock bear king in the late stage of foundation building. It was precisely because of the powerful strength of this group of bear monsters that Senior Brother Qin and I did not dare to fight with them at all, so we had to give up. However, the 4 foundation-building black rock bears are all very large. If you kill these 4 bear monsters, I can gather the monster meat needed to cook 24 spiritual foods for you, Ling Dao. I don't know, Dao, are you willing to help us kill those bear monsters? By the way, outside the nest of those black rock bears, there is an orange forest that stretches for several miles. There are more than 10,000 orange trees, and there are 5 spiritual orange trees. There is even a first-grade top-quality spiritual orange tree that is about to enter the 2nd stage. I know that you are a spiritual plant husband, and the Ling family behind you was originally a spiritual plant family. If Dao agrees to hunt monsters with us, we are willing to exchange the 5 spiritual orange trees for spiritual stones and sell them to Dao. Ling Pengyun heard this, his eyes glittered slightly. Although Yan Sidai only mastered the 2nd-grade spiritual food of cooking fried meat, the 24 spiritual foods were just fried monster meat. But the spiritual energy contained in the lower-grade 2nd-level spiritual stones is not weak enough to be comparable to the spiritual energy of half a same-grade Jiling pill. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the spiritual food is extremely pure. Even if the cultivator eats more, there will be no side effects. After simply refining the spiritual energy in it, it can be directly sent to the dantian, which is not much different from the spiritual water of heaven and earth. Ling Pengyun's current cultivation is not far from the peak of the 4th level of foundation building. If there are 24 2nd-grade lower-grade spiritual foods to help, Ling Pengyun has some confidence to try to impact the 5th level of foundation building. Moreover, he is not a casual cultivator, but has a family behind him. If he can get the 5 spiritual tangerine trees this time and transplant them back to the clan, it will be enough to be passed down for hundreds of years. And the benefits brought by these 5 spiritual tangerine trees are even far more than those 24 second-grade lower-grade spiritual foods. What's more, among the 5 spiritual tangerine trees, there is also a spiritual tangerine tree that has the hope of entering the 2nd level. Without thinking too much, Ling Pengyun immediately accepted Yan Sidai's invitation and replied, "I'll do this monster hunting." Yan Sidai, Qingshi and others all showed joy on their faces when they heard this. Yan Sidai was not the only one who wanted to kill the 4 foundation building black rock bears to obtain the materials from them. Qingshi and others also wanted to, but unfortunately, no one in the Tuiuanfang market invited them to hunt monsters together, so they had no choice but to find Ling Pengyun, their old friend again. Qingshi needed the hard bear bones from the late foundation building bear king to be integrated into the full body armor style life magic weapon to enhance the strength of the life magic weapon. At the same time, he also found a high-level weapon refiner. As long as he got the inner pill of the late foundation building bear king, he could find the weapon refiner to refine a heavy magic weapon. Yan Sidai's idea was simple, that is, to get the meat from the 4 foundation building black rock bears to improve the success rate of cooking 2nd-level spiritual food. Zhang Chuan, the weapon refiner, needed the spiritual materials from the 4 foundation building bear monsters, black rock bears, to try to refine a 2nd-level magic weapon. Zhu Zhao needed bear skin to refine a 2nd-level spiritual talisman. Yu, a cultivator who has no special skills, is wealthy, but she has developed a friendship with Zhu Zhao. Naturally, she supports Zhu Zhao in everything he does. I wonder if Brother Ling Dao is free now? If so, it would be best to set off immediately, so as not to delay for too long and cause other problems. Yan Sidai looked at Ling Pengyun and asked, "Okay." Ling Pengyun nodded. When everyone agreed, they left the tea house together, left the Tuiuan market, and headed towards the Jiamang Lake together. Thanks to Hebing 135, Fu Roner, and Li Mingai for their monthly tickets. Chapter 309, The Fierce Man Qingshi. 4 days later. Under the leadership of Qingshi and others, Ling Pengyun went deep into Jiamang Lake for more than 15,000 miles, and finally stopped outside a dense forest. Brother Ling, the group of black rock bears is in the deepest part of this forest. After Qingshi briefly introduced Ling Pengyun, he led everyone to leave this place and entered a deserted valley a few miles away to rest and recover the spiritual power consumed by the continuous journey for nearly 4 days. The next morning, under the leadership of Qingshi, everyone left the deserted valley and sneaked into the forest. After going deep into the forest for about 5 miles, the ordinary trees in front of everyone turned into large orange trees with more than 10 trees. Now it is autumn, and the orange trees are full of yellow oranges. There is also a scent of oranges in the air. And within 1 or 2 miles of the orange forest, there are dozens of strong black bears with a body size of more than 10 feet and black hair all over their bodies, scattered under dozens of orange trees, picking oranges to eat. Directly kill those dozens of black rock bears that are only in the key training stage. Qingshi ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, Qingshi shouted in a low voice. Then, his body suddenly swelled, and he waved his hand to pat the storage bag on his waist, took out a yellow iron stick from it, and jumped up with both feet at the same time, rushing towards the group of black rock bears. Just when Qingshi's breath leaked out, the dozens of black rock bears in the key training stage in the orange forest also noticed the arrival of Qingshi and others. Although these black rock bears in the key training stage were not highly cultivated and intelligent, they were not stupid. They all noticed the powerful foundation building pressure from Qingshi and others. Facing those who were difficult to defeat, they subconsciously roared for help. In an instant, the roars of bears resounded through the sky. But the next moment, Qingshi was already in front of them. He swung the yellow long stick in his hand, which contained tens of thousands of pounds of strength, and swept it fiercely. Immediately, the heads of 3 black rock bears in the key training stage were smashed by the long stick. Then, Qingshi rushed into the group of black rock bears like a human-shaped beast. No black rock bear could withstand his impact and was smashed to pieces. Ling Pengyun and others also launched attacks. However, in just 10 breaths, the dozens of black rock bears in the key training stage were killed by everyone. But everyone did not let down their guard. It was because of the sound of heavy footsteps coming from the depths of the orange forest. After about 10 breaths, 4 huge black bears, each with a height of 5 feet and exuding the pressure of foundation building, led more than 300 or 400 black rock bears in the key training stage to kill from the depths of the orange forest. Everyone, although the 300 or 400 key training black rock bears are not very powerful, there are still a lot of them. If we let them go at will, they will pose a threat to us. Brother Ling, Junior Brother Zhu, both of you have mastered the means of large-scale attack. The 300 or 400 key training black rock bears will be handed over to you. Junior Sister Yan, Junior Brother Zhang, Junior Sister Yi and I will form a formation first to capture the 4 foundation building black rock bears. After Qingshi finished speaking, he took out a yellow formation plate and 3 yellow formation flags. Yan Sidai, Zhang Chuan, and Yu beside him took out 3 formation flags separately. A total of 12 cocky formation flags flew out quickly, surrounding the 4 foundation building black rock bears and the group of black rock bears running 2 or 3 miles away. Form a formation. Qingshi used his fingers to pinch the formula, condensed a seal and hit the yellow formation plate. The yellow array plate trembled, and the 12 array flags flashed yellow light, transforming into yellow light curtain, covering the 4 foundation building black rock bears. At the same time, the ground under the feet of the 4 black rock bears turned into a quagmire, trapping the 4 black rock bears and continuously dragging them down. Even though the 4 black rock bears had tens of thousands of pounds of strength, only the black rock bear king in the late foundation building period could barely break free from the quagmire. However, although the bear king escaped, it was difficult to smash the yellow light curtain transformed by the array in a short time. As it was dragged, the countless black mud in the quagmire under its feet spread over its feet again, trapping it. Ling Pengyun saw this scene, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. It's actually a second-level upper-grade trap array. This level of array, not even the Ling family has, and even the Luo family, which was just destroyed by the Ling family and established itself with arrays, does not have it. It is even rarer to see it on the market. Even if this grade of formation appeared, its price would be at least between 6,000 and 8,000 spirit stones, which was very valuable. I didn't expect that Brother Qin and his men could even get access to this grade of formation. Afterwards, I have to ask fellow Taoist Qin, Fairy Yan and others if they can help me get a set of second-grade superior killing formation or trapping formation. If this is possible, it will be deployed in the clan mountain, and the clan will be safer. Ling Pengyun muttered to himself. Coming back to his senses, he waved his hand and patted the beast control bag on his waist, calling out the Immortal Crane King in the early stage of foundation building that he never left. Immortal, quickly take off, occupy the commanding heights, and follow me to attack the key training period bear monster among the group of bear monsters. At the same time, be alert to the surroundings. If other monsters are attracted by the battle here, quickly inform me. The Immortal Crane King, who had just come out of the beast control bag, heard the order and immediately did it. He flapped his wings and quickly rose into the air, with strong winds and feather arrows constantly emerging around him. In a short time, it turned into a feather arrow wind tornado and shot out quickly. The speed of this feather arrow wind tornado was extremely fast, and it soon spanned a distance of 1 or 2 miles, and swept many key training period bear monsters into the tornado. The 200 feather arrows in the tornado also pierced into the bodies of those bear monsters like blades. Ling Pengyun took out the set of 18 kindling swords from the storage bag, pinched the formula to perform the Earth Evil Sword formation. The tips of the 18 kindling swords suddenly emerged with 2 feet of sword light. Around the sword body, more than 10 or 20 inches of small sword light appeared. Go! The 18 kindling swords carried a torrent of 100 or 200 sword lights, turning into a long dragon, killing into the group of 300 or 400 key training period black rock bears, strangling the black rock bears along the way into pieces of meat. No black rock bear could survive a single encounter with a sword formation. The talisman maker Zhu Zhao on the side was also not idle. He waved his hand and took out 12 talismans with dancing lightning, forming a small thunder formation that directly enveloped more than 200 key training stage black rock bears. Thunders kept striking down from within the formation, directly blasting those key training stage black rock bears into ashes. Under the powerful attack of Ling Pengyun and Zhu Zhao, in just half a cup of tea, the 300 or 400 key training stage black rock bears were destroyed. Qingshi and others also withdrew the second-level upper-grade trap formation at this time. This trap formation had no killing moves, no attack power, and consumed a lot of spiritual power. In just half a cup of tea, Qingshi and others had consumed most of their dantian spiritual power. If they continued to maintain it, I'm afraid that before Ling Pengyun and Zhu Zhao could kill the 4 foundation building stage black rock bears trapped in the formation, their spiritual power would be exhausted first. Brother Ling, Junior Brother Zhu, come and help quickly. As usual, Brother Ling, you first block the other 2 mid-stage foundation building bear monsters and 1 early-stage foundation building bear monster, and we will kill the Bear King first. Qingshi called out, and spit out a set of cocky full-body armor that was no bigger than a fist. As soon as this fist-sized full-body armor came out of the outside world, it quickly grew larger and was automatically put on Qingshi's body. The next moment, Qingshi also tightly grasped the yellow long stick beside him, and rushed towards the late-stage foundation building Bear King 1 or 2 miles away with his feet. He swung the yellow iron stick in his hand and hit the head of the late-stage foundation building Bear King. But the Bear King reacted extremely quickly and quickly raised his thick right arm to block it. However, Qingshi's attack was not weak. The yellow iron rod was a second-grade high-grade magical weapon, with a force of 70,000 jin. With the help of Qingshi, a physical cultivator, this attack contained at least 90,000 jin of force, which was comparable to the full force of a 9th-level foundation building cultivator. Even though the late-stage foundation building Bear King had a high level of cultivation and a strong physique, his right arm was broken by the long rod. The bear demon felt pain and subconsciously retracted his right arm. The long rod quickly hit the Bear King's head. Bang! The Bear King's head was hit hard, and he was a little confused. His body kept shaking, and he was obviously stunned. However, the bear recovered quickly. After all, his physique was not weak. The Bear King roared at Qingshi in pain, and a layer of yellow rock armor appeared on the surface of his body. The right arm that was broken by the huge force was also restored in an instant. It swung its claws hard and hit Qingshi, who was close at hand. Seeing this, Qingshi quickly put the yellow long stick in front of him. Bang! A loud noise was heard. Qingshi was blown away dozens of feet like a cannonball. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. But it was not a big deal, just a blood and qi were surging. After Qingshi used his spiritual power to suppress the surging blood and qi in his body, he rushed towards the Bear King again. This fellow Taoist kin is really a fierce man. Ling Pengyun, who was behind, saw Qingshi like an indestructible cockroach and exclaimed inwardly. Chapter 310 Black Rock Spiritual Sand. Ling Pengyun's eyes swept over the 3 foundation building bear monsters beside the Bear King. His eyes were fixed on the 6th-level foundation building bear monster with the highest cultivation among the 3 bear monsters. The Black Rock Bear clan is best at physical fitness. The fur and even the bare bones of the 6th-level foundation building Black Rock Bear must contain a huge amount of spiritual power, enough to be the main material for refining a 2nd-level medium-grade magic weapon. If we can get it, we can start refining 2 furnaces of magic weapons. Once successful, we will definitely be able to refine a 2nd-level low-grade magic weapon of good quality. This time, we need to fight quickly to avoid Qin Dao and others killing it first and coming to help, resulting in the precious materials on this foundation building bear monster being taken away. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun's eyes became fierce, and his hands kept pinching the seals, condensing 4 blue magic seals covered with snake-like patterns. Transform. The 4 magic seals flashed with spiritual light, and 4 5-meter-long water snakes rushed out of them with bared fangs and claws. Roar. The 4 water snakes roared, soared and swung their bodies, and blasted towards the 6th-level bear monster on the right side of the Bear King. Then, he looked up and called out to the Fairy Crane King in the sky. Fairy, stop the bear monster in the early stage of foundation building. The Fairy Crane King in the sky immediately took action. With a crane cry, its wings fluttered, and a strong wind suddenly blew around its body, and feather arrows suddenly formed. Between Zumi, a feather arrow strong wind tornado suddenly formed. This tornado was extremely fast, and it directly trapped the only bear monster in the early stage of foundation building. Finally, the bear monster in the middle stage of foundation building was trapped and strangled by Zhu Zhao, who also had his hands free, using a small thunder formation. During this time, the 4 water snakes that Ling Pengyun had shot had also killed the 6th-level bear monster within a few feet. The 6th-level bear demon, who had just escaped from the mud under his feet, felt the strong breath of the 4 water snakes. His eyes trembled and he quickly cast his life-defining spell Earth Wall Technique. Earth walls quickly sprang out from the ground and blocked the bear demon. However, the power of the 4 water snakes was already strong, and there were many of them. The earth walls did not last long before they were smashed by the 4 water snakes. Seeing that the situation was not good, the bear demon opened his mouth and spit out a large piece of black sand with a flashing spiritual light, which turned into a huge black sand shield several feet long and 1 foot wide, and easily blocked the 4 huge water snakes. Moreover, the bear demon still had some strength to spare. He spit out some more black sand and gravel and rolled them towards the 4 water snakes, hitting them so that the light curtains on the 4 water snakes kept dimming. I didn't expect that this bear actually had a treasure like black rock spiritual sand. Ling Pengyun saw the black sand that turned into a shield, his expression changed, and he muttered to himself. Black rock spiritual sand is a special spiritual sand that the black rock bear uses its own true essence to refine with the help of earth-attributed spiritual iron. This spiritual sand is very good for defense, attack, and even trapping enemies. But this is good. Black rock spiritual sand is a good material for refining earth-attributed magic tools. It can even be considered a good second-level magic tool. If I kill this bear monster, I will get another benefit. Ling Pengyun's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He no longer held back, raised his hand and waved his sleeves, and shot out 2 birth magic spells of the Azure Sea Sky Sword in succession. The 2 Azure Sea Skies that were 10 feet long turned into 2 sword shadows and were quickly shot out to help the 4 water snakes and break the shield condensed by the black rock spiritual sand in one fell swoop. The bear monster was also extraordinary in strength. At such a critical moment, he quickly used the defensive magical power black rock mysterious light shield to transform into a huge black shield several feet high, which was blocked in front of him again, and temporarily blocked the 2 powerful Azure Sea Sky Swords. Seeing that it was difficult to break through this defense in a short time, Ling Pengyun gritted his teeth, took out a medicine bottle from his storage bag, poured out 2 second-level low-grade Huling pills, and stuffed them directly into his mouth. The 2 Huling pills entered his stomach, spreading a large amount of pure medicinal power, which filled Ling Pengyun's meridians and quickly filled his empty dantian. With enough spiritual power as a backup, he also pinched his fingers and shot out 3 more 10-foot-long Azure Sea Sky Swords. Under the combined power of the 5 swords, even the black rock mysterious light shield with strong defensive power could not resist. However, in an instant, the black rock mysterious light shield was smashed to pieces. The bear monster was also decisive. He opened his mouth and spit out the inner elixir that had been nurtured for hundreds of years or even hundreds of years, which was comparable to the upper second-level middle-grade magic weapon, and bombarded the 5 Azure Sea Sky Swords that were attacking. The inner elixir collided with the 5 sky swords, stirring up a huge spiritual power wave. The oranges on the surrounding orange trees all fell to the ground. Ling Pengyun, who was fighting against a bear demon, saw the bear demon release his inner elixir. His eyes shone slightly. He waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, and took out the sandy copper bell. The sandy copper bell spun around and flew out quickly, directly covering the bear demon's inner elixir and trapping it inside the bell. Seeing this, the bear demon growled and quickly controlled his inner elixir to bombard the inside of the bell, trying to get out. But the sandy copper bell was a second-level medium-grade magic weapon, forged with a large amount of second-level sandy crystals. The material was extraordinary. If some second-level top-grade sandy crystals were added, it would be no problem to recast it to the second-level top-grade. How could the bear demon's inner elixir escape from such a treasure in a short time? However, under the bombardment of the inner elixir, many bumps appeared on the surface of the sandy copper bell, and the spiritual light gradually became dim. Ling Pengyun did not dare to delay and immediately took action, controlling the 5 blue sea sky swords to quickly bypass the sand and earth bronze bell that trapped the bear monster's inner elixir, and transformed into 5 blue sword lights, chopping off the head of the 6th-level foundation building bear monster. Once the monster died, the inner elixir trapped by the sand and earth bronze bell was out of control, and the spiritual light dimmed and stopped moving. Ling Pengyun also waved his hand to call the sand and earth bronze bell and the inner elixir back to his side, and put the inner elixir directly into the storage bag on his waist. Afterwards, he controlled the 5 blue sea sky swords that still had a lot of power left, went to help the fairy crane king, and attacked the only black rock bear in the early stage of foundation building here. The Black Rock Bear in the early stage of foundation building was already struggling to use the Black Rock spiritual sand to resist the Fairy Crane King, who could use combination spells. Now Ling Pengyun sent 5 powerful blue sea sky swords to help it. It was simply unable to resist and fell into a disadvantage. After fighting for more than 10 moves, the defense of the Black Rock Bear in the early stage of foundation building appeared to be open. Ling Pengyun seized the opportunity and used the set of Qingyang mother and child flying swords that he had never taken out to cut off its head. This set of flying swords was of a lower grade, and Ling Pengyun was reluctant to use this set of flying swords to defend against the enemy recently because it was too weak. Ling Pengyun looked at the battlefield and saw that Qingshi and others also had the upper hand and could end the battle soon, so he did not offend others and went to help, lest Qingshi and others think that he was trying to share the benefits. After more than 10 breaths, Qingshi and others also ended the battle one after another. Qingshi, who is as tall as 2 people and as strong as a human monster, smashed the Bear King's head into pieces with a stick, and then looked at Ling Pengyun. Seeing that Ling Pengyun had already ended the battle and was waiting on the side, he was shocked. He knew that the strength of the 6th level foundation building bear monster that Ling Pengyun was fighting against was so strong that even he was not sure that he could defeat it, let alone kill it at such a speed. Brother Ling's strength is even better than before. Qingshi praised him. It's just luck. Brother Qin, you just fought so fiercely with the Bear King. It was so exciting to watch. Ling Pengyun said with a smile. Brother Ling, you are too kind. I have no choice but to do this. After all, I am a physical cultivator. Only close combat can bring out my strength. If I had a poor talent for cultivation, I would have to take the path of physical cultivation. Who would be willing to take the risk of close combat with monsters? I envy you, a magic cultivator, who can fight from a distance. Ah! Brother Ling, this place is already deep in the Jiamang Lake. Let's not talk too much. Let's clean up the battlefield to prevent the bloody aura of these bear monsters from spreading and attracting monsters. Qingshi said helplessly. Ling Pengyun nodded after hearing this. He said no more and quickly put the 6th level foundation building bear monster he killed this time and the body of the early stage foundation building bear monster he killed with the Immortal Crane King into 2 2nd level storage bags with large spaces on his body. These 2 2nd level storage bags were obtained by Ling Pengyun when he killed Luo Qilming and the mid-stage foundation building demon cultivator. Ling Pengyun did not waste the black rock spirit sand produced by the 2 foundation building bear monsters. He used the art of controlling objects to collect all of them and put them in a gourd. At this time, Yan Sidai came over and asked, Fellow Taoist Ling, I wonder if you can sell me the flesh and blood of the 2 foundation building bear monsters you killed this time? I am still short of some flesh and blood of foundation building monsters to cook the 24 spiritual foods for you. Fairy Yan, you are joking. Since you are planning to cook spiritual foods for me, I should give you the flesh and blood of the 2 foundation building bear monsters I got this time for free. It's just that I am here now, and it is not convenient to clean up the flesh and blood of the 2 foundation building bear monsters. After returning to Tuiyuanfang Market, I will deal with the materials on the 2 bear monsters and then give them to you, okay? Ling Pengyun said with a smile after hearing this. Although Yan Sidai cooked spiritual food for him, it was a promise made in the early years. But Yan Sidai can now cook 2nd level spiritual food. Although the success rate is not high now, it will not take long for this person to become a 2nd level spiritual chef. By then, this person's value will be high. Ling Pengyun gave him meat for free this time, and he also planned to make friends with him, so that he could find this person to cook spiritual food and improve his cultivation in the future. After all, spiritual food is a treasure comparable to the spiritual water of heaven and earth. But the spiritual water of heaven and earth is extremely rare. It will be done naturally. Thank you very much, fellow Taoist. Yan Sidai naturally understood this truth, but she didn't care. Her eyes flashed slightly and she smiled and thanked him. In her eyes, Ling Pengyun was a spiritual plant genius, and her grandfather Yan Kang also warned her to make friends with Ling Pengyun, a genius spiritual plant husband. The two chatted to a certain extent, and then they walked into the depths of the orange forest with Qingshi and others. As for the 300 or 400 key training period black rock bear corpses in the orange forest, except for some high-level key training laden key training perfect corpses, the rest were left here. The bodies of the black rock bears were all very large. If we were to cut the materials from the black rock bears in the key training stage, It would take a lot of time. This place was also the territory of Jiayamang Lake, where monsters were rampant. Once time dragged on, the blood and energy here would surely attract many monsters. That was why everyone chose to give up the hundreds of black rock bears in the key training stage. After 100 breaths, Ling Pengyun and others who had gone deep into the orange forest stopped in front of 5 spiritual orange trees that were emitting a trace of spiritual energy. Ling Pengyun mobilized his spiritual sense and scanned the 5 spiritual orange trees to check their grades. 3 were of the first grade lower grade, 1 was of the first grade middle grade, and 1 was of the first grade upper grade. This first grade upper grade spiritual orange tree is indeed, as Fairy Yan said, not far from the first grade perfection. In a short time, it will be enough to try to impact the second grade realm. Fairy Yan, what you said is not false. Ling Pengyun muttered to himself. Then, he asked, everyone, I wonder if I have already used spirit stones to buy the 5 first grade spiritual tangerine trees that we agreed on before. Does it still count? Of course. Brother Ling, you have made a lot of efforts this time, so the first grade medium quality spiritual tangerine tree will be directly given to you. As for the 3 first grade low quality spiritual tangerine trees and the first grade high quality spiritual tangerine tree, you can buy them at the market price of 100 spirit stones per tree and 1,000 spirit stones per tree. If you don't have so many spirit stones, you can also use the materials from the bear monster in the middle and early stages of foundation building that you killed this time to buy them. Qingshi said. Spirit fruit trees can be said to be a gold mountain. As long as they are planted in a place with rich spiritual energy or in a spiritual field, they can get a lot of spiritual fruits every year. This is why the price of spiritual fruit trees is so high. You can buy them with spirit stones. Ling Pengyun said, and waved his hand to take out a large pile of spirit stones. These spirit stones are part of the spirit stones that Ling Pengyun has saved over the years to buy Zuinun heavy iron. Qingshi and others were shocked to see Ling Pengyun was so rich and carrying so many spiritual stones. Even if it was them, it would be difficult to take out so many spiritual stones at once. However, this trace of surprise soon dissipated, and their expressions returned to normal. Ling Pengyun noticed the changes of Qingshi and others, but he didn't care too much. If he were an ordinary person, he would naturally not show off his wealth. But Qingshi and others were all extraordinary. The most important thing was that these people were the descendants of the high-level officials of Balingman. Especially the elders of Qingshi and Zhu Zhao, they were all direct subordinates of Ling Fu's Henrun. If they were blinded by the interests and attacked Ling Pengyun, it would be not only Qingshi and others, but also the elders behind them. They would suffer. After all, who let Ling Pengyun have Yang Xiling, the cousin of the Jiandan daughter-in-law? Moreover, whether Qingshi and others would defend Yang Xiling behind Ling Pengyun for 1,500 spiritual stones was another matter. After all, these people each had a second-grade high-quality magical instrument that cost at least 5,000 spiritual stones, and they were very wealthy. The number of spiritual stones is correct, Brother Ling. You can transplant these 5 spiritual orange trees. Qingshi waved his hand and divided the 1,500 spiritual stones into 5 parts. After he and Yan Sui and the other 3 shared them equally, he spoke to Ling Pengyun. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311, Encountered by the Spiritual or a True Man Faction Monk. Ling Pengyun nodded lightly and started to work. He first pinched his fingers and performed the transplantation technique of the spiritual plant, condensing 5 seals and hitting the bodies of the 5 spiritual orange trees. The 5 spiritual orange trees were surrounded by green light, and the green-orange leaves on the branches all fell off. The trunks were no longer shaking. If you use your spiritual sense to explore the ground, you will find that the countless roots of the 5 spiritual orange trees are being recycled and entangled under their main trunks. Unlike before, the roots spread everywhere in a disorderly manner. And this is the effect of the transplantation technique. This technique can temporarily put the 5 spiritual orange trees into deep sleep to ensure that during the transplantation process, after leaving the soil, the 5 spiritual orange trees will not lose too much Jiamu power and affect the foundation. Then, Ling Pengyun pinched his hands and performed the earth attribute spell, the earth covering technique. The spiritual soil around the 5 spiritual orange trees suddenly dispersed, revealing the roots of the 5 spiritual orange trees. Ling Pengyun followed suit, performing a magic of controlling objects, summoning the 5 spiritual tangerine trees directly to his side, and then took out the 5 huge soul-locking jade boxes that had been prepared long ago from the storage bag. He put the 5 spiritual tangerine trees into the 5 soul-locking jade boxes and waved his hand to put them into the storage bag. After doing this, he followed Qingshi and others and jumped into a huge circular pit that was 10 feet wide and 5 feet deep. After entering the pit, there was a wide passage that went deep to the south. As they gradually went deeper into the passage, Ling Pengyun and others finally entered an underground space that was hundreds of feet wide. There were hundreds of caves around this space, and the hair of black rock bears was left in these caves. Obviously, these caves were the nests of the group of black rock bears that Ling Pengyun and others had just killed. Everyone searched in these hundreds of small caves, but they didn't find many spiritual plants, but they did find a lot of spiritual iron ores of various earth attributes. There were more than 1,000 kilograms of first-grade spiritual iron ore, and more than 100 kilograms and 30 kilograms of second-grade, low-grade and medium-grade spiritual iron respectively. According to Ling Pengyun and others' guess, these earth-attributed spiritual irons were collected by the black rock bears to refine black rock spiritual sand. After all, although these spiritual irons are all earth-attributed and of various kinds, they are basically not repeated. These spiritual iron ores were divided equally, and Ling Pengyun got 150 kilograms of first-grade earth-attributed ore, 20 kilograms of second-grade low-grade ore, and 5 kilograms of second-grade medium-grade ore. In addition, 5 bear cubs that were born not long ago and whose eyes were not fully open were found. It was because of them that the fate of the adult black rock bears just now was avoided, and they were killed by Ling Pengyun and others. Although the innate cultivation of these 5 bears was not high, only the 5th or 6th level of innate cultivation, the black rock bears were naturally very sensitive to earth-attributed ore, which was considered a special monster. Qingshi and others did not give all of them to Ling Pengyun, who had a great demand for monster cubs, but divided them equally. Except for Yu, everyone else has one. However, Yu and Zhu Zhao are about to become Taoist partners, so they can be said to be together. In fact, she also has her little black rock bear. After dividing the benefits, Qingshi asked Ling Pengyun, "Fellow Taoist Ling, the 4 black rock bears in the foundation building period here have been eliminated. Are you still willing to kill monsters with us in the Jiamang Lake area? If you don't want to, we can also return to the Jiamang Lake area directly." This question is also what Yan Sidai, Zhang Chuan, Zhu Zhao, and Yu want to ask. Ling Pengyun is powerful, and he has an extraordinary strength. The fairy crane king in the early stage of foundation building can warn the surrounding areas. With the help of these two, they can also hunt some powerful monsters that they dared not touch in the past, and then get what they want. More importantly, Ling Pengyun can be said to be one of them. He will not fight with them, and is a good choice for hunting monsters together. I am planning to do that. Ling Pengyun replied. As early as when he came, Ling Pengyun had planned to follow Qingshi and others to hunt more foundation building monsters. First, to earn spirit stones. Since Feng Yingpeng failed to build his foundation, Ling Pengyun wanted to earn spirit stones as soon as possible to buy Zuinun heavy iron, as well as spirit stones to buy foundation building spiritual objects to assist Feng Yingpeng in building his foundation. Second, he also needed a large amount of materials from foundation building monsters to try to refine second-level magic tools and improve his refining skills. It would cost too much to buy materials from foundation building monsters directly on the market, and Ling Pengyun was reluctant to do so. Qingshi and others were all delighted when they heard this. "Brother Ling, you finally figured it out. With your joining, as long as we don't go too deep into the Jiamang Lake area, or provoke the monster group with perfect foundation building monsters, we will be careful in the Jiamang Lake area, and we will definitely have a big harvest," Qingshi said with a smile. The others agreed one after another. Afterwards, everyone chatted for a few more words and left the place together. Half a month later. On a sacred mountain. Ling Pengyun and his companions were fighting with 3 early foundation building stage and 2 middle foundation building stage demon pythons. Around them, there were more than 500 or 600 key training stage demon python corpses. The 5 foundation building stage demon pythons were already weak in number, and Ling Pengyun and his companions had all reached the middle foundation building stage, and their strength was not weak. It didn't take long for the 5 foundation building stage demon pythons to be killed one after another. After the crowd quickly collected the 5 foundation building stage demon python corpses, they were about to search for the snake demon's nest on the top of the sacred mountain when 12 fiery red formation flags suddenly flew from a distance. In the sky, the fairy crane king who had been alerting the surroundings noticed this situation subtly and called out quickly. Ling Pengyun and his companions heard the crane call from the sky and looked up at the fairy crane king in the sky. They followed the direction the fairy crane king was looking and also noticed that the 12 formation flags that did not emit any aura were flying towards this place. Oh no, it's the flags of the frost ice cloud formation. Ling Pengyun was slightly surprised when he saw that the 12 blue flags looked familiar, and he quickly signaled loudly. Half a year ago, after the Ling family destroyed the Luo family and obtained the Luo family's second-level formation inheritance, Ling Pengyun also flipped through the second-level formation inheritance. Among them, there was a record of the flag style of the frost ice cloud formation. He quickly patted the storage bag on his waist, took out the sand and soil copper bell from it, and propped up a copper bell phantom, covering himself and the rest of the people around him. Since the monk hiding in the dark deliberately restrained the aura of the 12 flags at this time, intending to sneak attack him and others, it was obviously premeditated. Moreover, his strength is extraordinary, otherwise he would not dare to attack them. At this time, the best thing is to stick together. Just after the bronze bell shadow was formed, the 12 blue flags flying in the distance quickly surrounded the Lingxian where Ling Pengyun and others were, forming a formation, and transformed into a solid blue light curtain, trapping the entire Lingxian. Then, the huge blue light curtain trembled slightly. An ice cloud suddenly appeared above the Lingxian. Countless ice arrows suddenly poured out from the ice cloud. At the same time, a large piece of frost surged in the formation and rushed towards Ling Pengyun and others. Fortunately, Ling Pengyun first propped up the sand and earth bronze bell shadow, temporarily blocking the ice arrows and frost that were attacking. But the number of ice arrows falling from the sky was really huge, and the frost was extremely cold, and under the blessing of the formation, the power was increased by 3 points. The shadow supported by the sand and earth bronze bell gradually became dim. I am afraid that in less than 10 breaths, the bronze bell shadow will be shattered. Everyone, the frost ice cloud formation in the skies of the second grade upper grade. The bronze bell here is of a low grade and can't last long. Please quickly set up the endless marsh formation in your hands that is both trapped and defended. Ling Pengyun said hurriedly. Endless marsh formation is the second grade upper grade formation that Qingshi and others used when they attacked the Black Rock Bears half a month ago. Qingshi, Yan Siai, Zhang Chuan, and Yu also knew that the situation was serious and did not dare to delay. They hurriedly followed the instructions and successively played 3 formation flags, a total of 12 formation flags, forming the endless marsh formation. However, at this time, this formation did not transform into a quagmire, but only propped up a yellow defensive light curtain to protect everyone inside and resist the ice arrows falling from the sky. Without the ice arrows bombarding the bronze bell phantom, Ling Pengyun's pressure was greatly reduced. Because of the defense of the endless marsh formation, Ling Pengyun waved his hand and directly put away the sand and earth bronze bell, freeing up his remaining strength and quickly making hand gestures. In just 6 breaths, he made hand gestures to condense 6 5-meter-long snakes with bared fangs and claws. The 6 snakes swung their bodies and, under Ling Pengyun's control, rushed out of the defense light curtain transformed by the endless marsh and sank into the large area of frost. The frost contained the ultimate ice intent. The 6 water snakes rushed into it, and a thick layer of frost quickly spread over their bodies, weakening their power. It took 2 water snakes to create a gap in the frost. The other 4 water snakes also followed this gap and bombarded the nearest frost and ice cloud formation flag. But just when he was about to make a contribution, a set of 8 flying knives with powerful aura came from a distance and turned into a black snake python, which actually crushed the 4 water snakes with only half of their power left. Transfiguration magic weapon. Ling Pengyun frowned at the might of the black giant python. Fortunately, Zhu Zhao, who also had some spare energy, took action in time and cast the second grade upper grade small thunder talisman array to trap the black snake phantom transformed by the 8 flying knives. Countless thunders fell and bombarded the black snake phantom, making the black snake howl. Although the black snake opened its mouth and spit out poisonous mist, it was shattered by thunder. Obviously, between this talisman array and the transformation magic weapon, Zhu Zhao's talisman array was better. Ling Pengyun saw that the situation was stable, and his spiritual sense also detected 3 strange auras. He looked at a small forest 1 or 2 miles away. There were 3 cultivators of different ages in the forest, 1 old, 1 middle-aged, and 1 young. They all exuded the powerful pressure of the late foundation building stage, and like Qingshi and others, they were all wearing Banished Taoist robes. Among the 3, the white-haired old man who seemed to be the oldest was constantly transferring spiritual power into the array of the Frost Ice Cloud array. It was obvious that this person was the cultivator who arranged the Frost Ice Cloud array. The middle-aged cultivator was constantly controlling the 8 phantoms that turned into black snakes to attack the small thunder array. The young cultivator, who was the youngest, took out a beast-controlling bag from his arms with a proud look on his face and summoned 3 mid-stage foundation-building blue flame wolves and 2 late-stage foundation-building yellow-scaled scorpions. As soon as these 5 monsters came out of the outside world, they rushed to the Lingxiao where Ling Pengyun and others were under the command of the young cultivator. However, that place was a little far from the Lingxiao, and it would be difficult for the 5 foundation-building monsters to arrive in a short time. When Ling Pengyun saw the 5 foundation-building monsters appear, his already frowning brows became even more frowned. Just the strength of him and Qingshi and the other 5 was enough for them to eat a pot even with these 5 spirit beasts. What's more, there were 2 late-stage foundation-building cultivators. Why are these 3 people here? Qingshi, who was controlling the endless Great Lake formation, also saw the faces of the 3 people. His face darkened and he was puzzled. Yamsai and others had the same expression as Qingshi. Fellow Taoist kin, who are those 3 people? Ling Pengyun turned his head and looked. It was not difficult for him to see that Qingshi and others knew those 3 people, so he asked. The man who manipulated the formation was named Wang Yun, the one who cast the transformation magic weapon was named Jiang Song, and the one who summoned the spirit beast was named Wei Yan. These 3 people all belong to the faction of Lingxiao's Henren Moleo Zhu, one of the 3 giants Henren in our sect. Wang Yun is the 4th disciple of Lingxiao's Henren. He has learned the true teachings of Moleo Zhu's formation. He is a 2nd-level upper-grade formation master and also the chief elder of our sect's Lingxian Hall. Jiang Song and Wei Yan also serve as elders in the Deacon Hall and the Beast Taming Hall respectively. Especially Wei Yan, he is the disciple of the master of the Beast Taming Hall and a genius beast master of our sect. It is rumored that he is the next master of the Beast Taming Hall. At present, I think you have heard some rumors about the 3 giants Henren in our sect. Ling Fu's Henren and Beiling's Henren are from the same faction, and Lingxiao's Henren is a separate faction. As the relationship between the 3 giants Henren becomes worse, the relationship between the sect cultivators of our 2 factions becomes more tense. But all along, there has been no situation of sect disciples killing each other between factions. Now that this has happened, I'm afraid it's a sign that the relationship between the 3 giant ancestors of our sect has reached a stalemate. When Qingshi said this, fear appeared in his eyes. However, this was the time for a battle, and Qingshi didn't dare to be distracted too much. He greeted him. Brother Ling, you are not from our sect. I'm sorry to involve you in this matter this time. After this, I will give you a pot of 100-year-old red blood wine. Ling Pengyun heard this, his expression moved slightly. I think the time for chaos in the Bailingman territory is approaching. Thanks to Book Friends 103,412,456, Zanya Angren, and Xiaoishan for their monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 312, The Art of Wolf's Shadow Splitting. Just when Ling Pengyun was distracted, Qingshi's voice came to his ears again. Junior Brother Zhu, we can't win this battle, so we can only flee. Don't save the Thunderbird talismans you have refined for nearly a year, take them all out. In the future, we will give you all the monster skins we get from killing foundation-building monsters for free. Zhu Zhao, who was manipulating the small thunder array, heard this and showed a trace of heartache on his face. He hesitated for a moment before taking action. He raised his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, took out 30 or 40 2nd-level low-grade spiritual talismans with lightning jumping from it, and waved his hand to shoot. 30 or 40 thunderbirds as big as 6 feet quickly formed, and they blocked the sunlight above the entire battlefield for a while, and the surrounding area suddenly became dark. Those thunderbirds made bursts of bird calls, and all flapped their wings, quickly dispersing the surrounding frost and ice arrows. Then, It turned into dancing lightning, bombarding the enemy trapping light curtain of the frost ice cloud array, creating a huge hole and flying out of the array. It also smashed the 2 flags of the frost ice cloud array with lightning speed. If it weren't for the second-level superior array master Wang Yun who arranged this array, who reacted in time and used the array secret technique to consolidate the array and repair the hole in the light curtain. He also mobilized the power of the array to turn a large piece of frost into a cage to temporarily trap the group of Thunderbirds, otherwise the Thunderbirds would have made far more contributions. However, this also allowed Ling Pengyun and others to temporarily avoid the attack of the array. Zhu Zhao, who had just played many talismans, also threw out another talisman with a flashing spiritual light. This talisman was extremely special and quickly fell on the enemy trapping light curtain, supported by the frost ice sky array. Then, the talisman flashed with spiritual light, and endless suction came out from the talisman, madly absorbing the spiritual power in the formation. The power of the formation gradually weakened due to the forced absorption of spiritual power. The frost that was transformed by it also faded a little. The large group of Thunderbirds that were trapped by the frost also took the opportunity to directly break the blockade of the frost, and bombarded the light curtain of the formation again, making gaps in the formation and destroying the 2 formation flags of the frost ice cloud formation. It directly forced Wang Yun to withdraw the remaining 8 formation flags. Withdraw the formation. Qingshi saw this and his face was happy. After he made a loud signal, he immediately put the formation flags and formation plates of the 3 endless marshes in front of him into the storage bag, and took out a flying boat with an aura of the 2nd level middle grade from the storage bag. Get on the flying boat. The other side has 3 late-stage foundation building cultivators. They are so powerful that we can hardly defeat them. Everyone knew this truth. After all, Wang Yun alone could suppress them. If Zhu Zhao was not a high-level talisman maker with a large number of spiritual talismans stored on his body, it would be impossible for them to break the formation in such a short time this time. What's more, as long as they were delayed by the formation just now, the 5 powerful spiritual beasts summoned by Wei Yan would also come. Everyone did not dare to hesitate too much and jumped on Qingshi's flying boat. After everyone got on the flying boat, Qingshi pinched his magic formula, and the flying boat under his feet turned into a phantom and flew away quickly. Although this place is the territory of Jiayamang Lake, the indiscriminate use of flying magic tools will attract many monsters, but at this critical moment, they can no longer care so much. At the same time, in the small woods in the distance, I didn't expect that kid Zhu Zhao actually had so many Thunderbird talismans. Using them like this is such a waste. Wang Yun looked at the group of Thunderbirds in the sky that still had a lot of power left, but because Zhu Zhao left, they dissipated on their own without anyone controlling them, secretly feeling sorry. If Zhu Zhao didn't use these talismans this time, they would all belong to him after he killed Zhu Zhao and the others. A 2nd-level low-grade Thunderbird talisman is worth as much as 300 spirit stones on the market, and 30 or 40 of them are worth nearly 10,000 spirit stones. Thinking of this, Wang Yun felt even more distressed, as if the talismans on Zhu Zhao's body were already his. When he came to his senses, his eyes gradually filled with anger, and he looked at the somewhat lazy beast master Wei Yan beside him and angrily scolded him. Junior brother Wei Yan, if your 5 monsters had been faster and surrounded them, how could those 6 people escape so easily? If we let those 6 people escape this time, the ambush we committed this time will definitely be leaked. Then the elders of Qingshi and others will surely come to our door, and that will be troublesome. You cannot escape the blame for being involved. Upon hearing this, the talented beastmaster Wei Yan was very calm, and even smiled slightly. Elder Wang, this time we were sent by the spirit array ancestor to the Jiayamang Lake. Our job is only to kill the foundation building demon pythons, collect the inner elixirs of the foundation building demon pythons, and hand them over to the Jiaolong of the spirit array ancestor to improve our cultivation. If you didn't see that Qingshi and the other 6 were wealthy people and instigated me and senior brother Zhang Song to kill Qingshi and others, how could you be afraid of failing to kill them and being found instead? Besides, with our identities, even if the elders of Qingshi and others knew about it, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. They have elders, so naturally we have them too. What's more, senior brother Wang, your master is the spirit array ancestor. Moreover, in the past month, there have been conflicts outside the sect between the cultivators of our spirit array ancestor faction and the sect master faction, and it's not once or twice. What are you afraid of? Elder Wang, You can't have the heart of a thief without the courage of a thief. Zhang Song, who had just recalled the set of shape-shifting magic weapons and flying knives, also echoed at this moment. Junior brother Wei Yan is right. Wang Yun was even more furious when he saw Zhang Song and Wei Yan's lukewarm attitude. He had been killing monsters with Wei Yan and Zhang Song for many days in Jiayamang Lake, and they had been together for quite a while. He also understood that the benefits he had offered before had not satisfied Wei Yan and Zhang Song. Considering that it was difficult for him to destroy Qingshi and others by himself, he said helplessly, since the two junior brothers are like this, let's replan the division of benefits for killing Qingshi and others. Whoever kills the person this time will get the spiritual object on his body. In addition, I will take out 2 foundation building perfect monster inner pills and give them to the 2 junior brothers. Is that okay? Before, the 3 of them had decided that Wang Yun, the strongest person, would take 50% of the benefits, Wei Yan would take 30% of the benefits, and Zhang Song would take 20% of the benefits. When the Beastmaster Wei Yan heard that there was a foundation building perfect monster inner pill available, his eyes lit up. The inner elixir of a demon beast is the essence of the demon beast. The inner elixir of a demon beast that has completed the foundation building contains even greater spiritual power. If it is given to the golden-scaled scorpion, which has the highest cultivation level among the 5 demon beasts that have completed the foundation building and has reached the 8th level, there may be a chance to help the scorpion reach the 9th level. That's about right. Wei Yan was also very satisfied with Wang Yun's redrafted division of interests and said with a smile. Zhang Song, who rarely spoke, also echoed. Humph. Wang Yun snorted coldly and took out a black flying boat from his storage bag. The flying boat Qingshi and others are riding is only a 2nd level medium quality one. We will definitely catch up with them on my 2nd level high quality flying boat. If it weren't for the factions and pending chaos, he wanted to quickly raise spiritual objects to reach the 9th level of the foundation building, or even the perfect foundation building. With his temper, how could he continue to cooperate with Wei Yan and Zhang Song this time? Wei Yan and Zhang Song did not delay and jumped on the flying boat. Wang Yun also made a gesture to drive the flying boat under his feet, and quickly chased after Qingshi and others who were flying far away. The 2nd-grade high-quality flying boat driven by Wang Yun and others was extremely fast, several times faster than Qingshi's 2nd-grade medium-quality flying boat. However, in just half a cup of tea, Wang Yun and others caught up with Qingshi and others, and the distance between them was only about 3 or 4 miles. Qingshi, who was driving the flying boat, noticed this and said helplessly, "Everyone, Wang Yun and others are catching up, so let's flee in all directions. If you can escape, you can escape. If we continue to flee together, I'm afraid we will be besieged again, and there is even a risk of being wiped out." Ling Pengyun and others also understood this truth. This was not the time to talk about brotherhood. After saying take care to each other one after another, they each used their own means to fly away. However, Zhu Zhao and Yi Yu did not escape alone like the others, but traveled together. It was obvious that the friendship between the two was not shallow. Wang Yun, Zhang Song, and Wei Yan, who were chasing everyone, saw this. Beastmaster Wei Yan was the first to take action. He jumped directly from the flying boat that Wang Yun was driving to the ground. Then he patted the beast bag on his waist and summoned out his 3 mid-stage foundation building blue flame wolves and 2 late-stage foundation building golden scale scorpions. Considering that Ling Pengyun was not a Bailing sect cultivator, but was wearing a family robe, he only thought that Ling Pengyun was a mid-stage foundation building cultivator with some strength and did not pay much attention to him. Big brother, 2nd brother, 3rd brother, you go after that family cultivator. Wei Yan pointed at the 3 mid-stage foundation building blue flame wolves and said to them, and then said to the 2 golden scale scorpions. Xiaojin, you go after Yan Sidai. Daojin, you come with me to chase Zhu Zhao and Yi Yu. These 5 spirit beasts were all bound by the master recognition restriction with Wei Yan. In addition, their cultivation had reached the foundation building stage, and they had intelligence and understood the meaning of the words of their master Wei Yan. They immediately took action. The 3 mid-stage foundation building Kangyan wolves chased Ling Pengyun. Of the 2 golden-scaled scorpions, the weaker one, the 7th stage foundation building golden-scaled scorpion, chased Yan Sidai. Wei Yan jumped onto the golden-scaled scorpion with the 8th stage foundation building, rode on it, and chased Zhu Zhao and Yi Yu. Wang Yun, who was still on the flying boat, saw Wei Yan was so greedy that he planned to hunt 4 cultivators at once, and laughed instead of getting angry. It was not difficult for him to see that Wei Yan was planning to kill Ling Pengyun and others in order to get the money and property of the 4 people. However, Wang Yun did not care much. If Wei Yan really had the ability, it would be natural for him to kill the 4 cultivators and get their money and property. Wang Yun looked at Zhang Song behind him. "Junior brother Zhang, I will go after Qingshi, and you go after Zhang Chuan, okay?" Zhang Song's face brightened when he heard this. Qingshi was only a physical cultivator, but Zhang Chuan was a weapon refiner. Under common sense, it was obvious that Zhang Chuan, who was a weapon refiner, was more wealthy. He nodded immediately. Okay. The two reached a consensus and chased Qingshi and Zhang Chuan respectively. Half an instant later. Although Ling Pengyun, who escaped on the Immortal Crane King, was flying in the sky, he had some advantages. But from time to time, a few key training birds would appear around, affecting the speed of the Immortal Crane King. On the ground, the 3 foundation-building middle-stage Kangyan wolves that were chasing him were not slow. In less than half a cup of tea, the 3 Kangyan wolves caught up with Ling Pengyun beside a valley. The 3 wolves received an order to kill Ling Pengyun directly, so they did not hold back. As soon as they made a move, they used their life spell Kangyan Ling Ho to bombard Ling Pengyun, who was riding the Immortal Crane King in the sky. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun quickly took out the sand copper bell and propped up a copper bell phantom to temporarily block the 3 incoming blue flame spirit fires. Considering that this place is the territory of Jiayamang Lake, the 3 blue flame wolves are chasing again. Ling Pengyun is also wise to let the sitting fairy crane king land in the valley beside, intending to fight with the 3 blue flame wolves in the more hidden valley, in order to avoid attracting monsters when fighting with the 3 blue flame wolves. In the valley, Ling Pengyun blocked 2 blue flame wolves with the help of the Qingyang mother-child flying sword and the water snake technique. The fairy crane king of the 3rd level of foundation building, who had comprehended the combined magic feather arrow strong wind tornado, blocked the last blue flame wolf alone. 1 person and 1 crane fought with the 3 wolves for about dozens of moves. After all, the fairy crane king is only at the 3rd level of foundation building, and the blue flame wolf in the middle stage of foundation building that he is fighting is about the 5th level of foundation building. The difference in their cultivation was huge. Even though the Immortal Crane King was strong, its lack of spiritual power was still a problem, and it gradually fell behind. On the side. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun, who was blocking 2 mid-stage foundation building blue flame wolves alone, did not dare to drag it on. The Immortal Crane King was the guardian spirit beast of the Ling family. Once the crane fell in his hands, he would become a sinner of the Ling family. Ling Pengyun could not bear such a crime. Ling Pengyun raised his hand and sacrificed the sand and earth bronze bell, forcibly covering one of the 2 blue flame wolves fighting against it and trapped it in the bronze bell. The trapped blue flame wolf was extremely panicked, constantly waving its claws to hit the bronze bell, making a loud dong-dong sound. Some claw marks gradually appeared on the surface of the bronze bell. Fortunately, the bronze bell was extremely strong, and the blue flame wolf could not break it for a while. Seeing that this attack was successful, Ling Pengyun's pressure was greatly reduced. He then made a hand gesture and used his strongest attack method, the blue sea sky sword. A 10-foot-long blue sea sky sword quickly formed and turned into a sword light that quickly killed another mid-stage foundation establishment Kangyan wolf that was fighting against it. The mid-stage foundation establishment Kangyan wolf was shocked when he saw Ling Pengyun suddenly use such a powerful killing move. However, although this Kangyan wolf was a spiritual beast, its actual combat ability was not weak. Like the monsters of the same level, it walked out of the sea of blood. The wolf's eyes condensed, and a green light flashed around its body. In the Zumi, 3 Kang wolf phantoms appeared beside it. These 3 Kang wolf phantoms all followed a Kangyan wolf's body and sprayed out their own life spell, Kangyan Spirit Fire, to meet the attacking blue sea sky sword. It really made the 3 phantoms of the wolf use the Kangyan Spirit Fire to temporarily block the powerful blue sea sky sword. The Kang Wolf Shadow Splitting Technique. I didn't expect that this wolf could split into 3 phantoms with 50% of its own strength in the middle stage of foundation building. I think this wolf's aptitude is also extraordinary. No wonder it was tamed as a spirit beast by the beast master named Wei Yan. But Ling Pengyun's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. He pinched his hands again and condensed a 10-foot-long azure sky sword and shot it out. The combined power of the two swords directly dispersed the large piece of azure flame spirit fire shot by the three phantoms of the wolf. The two azure sky swords drove straight in, turned into two sword lights in an instant, and slid directly across the body of the azure flame wolf. But after this attack, the body of the azure flame wolf did not bleed, but turned into countless spiritual lights and dissipated. The body of the azure flame wolf that was slid across by the two azure sky swords appeared next to him, at the location of the original azure wolf phantom. The King Wolf shadow splitting technique is amazing. The azure wolf shadow technique is both an attack method and a trick. Its true form might be the phantom, and the phantom might be the true form. If one wants to find the true form, the only way is to smash all the phantoms of the King Wolf. Ling Pengyun naturally knew this. Ling Pengyun raised his hand and waved, controlling the two Baihan swords that still had a lot of power left, smashing the remaining two phantoms of the King Wolf one after another, finally allowing the Kangyuan Wolf to reveal its true form. Thanks to Luo Jin, Ab Klong, Book Friend 202112414246263114729, Zanya Angren, Tsukeno Now, Dasha is overjoyed, Fat Man who has been reading for 10 years, Add Ice But No Sugar, Book Friend 20230123032402876, Fu Rona, Book Friend 20180215224936923, Book Friend 20221015074411125, Book Friend 20170711115848678, Book Friend 2020929230724624629, Fei Fei Feiyu, Book Friend 20230321074355841, Zibenfeng, Book Friend 20200618003901186, and Book Friend 20220526183117048 for their monthly tickets. Thank you all. I will add 2 chapters on the 31st. If you are late, I may add 1 chapter on the 31st. I will add 1 chapter on the 1st of next month. I will definitely add more chapters to these 2 chapters, please believe me. Chapter 313 Various treasures are revealed. The 2 azure sea sky swords also bombarded the wolf. The blue flame wolf had no choice but to use its innate magic blue flame fire shield to resist. But how could this shield be a match for the 2 azure sea sky swords? However, in just half a breath, the shield was shattered. At the critical moment, the blue flame wolf didn't care to think too much, and hurriedly spewed out the inner elixir that was as powerful as the same level magic weapon, and resisted the bombardment of the 2 azure sea sky swords. But just when this blue flame wolf managed to block the 2 fatal azure sea sky swords, Ling Pengyun waved his hand and slapped the storage bag on his waist, quickly sacrificed the set of blue steel mother and child flying swords, and fiercely slashed on the inner elixir. Although this set of blue steel mother and child flying swords was not of high grade, only the 2nd level lower grade, but under the infusion of Ling Pengyun's strong true essence, it was no weaker than an ordinary 2nd level middle grade magic weapon. Zhang. 2 crisp sounds rang out, and 2 cracks were cut on the inner elixir. Ouch! The inner core of the blue flame wolf was suddenly severely damaged. It screamed in pain, and its consciousness stagnated. The inner core of the wolf began to shake. Ling Pengyun saw this good opportunity and took advantage of the wolf's injury to increase his spiritual power into the set of blue steel mother and child flying swords. He kept urging the flying swords and the 2 blue sea sky swords that still had a lot of power left to bombard the inner core. The inner core of the blue flame wolf in the middle stage of foundation building had not yet been stabilized, and it had no chance to fight back. However, after more than 10 moves, the inner core that was hit by it gradually began to be unable to withstand Ling Pengyun's rain-like attack. Ling Pengyun did not hold back, and urged the power of the blue steel mother and child flying swords to the extreme. He slashed in the air and directly knocked the shaking inner core several feet away. As a result, the defense of the blue flame wolf was exposed. Go! The 2 jade sea sky swords, which still had some power left, shone with brilliant blue sword light, unleashing the last of their power in one fell swoop. With a clang, they cut off the wolf's head. When the wolf died, its inner elixir also lost its light and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun's frown relaxed slightly. He took out a bottle of Julingdan from his storage bag, poured out 2 Julingdan, and after filling up his dantian, he waved his hand to remove the sand and earth bronze bell dozens of feet away, releasing the mid-stage foundation building Kangyan wolf trapped in the bell. Then, he controlled the 2 jade sea sky swords, which still had 10% to 20% of their power, and the Kangyan mother and child flying swords to bombard the Kangyan wolf together. As soon as the Kangyan wolf came out of the outside world, he saw the attack coming, and his eyes suddenly panicked. He quickly performed the Kang Lang Shadow Division technique, which also split into 3 phantoms and fled in all directions. Relying on this method, it successfully avoided the attacks. However, the 3 phantoms it transformed into were shattered one after another. The 2 azure sea sky swords, which had little remaining power, also ran out of power and dissipated on their own. Only 1 green steel flying sword was left, which could not threaten the blue flame wolf. Helplessly, Ling Pengyun pinched his fingers and continued to perform the water snake technique to fight with it. After fighting for about 100 moves, the blue flame wolf was running out of power. Ling Pengyun waved his sleeves and seized the opportunity. He directly sacrificed the sand and earth copper bell and hit the wolf hard, knocking it several feet away. While the blue flame wolf was not able to stabilize its body, he once again shot out more blue sea sky sword, splitting the wolf in 2. Afterwards, he went to help the Immortal Crane King and attack the last blue flame wolf at the 5th level of the Foundation establishment. Under the combined efforts of the 2, the blue flame wolf did not last long. After just a few dozen moves, the last blue flame wolf also followed the footsteps of the previous 2 blue flame wolves and was killed. After Ling Pengyun put the 3 wolf corpses into the storage bag, he put the exhausted fairy crane king into the beast bag, added a wind control technique, and quickly sneaked away from here. At the same time, dozens of miles away, under a barren mountain, Wei Yan, the genius beast master of Balingman, was driving a long banner, sending out countless strong winds, and cooperating with an 8th-level golden-scaled scorpion to suppress Zhu Zhao and Yi Yu. He was about to break through the defenses of Zhu Zhao and Yi Yu and was about to make a contribution. Suddenly, his breath became disordered, his sea of consciousness was churning, and his blood was surging wildly. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The strong wind banner he drove also dimmed and stopped moving, missing the good opportunity to kill Zhu Zhao and Yi Yu. But Wei Yan couldn't care less at this moment. My 3 mid-stage foundation building blue flame wolves are all dead. Wei Yan felt the situation in his body and lost control of the 3 mid-stage foundation building spirit beasts. His eyes flashed red and he immediately guessed the reason. The 3 blue flame wolves were excellent spirit beasts that he had searched for several years during the key training period. They were extraordinary in aptitude. Not only did they have innate cultivation that reached the 1st level of key training, but they also comprehended the blue wolf shadow splitting technique to a very high level. With the combined efforts of the 3, even the late-stage foundation building demon beasts would find it difficult to resist. Afterwards, I will definitely destroy the foundation building of that family to avenge myself. Wei Yan's mind flashed with Ling Pengyun's face, and he swore fiercely in his heart. Over the years, he had spent countless resources to train the 3 blue flame wolves to the mid-stage foundation building. And now, his 3 natal spirit beasts were all destroyed, and his efforts over the years would be in vain. Even the 3 natal spirit beasts, the Kangyan wolf, were killed, and his consciousness was also severely damaged. It was difficult to recover in a short period of time. His strength would also be greatly reduced, less than 70% of the victory. Just when he was distracted, Zhu Zhao, who was fighting with him, brightened up. "How dare you be distracted when fighting me?" Zhu Zhao waved his hand and cast a spirit talisman that exuded a terrifying aura, and directly transferred spiritual power into it. After the spirit talisman was cast, thunder flashed and turned into a thunder spear. With a swoosh, it crossed the void, bypassed the late foundation building golden scale scorpion that was close at hand, and went straight to kill Wei Yan, who was half a mile away. When fighting against a beast master, as long as the beast master is killed, the spirit beasts under his command will also be backfired by the master recognition restriction, and they will lose their combat power if they don't die. Zhu Zhao naturally understood this principle. If he wanted to kill, he had to kill Zhu Zhao, the master. But in the blink of an eye, the thunder spear crossed half a mile and killed Wei Yan in the face. Wei Yan was shocked when he saw the might of the thunder spear. This long thunder heir was transformed from the thunder spear talisman, one of the most powerful talismans among the famous second-grade upper-grade attacking talismans in the world of Immortal Cultivation. Although this talisman is only of the second-grade upper grade, its attack is enough to be comparable to the full-strength attack of a cultivator who has completed the foundation building, and it is several times stronger than an ordinary second-grade upper-grade talisman. Wei Yan hurriedly called back the long banner in the sky and activated the magical power of this banner, Hurricane Skygang Cover. A huge gust of wind transformed from a hurricane formed a cover, quickly protecting Wei Yan. Just when this cover was formed, the thunder spear transformed from the treasure talisman also bombarded. Boom! The huge roar shook the heaven and earth and aroused a huge spiritual power wave. The Hurricane Skygang banner, which was supported by Wei Yan's life weapon of the second-grade upper grade, also suddenly had cracks on the Hurricane Skygang cover. Before it could last a breath, the Hurricane Sky Shield was shattered by the Thunder Spear. However, within this breath, Wei Yan's golden scale scorpion also successfully returned to his side. The scorpion used its life spell Golden Scale Shield and finally resisted the remaining power of the Thunder Spear. Zhu Zhao, who was far away, saw that his goal had been achieved, and the Golden Scale Scorpion that was close at hand and attacked him, and Yu withdrew to save its master Zhu Zhao. This was a great opportunity to escape. He quickly took out 2 second-level middle-grade wind control talismans, one on himself and the other on Yu. Junior sister Yi, come with me. As soon as the words fell, Zhu Zhao and Yu turned into 2 breezes and quickly fled away. I didn't expect that this kid actually had a second-level top-grade Thunder Spear talisman. What bad luck. This time, my 3 Kangyan wolves were killed, and I suffered a backlash because of the killing of the 3 Kangyan wolf spirit beasts. My life weapon, Hurricane Shyanggang banner, was also injured by the Thunder Spear talisman. If I kill Zhu Zhao and Yu this time, it will be fine. I can make up for the loss by getting the spiritual objects on them, but if I let these 2 people escape, the loss will be great. I don't know if my other late foundation building Golden Scale Scorpion can kill Yan Sidai, who is only at the 4th level of foundation building. If I can, I will kill Zhu Zhao and Yu and get their wealth. This time, I can make a small profit. Wei Yan, who survived the disaster, looked at Zhu Zhao, Yu and others who had fled far away, and said helplessly. The killing and interception of others was completely led by the formation master Wang Yun. He was only driven by interests, so he did this job. After a helpless sigh, Wei Yan jumped onto the back of a golden-scaled scorpion that was 3 or 4 feet in size, and drove it to chase in the direction where Zhu Zhao, Yu and others fled. On the other side, Ling Pengyun, who had killed 3 mid-stage foundation-building Kangyan wolves, had just gotten rid of the group of monsters behind him and chasing him. When passing through a forest, he noticed huge spiritual power fluctuations coming from the dense forest. After using the Zhan Wonqi technique, his eyesight was enhanced, and he immediately noticed that 2 cultivators were fighting in the depths of the forest. The 2 cultivators were Qingshi and Wang Yun, a late-stage foundation-building cultivator and a second-level upper-grade formation master. At this moment, Qingshi's situation was not good. He was trapped by Wang Yun's frost ice cloud formation, which was only composed of 8 formation flags. Endless ice arrows and frost continued to flow towards Qingshi, forcing Qingshi to summon his life-defining magic weapon full body armor to support a defensive light curtain to resist. As time went by, the spiritual light of the light curtain supported by Qingshi's full body armor became extremely dim. Just when Ling Pengyun thought that Qingshi would be defeated, Qingshi summoned a giant puppet that was 3 feet tall, very burly, made of steel, holding a shield in his left hand and a huge hammer in his right hand, and then threw a large amount of spiritual stones into a large groove behind the puppet. With the huge spiritual stones as energy, a light flashed in the hollow eyes of the puppet. Under Qingshi's control, the puppet raised a huge shield in its left hand and blocked the ice arrows that the formation kept shooting for Qingshi. Qingshi's pressure was greatly reduced, and he only needed to rely on the defensive light curtain supported by the full body armor to resist the frost. Then, Qingshi's expression became fierce, and he swallowed a second-level high-quality explosive spirit pill that was enough to double the combat power of a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. Then, his aura of the 5th level of foundation building gradually rose, and quickly reached the level of the 7th level of foundation building. The improvement of his cultivation also greatly increased his strength. Feeling the huge spiritual power in his body, Qingshi roared, and he violently hit the yellow long stick in his hand, which weighed 70,000 jin, to disperse the surrounding frost and fiercely hit the solid blue light curtain supported by the formation. Under the bombardment of the long stick, waves appeared on the blue light curtain. Seeing this, Wang Yun, who is at the 8th level of foundation building, hit a 2nd level top-grade frost sword and entangled with Qingshi's long stick. But this frost sword could only barely resist the yellow long stick. In fact, every time the frost sword was bombarded by the yellow iron stick, the frost sword would be pushed back several feet due to the huge force. After only a few moves, the frost sword was suppressed by the 2nd level top-grade yellow long stick. Outside the forest, Ling Pengyun, who is watching the battle, was shocked to see Qingshi showing off his skills and the strength of Qingshi's puppet. 2nd grade high-quality explosive spirit pill, 2nd grade medium-quality combat puppet. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist kin actually had such treasures. 2nd grade high-quality explosive spirit pill is a rare item in the world. The difficulty of refining it is no simpler than refining spiritual items such as the bailing water and the foundation pill. At least a veteran 2nd grade high-quality alchemist is required to be sure of refining this grade of explosive spirit pill. In addition, the main material required to refine the 2nd grade high-quality explosive spirit pill is the inner pill of the late stage of foundation building monster, which also makes this grade of explosive spirit pill extremely rare. As for the 2nd grade medium quality combat puppet, although its grade is not high, the amount of spiritual iron required to build a puppet of this size is extremely large. On the market, this grade of 2nd grade medium quality combat puppet can be sold for at least 10,000 spiritual stones. Moreover, Bailingman rarely releases this grade of puppets to the outside world. Of course, this grade of puppet is not an ordinary thing. Although the puppet cannot cast spells, it is extremely strong. In terms of physical strength, it can only be compared with some monsters of the same level that are good at physical strength. And in Ling Pengyun's opinion, the 2nd level middle grade puppet summoned by Qingshi can block the countless ice arrows of the frost ice cloud formation by itself, which is obviously extraordinary. There is no doubt that this puppet is a fine product among the 2nd level middle grade puppets, and is about 10% to 20% stronger than the strength of the cultivators of the same level. Brother Qin has taken the explosive spirit pill, which is enough to make him as powerful as a 7th level foundation building cultivator. With the help of that 2nd level mid-grade puppet to resist the attack of the formation, Brother Qin has broken through the frost cloud formation, whose flags have been destroyed on all sides and whose strength is only about 60% to 70% of the strength of a complete victory. It should be just a matter of time for him to escape. If I am included, there may be a chance to kill the 2nd level superior formation master named Wang Yun. This person's natal formation flag, the frost cloud formation, is extremely powerful. If we can get it, we can arrange it on the clan mountain, relying on the spiritual vein of the clan mountain. Whoever comes to fight against the middle stage foundation building cultivator will die, and I'm afraid that the late stage foundation building cultivator will be able to leave it behind. The material of that frost sword is not simple. Although it is made of ice, it is quite complementary to my water spiritual root. If we can get it, the deficiencies in my magic weapon will be made up, and my strength will be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun's eyes suddenly became hot. The 2nd level top grade formation is a rare existence and is of extraordinary value. With the power of the frost cloud formation, which is the power of the natal formation flag, it is no problem to sell it for tens of thousands of spirit stones. Although the 2nd level top grade frost sword is a medium level magic weapon, it is no problem to sell it for 7 or 8,000 spirit stones. Chapter 314, Combined Attack Technique, Thorn Python. After making up his mind, Ling Pengyun tried his best to gather his aura and carefully moved towards the place where Wang Yun and Qingshi were fighting. Because Qingshi was quite strong, Wang Yun had not been distracted, which also prompted him to not notice Ling Pengyun approaching. When Ling Pengyun was 1 or 2 miles away from Wang Yun, he quickly pinched his fingers and successively shot out 3 5-meter-long water dragons, and then sacrificed the set of Qingyang mother and child flying swords, bombarding Wang Yun. It was not until this moment that Wang Yun realized Ling Pengyun's arrival. He turned his head and saw that the person coming was Ling Pengyun, and his expression paused. I remember that the 3 mid-stage foundation building blue flame wolf monsters of Wei Yan that chased this person were able to escape and even came here to attack me. I think that the 3 mid-stage foundation building blue flame wolf monsters of Wei Yan are dead. Thinking so, This person's strength is probably not low. But his arrival is also a good thing, so I can get more benefits. Wang Yun showed a trace of joy on his face, raised his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, and took out a blue transparent jade bottle from it. As Wang Yun transferred spiritual power into the jade bottle transformed into a large amount of frost. A small part of this frost was separated, and the attacking Qingyang mother and child flying sword was rolled up and trapped in the frost. Most of the frost quickly gathered together and turned into a huge frost ice dragon that was 13 feet long. This ice dragon had bright eyes and roared in its mouth, just like a real dragon. When this dragon appeared, the momentum of the 3 water dragons that Ling Pengyun had hit was slightly weakened. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun's eyes trembled. Although the 3-headed water snake was formed by magic, it also has a trace of spirituality. The only one who can suppress the water snake is the real dragon. Could it be that the jade bottle that transformed into frost was made of dragon materials? As soon as this doubt came out, Ling Pengyun suddenly remembered that more than 10 years ago, Wang Yun's master, Bailingman Lingxiao Maturation, had killed a giant ice dragon in Jiamang Lake. Coincidentally, the frost-transformed frost ice dragon is also ice. In addition, Wang Yun is also the 4th disciple of Lingxiao Maturation. It is normal for this person to have a magic weapon made of materials from the ice dragon. Just when Ling Pengyun was distracted, the 3-headed water dragon collided with a huge ice dragon. Boom! A loud noise was heard. The 3-headed water dragon was smashed by the huge ice dragon before it could last for half a breath. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun frowned. He waved his hands, and green light flashed in his hands. 100 green seeds suddenly appeared in his hands. He also threw more than 200 seeds in his hands on the surrounding ground. Into the soil. The more than 200 seeds that fell on the ground flashed green light, and countless roots emerged from their bodies, piercing deep into the soil, madly absorbing the rich wood vein power deep under the dense forest. However, in just a short moment, the more than 200 seeds turned into more than 200 thorny vines that were 10 feet long and as thick as thighs. At this moment, Ling Pengyun also transformed the thorny vine of his life spirit from his dantian. This thorny vine, which was only the size of a finger, quickly grew to 3 feet long as soon as it came out of the outside world. Ling Pengyun hit this vine in the surrounding area formed by more than 200 thorny vines that were 10 feet long. Thorny python. Condensation. The more than 200 vines quickly wrapped around the body of the thorny vine in the early stage of foundation building. In an instant, it turned into a thorny python that was 12 feet long and 3 feet thick. This spell was named Thorny Python by Ling Pengyun. It is the strongest attack method that Ling Pengyun has mastered at present. Its power is enough to be comparable to the full strength attack of a 7th level cultivator in foundation building. However, this move also has disadvantages, because the core of the thorny python is constructed by the thorny vine body. Therefore, the thorny vine body is very easy to be injured or even destroyed in battle. If the thorny vine body is destroyed, Ling Pengyun will also suffer from the backlash of his life spirit plant, and will also lose a life spirit plant. After the life spirit plant is destroyed, it is difficult for the spirit plant husband to supplement and refine a life spirit plant. It is precisely for this reason that Ling Pengyun has not used this move in recent times when he has encountered many dangers. This move is a desperate spell. If Ling Pengyun had not wanted to kill Wang Yun, who was quite wealthy, he would not have used this move. The giant thorn python roared like a real python, and its momentum was not weaker than that of the ice dragon. It directly rushed towards the 13 Zhang ice dragon. The two huge monsters collided, making a huge collision sound. For a while, the giant thorn python and the ice dragon fought back and forth. At the same time, every time the two collided, the vines and cold air on the bodies of the giant thorn python and the ice dragon would be dispersed. Wang Yun was shocked when he saw that the ice dragon condensed by the frost transformation jade bottle was blocked. He did not expect that Ling Pengyun, who had the 4th level of foundation building, could make such a powerful attack. The combined attack spell with the natal spiritual plant. No wonder this person has the strength to kill Wei Yan's 3 mid-stage foundation building blue flame wolves. I'm afraid this person's talent in spiritual plants is extraordinary. No wonder this person can make friends with wealthy people like Qingshi. Wang Yun's face gradually became solemn. The combined attack spell between the spiritual plant husband and the natal spiritual plant is not something that every spiritual plant husband can perform. It requires a deep understanding of the spiritual plant. And the combined attack spell with the natal spiritual plant is different, and other spiritual plant husbands can't learn it at all. Even in the huge Bailingman spiritual plant hall, only the hall master Yan Kang and the 2 deputy hall masters have understood this move. It is enough to see that it is rare for a spiritual plant husband to know the combined attack spell. Wang Yun still needed to activate the frost ice cloud formation to trap Qingshi and the puppet, so he had no spare energy to mobilize more cold air to flow into the ice dragon to fight with the thorny python that Ling Pengyun had shot. He could only watch the 2 behemoths constantly collide and fight, consuming their remaining energy. But Ling Pengyun on the other side frowned slightly when he saw this scene. The thorny python was not like the ice dragon. It was transformed by cold air. The core of the thorny python was his life-born spiritual plant, the thorny vine. Once the wood vines around the thorny python were lost too much, the ice dragon would also hurt the thorny vine itself. Ling Pengyun did not dare to save any more energy and changed his fingering. Countless small vines from the huge thorny python took root deep underground, constantly absorbing the power of the earth veins deep underground in this forest. Although these wood vein powers could not increase the power of the thorny python, they could speed up the recovery of the thorny python. Whenever a vine was broken by the ice dragon, it would quickly recover. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun pinched his fingers and used the water snake technique to transform into 5-meter-long water snakes to help the thorn python fight the ice dragon. The thorn python and the ice dragon were already on par in strength, and now there were several more water snakes to help the thorn python, and the thorn python also had a constant supply of wood vein power to help. The powerful ice dragon gradually fell into disadvantage. After fighting for dozens of moves, the cold air on the ice dragon was extremely thin, and its power was less than 30% of the time when it was completely victorious. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun spared no effort to transfer the spiritual power of his dantian into the body of the thorn python. With enough spiritual power as a backup, the thorn python's body flashed with spiritual light. Although its body did not grow in size, the vines on its body became more solid. Under Ling Pengyun's control, the thorny python opened its bloody mouth, took advantage of the ice dragon's lack of strength, and bit the ice dragon's neck directly. Its body kept rolling, relying on the huge force brought by this inertia. The ice dragon's neck was directly bitten off by the thorny python. Ah! The ice dragon wailed, and then there was no movement, and the whole body turned into thin cold air. Although the power of this cold air was still extraordinary, the thorny python was not afraid at all. It directly dispersed it, and assisted the Qingyang mother and child flying sword to disperse the cold air that trapped this set of flying swords, and killed Wang Yun together with this set of flying swords. Wang Yun noticed this, and a rare black line appeared on his brow. His ice-transforming dragon jade bottle could only summon a limited amount of cold air. Now that the ice dragons transformed by the cold air were destroyed, the ice-transforming dragon jade bottle was dim and difficult to use again in a short time. Helplessly, he could only put the frost-transforming dragon jade bottle back into the storage bag. Then, he transferred his spiritual power into the ice jade shield in front of him, propped up an ice blue light curtain, and temporarily blocked the powerful thorny python and the green steel mother and child flying sword. He had no other attacking magic weapons. In order to exchange for the 3 sets of magic weapons, the frost sword, the frost transformation jade bottle, and the ice jade shield, he consumed nearly half of the spiritual objects he earned through refining formations over the years. It can be said that it was to buy these 3 powerful magic weapons that slowed down his cultivation speed, causing him to be trapped in the 8th level of foundation building for many years and making it difficult to make progress. However, Wang Yun had no regrets. After all, these 3 magic weapons were so powerful that his strength was greatly improved. Ling Pengyun, who was suppressing Wang Yun, saw that the situation was stable, and his expression was slightly happy. He immediately sent a message to Qingshi, who was in the frost ice cloud formation, and controlled the yellow long stick to bombard the frost sword. Brother Qin, I'm helping you this time not to help you escape, but to kill this person. Are you willing to help me? Qingshi, who was in the frost ice cloud formation, was shocked when he heard the voice in his head. He didn't expect Ling Pengyun to have such a bold idea. You know, Wang Yun's cultivation is as high as the 8th level of foundation building. With the 4 second level high-quality magic tools in his hand, his strength is enough to match the 9th level of foundation building. However, he turned and raised a ferocious smile on his face. Brother Ling, what you said is exactly what I want. He is a person who will take revenge if he has a grudge. This time he did not offend Wang Yun, but was killed by Wang Yun, which made him extremely angry. When Ling Pengyun came to help, he originally intended to escape as soon as possible and seek revenge on his master Zhang Yan, who had completed the foundation building. But now, with the help of the powerful Ling Pengyun, it is a good opportunity for revenge. How can he let this opportunity go? Qingshi did not hold back. He transferred even more spiritual power into the full body armor of his life magic weapon, and resisted the frost transformed by the formation. He recalled the yellow iron stick and held it tightly in his hand. He rushed to the solid light curtain supported by the frost cloud formation that trapped him, and kept swinging the yellow long stick magic weapon in his hand, bombarding the solid light curtain, making the light curtain flicker with waves. In fact, the solid light curtain was shaking constantly, and it seemed that it was about to be blown away by the huge force. As for the ice arrows transformed by the formation, they were still blocked by the shield in the hand of the second-level middle-grade puppet that had been following Qingshi. The frost transformed by the formation and the frost sword were blocked by the light curtain, supported by Qingshi's full body armor. For this reason, Qingshi's spiritual power was consumed very quickly. But at this moment, he couldn't care so much. As long as he could break the formation, the powerful Wang Yun would lose a big helper. He could also attack Wang Yun together with Ling Pengyun and then kill him. The situation of Ling Pengyun and Qingshi gradually improved, and Wang Yun's situation naturally changed from being in the upper hand to being in the disadvantageous position. At this moment, Wang Yun wanted to curse in his heart. Why are these cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building more powerful than each other? In this situation, Wang Yun did not dare to be careless. He pinched his hands and performed a secret technique of the formation, amplification technique, to condense 8 seals. Then, he waved his hand and slapped his chest, forcing out 8 strands of blood essence, which poured into the 8 seals. The 8 seals suddenly turned blood red, and the aura was 1 or 2 points stronger. Go! The 8 blood red seals quickly hit the 8 flags that formed the frost ice cloud formation. The 8 flags flashed with spiritual light, and the power of the formation increased by 40% to 50%. The power of the ice arrows condensed by this formation also increased greatly, and the second-level middle-grade puppet beside Qingshi was unable to bear it. The huge shield it held was even blasted with small holes by countless ice arrows. The light curtain of the formation that was shaking under Qingshi's attack also became stronger and stable. Qingshi's advantage was gone, and he gradually became at a disadvantage again. However, Qingshi was not an ordinary person. He waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, took out a second-level middle-grade long cone magic weapon from it, and bombarded the light curtain of the formation with a long stick in his hand. The long cone magic weapon was originally a treasure that could break the barrier. Even if the grade of this long cone was only second-level middle grade, it was still a big threat to the light curtain of the formation. After the 2 attacking magic weapons bombarded repeatedly, the light curtain of the formation began to shake again. In the distance, second-level upper-grade formation master, the strength is indeed extraordinary. Ling Pengyun frowned when he saw Wang Yun suddenly show his power. Considering that Qingshi had taken the explosive spirit pill, the effect of the explosive spirit pill would wear off, and Qingshi would also fall into a weak period, with only 1/10 of his strength remaining. Ling Pengyun pinched his hands and performed the Azure Sea Sky Sword technique, condensing a Azure Sea Sky Sword technique that was 10 feet long. Together with a thorny giant python and the set of green steel mother and child flying swords, he bombarded the defensive light curtain supported by Wang Yun's ice jade shield, causing the light curtain to ripple. After fighting for more than 100 moves, Wang Yun, who was fighting against 2 enemies alone, was already somewhat lacking in spiritual power. He had no choice but to take out a second-level superior grade gathering spirit pill from his storage bag and swallow it to restore his spiritual power. But even though his spiritual power was restored, it was difficult to change the situation. He had the gathering spirit pill, and Ling Pengyun and Qingshi also had the gathering spirit pill. Even Ling Pengyun's thorny giant python could mobilize the power of the wood veins in the forest to continuously restore his strength, and it was always in the strongest state with great power. Under such circumstances, he had some thoughts of giving up the idea of killing Qingshi and Ling Pengyun. However, as soon as this thought came out, he suppressed it. It was because Qingshi had taken the explosive spirit pill. As long as he delayed for some time, when Qingshi fell into the weak period of the explosive spirit pill, he could rely on his own formation, the frost ice cloud formation, to kill him. Although the remaining Ling Pengyun was quite powerful, after all, there was a big difference in their cultivation, so it didn't take much effort to kill him. They fought for more than 100 moves. Outside the large forest, there were loud footsteps. Then, in the direction of the footsteps, many trees collapsed. Within a few breaths, a group of more than 300 copper-armored iron bulls appeared in front of Ling Pengyun and others. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun was not surprised but happy. It turned out to be a group of copper-armored iron bulls who are not good at magic but good at physical strength. God is really helping me. He patted the beast bag on his waist and summoned the fairy crane king that had consumed a lot of spiritual power in the previous battle with the Pengyun wolf. He jumped on the back of the crane and rode it into the sky to avoid the group of copper-armored iron bulls. Wang Yun, on the other hand, had a dark face. His frost ice cloud formation was set up on the ground. If he continued to maintain the frost ice cloud formation to trap Qingshi, the group of copper-armored iron bulls would definitely rely on their bodies to hit the formation. Qingshi alone could only barely maintain the bombardment of this formation. If there were another group of steel-armored iron bulls, the formation would probably be destroyed within 100 breaths. Once his life formation was destroyed, his strongest means of attack would be lost, and he would also be seriously injured because his life formation flag was destroyed. In desperation, he could only remove the formation first and take back the 8 frost ice cloud formation flags. Then, he took out the second-grade black flying boat from the storage bag and ascended into the sky. However, Wang Yun also lost the advantage of using the formation to trap Qingshi. Qingshi, who swallowed the explosive spirit pill, was able to escape. He quickly took out a flying boat and ascended into the sky, and fiercely hit Wang Yun with a yellow long stick that contained great power. At this moment, Ling Pengyun also bombarded Wang Yun with a huge thorny python, the blue sea sky sword, and the green steel mother and child flying sword. With the combined efforts of the two, the magic shield light curtain supported by the ice jade shield in front of Wang Yun appeared cracks. In order to avoid the light curtain being broken, Wang Yun had to use the frost ice cloud array to support a defensive light curtain to resist the attack, instead of the ice jade shield for defense. As for the 300 copper-armored iron bulls in the forest below, although they were not good at magic attacks, they were not incapable of it. It was just that the magic attack took a long time and was weak. Therefore, Ling Pengyun and the other two could easily resist the magic attacks from the copper-armored iron bulls. After hundreds of moves. During this period, Wang Yun once again took a second-level high-quality spirit-gathering pill to restore his spiritual power, but in the fierce battle, his spiritual power hit the bottom again. The strength of his meridians is the same as that of ordinary cultivators. Taking 2 spirit-gathering pills of the same level at the same time in a short period of time will make his meridians feel painful. If he takes another spirit-gathering pill, his meridians will also be burst. This also put Wang Yun in a situation where he had a spirit-gathering pill but dared not use it. On the other hand, Ling Pengyun and Qingshi fought more and more fiercely, constantly suppressing Wang Yun. Although Wang Yun also sacrificed several second-level attack and defense talismans to resist, Qingshi was born wealthy and also had many second-level talismans, which were resolved by Qingshi one by one. Just when the effect of the explosive spirit pill that Qingshi had taken was about to end, Ling Pengyun's huge thorny python finally smashed the light curtain of the formation supported by the frost ice cloud array, and then smashed the light curtain of the magic shield supported by the ice jade shield, biting Wang Yun into pieces in one fell swoop. The countless pieces of meat that Wang Yun turned into also fell to the ground, and the several magic weapons he had used also had no power left, falling into the herd of 300 bronze-armored cattle on the ground. Thanks to Xianjian Kayankin, Huahua Yulong, Fuar Yuo Nianhua, Reader 201731351643576076076200003, Fu Roner, Oddwa Book Leaf Shadow, Book Friend 20170821184353178, Board Northern Show, Luo Jin, Book Friend 20220326111537340, Book Friend 20230202182050177, Quantitative Bull, Book Friend 20220505003004308, Family Cultivation My Dish. Thank you all for your monthly tickets. Chapter 315, Meeting Yan Sai. Ling Pengyun was overjoyed when he saw Wang Yun being killed. He wanted to use the giant thorn python to destroy the group of bronze-armored bulls, and then pick up Wang Yun's property. But when he saw Qingshi was still beside him, he stopped thinking about it. After all, Wang Yun had a lot of wealth. Just talking about the 4 second-level high-quality magic tools, they were worth at least 20,000 to 30,000 spiritual stones. With such wealth, not to mention Qingshi, I'm afraid that his master Zhang Yan, who had perfected his foundation, would be tempted. As for how Wang Yun could have such wealth, it was very simple. This person was not only an old second-level high-quality formation master. He also served as the chief elder in the spiritual formation hall, which ranked third among the 3 most powerful halls of refining, spirit formation, and talisman making in Balingman. This position was only below the head of the spiritual formation hall and several deputy heads, and there was a lot of money to be made. In addition, he was also a disciple of the spiritual formation master, so it was normal for him to have such wealth. If this person's cultivation aptitude was not bad, but his formation talent was strong, otherwise, if this person's cultivation could keep up and enter the 9th level of foundation building, he would probably have been promoted by his master Ling Fu's Henren to become the deputy head of the spiritual array hall. Qingshi saw that after Wang Yun was beheaded, Ling Pengyun, who was riding on the immortal Crane King, did not move, but stared at himself with a vigilant face, and understood Ling Pengyun's thoughts. He was also wary of Ling Pengyun, and was a little worried that Ling Pengyun would take advantage of the effect of his explosive elixir to attack him. After all, he had a lot of money and property on him. This kind of thing happened from time to time in the world of immortal cultivation. No matter how much he said, he and Ling Pengyun had only known each other for a short year. Moreover, this place was the territory of Jiayamang Lake, and monsters were everywhere. There were more than 300 copper-armored bulls in the key training stage and 2 copper-armored bulls in the foundation building stage on the forest ground below. Once a few breaths passed, he fell into the weak period of the explosive spirit pill, and his strength was only 1/10 of what it was. The herd of cattle below might be enough to give him a pot, not to mention leaving the Jiayamang Lake area where monsters were everywhere. In order to ensure that Ling Pengyun would not attack him and escort him out of the Jiayamang Lake area, he put down the huge profit. Fellow Taoist Ling, you take the wealth on Wang Yun first. The effect of the explosive spirit pill I took will be gone in less than 10 breaths, and I will fall into a very long period of weakness after that. Please take me away from the Jiayamang Lake area during this time. If Brother Ling agrees, I, Qingshi, can owe Brother Ling a favor. In the future, as long as Brother Ling is in trouble, it is not related to my faction issues or things that are not related to the teacher and ancestors, I can do it. Fellow Taoist, you can also give priority to the wealth on Wang Yun. I wonder if Brother Ling is willing to take me away from here. Qingshi said. As soon as he said this, Qingshi's aura of the 7th level of foundation building did indeed fall rapidly. In just half a breath, that powerful aura became extremely weak. Ling Pengyun's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Qingshi's strength is not weak, and this favor is a great help. It is really a great help. He can hit wherever he points. It is very useful when necessary. In addition, he saw Qingshi's aura change, and he also understood that Qingshi was in the weak period of the explosive spirit pill. Qingshi, who has no strength, naturally finds it difficult to attack him, so he is relieved. Ling Pengyun originally did not intend to kill Qingshi. If he did so, Qingshi's master Zhang Yan, who has perfected the foundation building, would know about it, and he would be in trouble. He then said, Brother Qin, you are too polite. You and I are good friends. Senior Zhang Yan saved my life several years ago. This time, helping Brother Qin leave the Jiayamang Lake is just a favor. Qingshi's worry about Ling Pengyun's dirty tricks also dissipated in smoke. Although he had known Ling Pengyun for quite some time, he knew that Ling Pengyun was a man of his word. My master's favor is my master's, and I will keep it to myself. The favor I owe to my fellow Taoists will still be there. After this matter is over, just tell me what you want to do. Qingshi looked grateful. No problem. Ling Pengyun waved his hand and said with a smile, waving his hand to control the 13 Zhanglong thorny giant python to directly bombard the 300 cattle on the ground. In front of the powerful strength of the thorny giant python, the more than 300 key training copper armored cattle and the 2 foundation building copper armored cattle were strong, but they were slaughtered by the thorny giant python before they could last for dozens of breaths. Ling Pengyun followed suit, riding the fairy crane king to the ground, picking up the property on Wang Yun's body, as well as the magic weapons that had fallen to the ground without the support of magic power. He collected the bodies of the two bronze-armored bulls in the early stage of foundation building, and put the fairy crane king under his seat into the beast bag, removed the giant thorn python, and took back the thorn vine of his life spirit plant. After doing these things, he and Qingshi switched to the wind control technique to travel. Although Qingshi's strength was greatly reduced and he fell into a weak period, he could still use small spells such as wind control, but it was difficult to fight. As for putting away the fairy crane king, it was because riding the fairy crane king to travel was too latent and might attract monsters. Just now, the group of bronze-armored bulls were attracted in this way. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, deep in the Bailing Gate, in a quiet room with rich spiritual energy, there was an old man with white hair and star patterns on his clothes, sitting cross-legged on a cushion and meditating. This old man was the oldest and most senior spiritual formation master Mo Kongson among the 3 golden elixirs of Bailing Gate. Suddenly, a sound of breaking came from the storage bag on Mo Kongson's waist. Catcha! Mo Kongson was awakened by the movement and opened his eyes. He raised his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, and took out a token with the word Yun engraved on it, which was dim and broken into 2 pieces. Looking at this token, Mo Kongson's eyes trembled. In this token, there was a trace of consciousness of his 4th disciple Wang Yun. Now that the token was broken, it meant that Wang Yun was dead. I didn't expect that sending Wang Yun to lead people to the Jiamang Lake to kill the foundation building monster and take the inner elixir would cause him to lose his life. This is a troublesome thing. The 3rd level lower grade Qingshi Yin-Yang formation that I am going to use to resist that kid by Ling requires 18 cultivators to set up. Without Wang Yun, a 2nd level upper grade formation master, the power of this formation will be weakened by at least half, or even 1/10. A year later, when the 300-year-old evergreen spirit fruit matures, I'm afraid other troubles will arise because of this. If I can't get that evergreen spirit fruit, I can only use the family fortune I have saved over the years to buy a spiritual object for Qiankyu to break through the golden elixir. If Qiankyu can succeed, that's great. If not, I'm afraid I will end up with nothing. I want to leave the sect and establish a family that I can control alone, but I'm afraid I can only drag it on for dozens or hundreds of years. After a long sigh, Mo Kongson regained his consciousness and his thoughts turned to the death of the 4th disciple Wang Yun. Wang Yun has the 3 magical instruments I made from materials from the ice dragon, as well as the frost ice cloud formation. His strength is comparable to that of a 9th level cultivator in the foundation building stage. Jiang Song, who accompanied him to the Jiamang Lake to hunt down the demon python-like foundation building monsters, has a 2nd level superior transformation magical instrument, and Wei Yan has 5 powerful monsters. If the 3 of them work together, they will have a chance to hunt down the perfect foundation building monsters. Could it be that they were besieged by a large number of monsters? Mo Kongson immediately planned to go to the place where Wang Yun died to check it out after thinking about it to no avail. With a token that originally had Wang Yun's consciousness, Mo Kongson could use a secret method to find the place where Wang Yun died. But as soon as this thought came out, it dissipated into smoke. The 300-year-old Changqing spirit fruit was about to be conceived. If he left it this time, something unexpected would happen. The matter of Wang Yun's death can only be delayed. Mo Kongson sighed secretly, and did not care about it anymore, and then closed his eyes again. Jiamang Lake. Ling Pengyun and Qingshi rushed to Tuiyuanfang Market for hundreds of miles, and suddenly saw a green fire rising to the sky a few miles ahead. Black Ghost Fire. Seeing the shape of the green fire, Ling Pengyun's expression changed. The Black Ghost Fire is the attack method transformed by Yan Siai's Black Ghost Fire Furnace. The temperature is extremely high and the power is also very strong. Ling Pengyun pinched the fingers and cast the technique of looking at the air to bless his eyes. A few miles ahead, the situation of the green fire rising to the sky was immediately seen clearly. Under a barren mountain, Yan Siai was besieged by a group of 200 demon pythons. Among the group of demon pythons, there was only 1 demon python in the initial stage of foundation building. But Yan Siai, a 4th level foundation building cultivator, seemed to have used some secret method. Her breath was extremely weak, and her strength also became extremely weak. Under the siege of the group of demon pythons, which numbered only 200, she was unable to resist and could only rely on the dark fire cover supported by the dark fire furnace to defend herself. Ling Pengyun turned his eyes and saw the 7th level foundation building golden scale scorpion that the beast master Wei Yan had sent to hunt down Yan Sai. However, at this time, the 7th level foundation building golden scale scorpion was a corpse, with a black body, and many parts were even burned to charcoal. Obviously, the golden scale scorpion was burned by a very high temperature fire. I think Fairy Yan has also taken some short-term strength-enhancing pills or performed such secret methods that can enhance strength. But judging from the side effects, it should not be as serious as the side effects of the explosive spirit pill used by Brother Qin. Otherwise, Fairy Yan would not just be weak at this moment, and her strength would probably be as difficult to exert as Brother Qin's. Ling Pengyun guessed secretly. Qingshi, who was pale at the side, also saw through the key reading technique that his sweetheart Yan Sai was in danger. However, at this moment, he was trapped in the side effects of the explosive spirit pill, and it was difficult for him to go to rescue her. If he insisted on fighting, all his meridians would be broken. In desperation, he looked at the savior Ling Pengyun beside him, and begged in a very humble manner. "Fellow Taoist Ling, can you go to rescue Fairy Yan?" "Yes." Ling Pengyun nodded without hesitation. The demon pythons that besieged Yan Sai were not strong. There was only one demon python in the early stage of foundation building. If Yan Sai was at her full strength, it would not take much effort to kill it. For Ling Pengyun, it was even easier to destroy it. Besides, Yan Sai still owed him 24-second level inferior spiritual food, and he didn't want Yan Sai to die like this. Qingshi was delighted when he heard this. At this moment, Ling Pengyun also turned into a breeze, rushed at full speed, and quickly went to support. When he approached the battlefield, Ling Pengyun immediately pinched his fingers and played a series of water snake techniques, bombarding the more than 200 demon pythons. Yan Sai, who was besieged, saw Ling Pengyun suddenly appear and come to support her. The discouragement on her face disappeared immediately, and her eyes gradually brightened. Fellow Taoist Ling. Earlier, she had used all her means to kill the 7th level golden scale scorpion that was chasing her, and her spiritual talismans had long been used up. As Ling Pengyun expected, she used a small trick to slightly increase her strength. It was precisely because of this that her current strength was less than 30% of what it was when she was completely victorious. She thought that she would fall into the hands of the group of demon pythons this time, and she never expected Ling Pengyun to appear. The 3 mid-stage foundation building blue flame wolves of Wei Yan were chasing and killing fellow Taoist Ling. The 3 mid-stage foundation building blue flame wolves were quite powerful. With their combined strength, they were much stronger than the 7th level foundation building golden scale scorpion I killed. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Ling could also turn the enemy into a supporter. After thinking about it, she quickly came to her senses, and without holding back, she madly injected the little spiritual power in her dantian into the black ghost fire furnace, and used all her strength to drive the furnace to transform into more black ghost fire and shoot it out, sweeping towards the surrounding demon pythons. However, after about 100 breaths, the group of more than 2 demon pythons were killed by Ling Pengyun and Yan Sai. After escaping the disaster, Yan Sai waved her hand and put the corpse of the 7th level foundation building golden scaled scorpion not far away into the storage bag. Then she quickly walked to Ling Pengyun and bowed to thank him. Fellow Taoist Ling, thank you for your rescue this time. The demon python in the early stage of foundation building was also killed by you. It belongs to you. It's just a small effort. Even if I don't help, I think Fairy Yan can solve this problem. After Ling Pengyun said this, he didn't hesitate to walk to the corpse of the demon python in the early stage of foundation building and put it into the storage bag. During this period, Qingshi, who had been watching the battle from a distance, also hurried over. Brother Qin, why are you here too? What are you doing? Yan Sai was a little surprised by Qingshi's appearance. After seeing Qingshi's weak breath, she was immediately puzzled. Qingshi then simply told Yan Sai about Ling Pengyun's rescue of him and taking the explosive spirit pill to kill Wang Yun with Ling Pengyun, to clear up her confusion. After Yan Sai heard this, she was shocked. She had often followed Qingshi into the Jiamang Lake to hunt monsters in the past 2 years, and she knew about Qingshi's ultimate strength. In addition, Qingshi just told her that Ling Pengyun knew a combined attack technique with his natal spiritual plant. Yan Siai's impression of Ling Pengyun changed immediately. In my sect, only my grandfather and the two deputy heads of the spirit plant hall have mastered the combined attack technique with his natal spiritual plant. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Ling could also master it. No wonder my grandfather often praised him. It seems that this person is not only talented in improving spiritual rice, but also has extraordinary talent in the entire spiritual plant field. He is not an ordinary spiritual plant genius. Yan Siai thought to herself. You too, the battle just ended here. I'm afraid that many monsters around have also noticed the fighting here. Besides, we are all heading back to Tuing Market. Since I can meet two fellow Taoists in succession, I'm afraid that the two remaining late-stage foundation building cultivators who killed us will have a chance to find us. Given the current situation of the three of us, if we encounter those two late-stage foundation building cultivators, we will probably be in trouble again. It's better to leave quickly. Ling Pengyun interrupted Qingshi and Yan Siai after seeing them chatting for a few words. Qingshi and Yan Siai also understood this truth. After the chat, they followed Ling Pengyun, the strongest combat force, and sneaked away towards Tuing Market. Chapter 316, Divide Wang Yun's property and get rich. Half a day later, Ling Pengyun and the other two had been sneaking around for thousands of miles in the Jiamang Lake area, but suddenly saw a figure running in front of them. When everyone saw the face of that figure, they felt relieved and even showed a hint of joy on their faces. This was because the person who came was Qingshi's master Zhang Yan. Half a day ago, when Qingshi was ambushed by Wang Yun and others, he crushed a high-level mother-child token given by his master Zhang Yan to ask for help. Zhang Yan came here based on the mother-child token. Zhang Yan, who was rushing over, also noticed Qingshi, Ling Pengyun, and Yan Siai. When he saw that his beloved disciple and the most important Ling Pengyun were all fine, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Qingshi was his last disciple, and he had been brought up by him since he was a child. Although they had no blood relationship, the relationship between the two was no different from that of father and son. Ling Pengyun is the blood cousin of Yang Xiling, the daughter-in-law of his immediate superior Ling Fuzhenren. From the fact that the Ling family destroyed the Luo family and occupied the Luo family's spiritual vein, it is enough to see that Yang Xiling values Ling Pengyun. If Ling Pengyun is invited by his disciple Qingshi to hunt monsters and something unexpected happens, I am afraid that his position as the deputy head of the General Affairs Hall will also be lost. This position is extremely important to him, and it is the most critical step in his search for the golden elixir. As for Yan Siai, it is not so important. Although she was born extraordinary, Yan Siai's grandfather Yan Kang is the head of the Lingxi Hall, but he is only a spiritual plant husband, and his strength is not strong. Even if Yan Siai has an accident, Zhang Yan is not afraid. After all, even if Qingshi invited Yan Siai to enter Jiamang Lake to hunt monsters, Yan Siai volunteered. After Zhang Yan arrived in front of Qingshi and the other two, he opened his mouth and asked about the process of Qingshi's request for help. When he heard that the crisis Qingshi and others encountered this time was that they were being killed by their fellow disciples, he was furious. Wang Yun, Zheng Song, and Wei Yan dared to violate the sect rules and attack and kill their fellow disciples. Shire, are these three still in the territory of Jiamang Lake? This time I must kill these three thieves to suppress the prestige of the sect. Master, Wang Yun has been killed by me and Brother Ling. As for Zhang Song and Wei Yan, they went to kill Zhu Zhao, Zhang Chuan, and Yu respectively. Now they are all missing. Qingshi said with a little worry. Zhang Yan was slightly surprised to hear that his beloved disciple Qingshi and Ling Pengyun killed Wang Yun, who was at the 8th level of foundation building, but when he heard that Zhu Zhao, Zhang Chuan, and Yu were still in danger, he suddenly had a headache. The elders of Zhu Zhao, Zhang Chuan, and Yu are not like Yan Siai's grandfather Yan Kang, who only knows how to farm and never cares about worldly affairs. The elders of these three people not only have strengths above the 9th level of foundation building, but also master the most popular arts in the world of immortal cultivation, namely, making talismans, refining tools, and refining pills. They are also in high positions in Bailing sect, and are highly regarded by the two giant ancestors, Ling Fuzhenren and Bailingxianren. If Zhu Zhao and the other two are killed because of his beloved disciple's invitation to hunt monsters, the elders of the three people will probably not look at him well in the future. Shire, Where's the direction in which Zhu Zhao and others were intercepted and fled? Zhang Yan asked. Qingshi then roughly pointed out the direction in which Zhu Zhao, Yu, and Zhang Chuan fled. Zhang Yan waved his hand and took out a green-eyed ape with strength comparable to that of the late stage of foundation building to protect Qingshi and the other two. After leaving the Jiamang Lake, he went to support the direction in which Zhu Zhao and others were chased and fled. I didn't expect that Senior Zhang has such a powerful spiritual beast. Ling Pengyun looked at the green-eyed ape with trembling eyes and muttered to himself. Ling Pengyun and the other two also followed and continued to return to the Tuiuanfang market. Because of the late foundation building blue-eyed ape's protection, and because Ling Pengyun, Qingshi, and Yamsiai were extremely careful, they did not attract any monsters on the way back. After 2 days, they finally returned safely to Tuiuan market. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun and the other two went to the temporary residence of Zhu Zhao, Zhang Chuan, and Yu in the market. Seeing that no one was there, no message was left. In addition, Zhang Yan, a perfect foundation building cultivator who went to look for Zhu Zhao, Zhang Chuan, and Yu, had not returned yet, so Qingshi could not help but worry. I don't know what happened to junior brother Zhu and the others. Although brother Zhu and the others' cultivation is not high, they all have extraordinary means, so they should have some chances of escaping. Besides, Senior Zhang, go to rescue, and good people will have good luck. After Ling Pengyun echoed, he looked at Yan Sidai, who had used a special secret method to enhance his cultivation, causing his cultivation to temporarily drop to the first and second levels of foundation building, and asked, Fairy Yan, when will your cultivation be restored to the state of full victory? The secret method I used to improve my strength in a short period of time has little side effects. It will be restored to the state of full victory in about 5 days at most. By then, I can cook spiritual food for you. Yamsiai was also a person with some knowledge. Naturally, she understood the meaning of Ling Pengyun's question, and she followed suit. Then I will come to find the fairy after 5 days. Ling Pengyun said. Okay, then I will return to my residence to heal my wounds. If you have any news about junior sister Yi and others, please let me know as soon as possible. Yamsiai nodded. Because of her background, she was familiar with Zhu Zhao and others as early as her childhood, and she was her only close friend with Yu. Therefore, she was very concerned about the life and death of Yu and others. After saying this, Yan Sidai stepped forward and left first. Ling Pengyun and Qingshi killed Wang Yun together, and both of them had a share of Wang Yun's property. However, the 4 storage bags on Wang Yun still had spiritual marks on them and were not opened. Ling Pengyun followed Qingshi to his residence, and in the same quiet room, they used their spiritual sense to remove the spiritual marks on Wang Yun's 4 storage bags. In this way, they could supervise each other's embezzlement. 3 days later, after Ling Pengyun and Qingshi opened the 2 storage bags on Wang Yun, they immediately took out 4 foundation building initial stage, 3 foundation building middle stage, 2 foundation building late stage, and 1 foundation building perfect snake demon and python demon skin from the 4 storage bags. 10 foundation building initial stage, 8 foundation building middle stage, 5 foundation building late stage, and 2 foundation building perfect demon beast inner pills. As well as some materials for setting up formations, a second level middle grade breath retaining formation, more than 3,000 spiritual stones, and some sundries. Qingshi and Ling Pengyun were both ecstatic when they saw so many spiritual objects. This batch of spiritual objects is worth at least 70,000 spiritual stones. However, after suppressing their joy, the two of them looked at the many monster materials on the ground, all of which were from snakes and pythons, and there were so many of them, and they were puzzled. It was not difficult for the two to see from the materials of these snakes and pythons that Wang Yun was specifically looking for these monsters to kill in Jiamang Lake. Brother Qin, do you know what kind of snakes or pythons Wang Yun has? Ling Pengyun asked in confusion. I am not familiar with that old villain Wang Yun, and I have only met him a few times. However, Wang Yun is also well known in the sect because he is the 4th disciple of the spiritual array master Moleo Zhu. I have also heard that Wang Yun has a spirit beast, but that spirit beast is a foundation building turtle monster, which died in an accident decades ago. So far, I have not heard that Wang Yun has tamed a spirit beast again. Qingshi said carefully. That's strange. Ling Pengyun said in confusion. Qingshi was also puzzled. What the two didn't know was that the inner elixirs of those monsters were collected by Wang Yun, Wei Yan, and Jingsong, 3 late-stage foundation-building cultivators, who hunted in Jiamang Lake in the past 6 months. They were just placed on Wang Yun, the 4th disciple of Ling Fu's Henrun. The 3 of them collected the inner elixirs of snake monsters and python monsters in the foundation-building period, and they were also ordered by Ling Zhen's Henrun. As for the materials obtained by the 3 people from killing monsters, they were divided equally among the 3 people, which made Wang Yun have more inner elixirs and less monster materials. After a few breaths, the 2 people's thoughts were fruitless, and they came back to their senses. Ling Pengyun looked at the many spiritual objects on the ground, and after roughly estimating the value, he took out the 8-sided Frost Ice Cloud Formation flag, Frost Sword, Ice Jade Shield, and Frost Dragon Jade Bottle from his storage bag. These 4 magic tools were all used by Wang Yun in his lifetime, so they were not in his storage bag. At the same time, Qingshi also had a share of these 4 magic tools, and they were of great value, so Ling Pengyun couldn't take them all by himself. Brother Qin, the value of that pile of spiritual objects on the ground is about 41 to 42,000 spiritual stones. The flags of this set of 2nd Great Superior Frost Ice Cloud Array have been damaged on 4 sides, leaving only 8 sides. Its value has been greatly reduced. It is only slightly stronger than an ordinary 2nd Great Superior magic weapon, and is worth at most 6 or 7,000 spiritual stones, although the Frost Sword, Ice Jade Shield, and Frost Dragon Jade Bottle are not yet of the best quality among the 2nd Great Superior magic weapons. Due to their better materials, these 3 magic weapons are enough to sell for more than 21,000 spiritual stones. The 4 magic weapons together are worth about 27 or 8,000 spiritual stones. The total value of this batch of spiritual objects is about 70,000 spiritual stones. Ling Pengyun first told the value of these spiritual objects, and then pointed to the 4 2nd Great Superior magic weapons. The Frost Sword, and asked Qingshi, "Brother Qin, the cultivation method I practice belongs to water. Although these 3 magic tools, the Frost Sword, the Ice Jade Shield, and the Frost Transforming Jade Bottle, belong to ice, they can complement my cultivation method. I come from a family, and the powerful Frost Ice Cloud Formation is of great use to my family. I wonder if you can give me these 4 items. I am a physical cultivator. If I get these 4 ice-attributed magic tools, I can only sell them at most. Since Brother Ling wants them, they belong to Brother Ling. However, the value of these 4 magic tools is only 27,800 spirit stones. Brother Ling, your combined secret technique, the Thorn Python, has made great contributions to the killing of Wang Yun. Brother Ling will take 60% of the benefits obtained this time, and I will take 40%. Brother Ling, in addition to taking these 4 magic tools, you can also choose spiritual objects worth about 15,000 spirit stones from those monster materials." Knowing that Ling Pengyun had mastered the combined attack secret technique, Qingshi, who had a promising future, took the initiative to show his goodwill and said with a smile. Ling Pengyun's expression slightly moved when he heard this. Although his contribution to the battle of killing Wang Yun was greater than Qingshi's, it was not much greater. However, Ling Pengyun also understood why Qingshi took the initiative to give up his interests this time. He did not refuse this. After all, an extra 10% of the benefits in this batch of interests is not a small amount. After nodding slightly, he picked up the 2nd-level middle-grade breath-retaining formation worth about 6,000 spiritual stones on the market. He also selected 2 foundation-building early stage, 2 foundation-building middle stage, and 1 foundation-building late-stage demon python skins. 3 foundation-building middle stage, 1 foundation-building late stage, and 1 foundation-building perfect demon beast inner pill. And several 2nd-level water attribute layout materials worth about 1,000, which were kept to repair the 4 damaged formation flags of the 2nd-level upper-grade Frost Ice Cloud Formation. After distributing the spiritual objects, Ling Pengyun also said goodbye to Qingshi and went to the Jubeo Pavilion opened by the family in this market, and found Ling Yunfu, the 3rd elder of the Ling family who was in charge of this store. He simply told Ling Yunfu about the nearly 1 month he followed Qingshi and others into the Jiamang Lake to kill the monsters and the counter-killing of Wang Yun of Bailingman. However, he did not reveal Wang Yun's cultivation level to avoid Ling Yunfu's worry. A month ago, the first time he came to Tuingen Market, he found Qingshi and others and followed Qingshi and others to hunt monsters, so he did not meet Ling Yunfu. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun handed over Wang Yun's set of only 8 remaining frost ice cloud formation flags and the water attribute formation materials to Ling Yunfu, asking him to pass them on to the Wei clan. Ling Yunfu is also an experienced person. From the grade of the second grade upper grade frost ice cloud formation flags, he could see that the strength of Wang Yun killed by Ling Pengyun was probably at least in the late stage of foundation building. Pengyun, you'd better be careful in the future. You are one of the pillars of the family. If you fall, the strength of the family will also be weakened. Ling Yunfu worriedly warned. I understand, great-grandfather. Ling Pengyun nodded in response. Seeing this, Ling Yunfu said no more, so as not to annoy Ling Pengyun. Then, he took out 2 storage bags that had been prepared long ago from his arms and handed them to Ling Pengyun. Pengyun, this storage bag contains a batch of refining materials, which are the materials required for the family to refine magic tools in the past 6 months. In addition, this storage bag also contains a spiritual material for refining a second-level lower-grade wind-controlling Taoist robe. This spiritual material is the spiritual material funded by the family for your refining. As for the other storage bag, it is all filled with spiritual stones, which are 8,000 spiritual stones that the family helped you buy Zuinun heavy iron, and 4,000 spiritual stones that you handed over the Yellow Sands erosion formation, a total of 12,000 spiritual stones. Speaking of this, Ling Yunfu laughed and talked about some gossip. These spirit stones were earned from selling some unused spirit objects after the family destroyed the Luo family. In addition, after selling that batch of spirit objects, there are still more than 3,000 spirit stones left, which I have sent back to the clan. In half a year, the first-level low-grade spirit plants planted by the family on the more than 20 spirit veins of the Luo family will mature, and it will be another large profit. According to the plan of the clan, after paying back your spirit stones, we intend to help Pengyun build his foundation with all our strength. I'm afraid that in 2 or 3 years, Pengyun will be able to try to impact the foundation again. If Pengyun's foundation building can be successful, our clan will have 5 foundation building warriors. By then, my Ling family will be ranked in the top 3 in the entire Jingzhou area. Chapter 317 Foundation Building Level 5. Ling Pengyun was overjoyed when he saw that the family had repaid him 12,000 spiritual stones at one time. He had saved more than 7,000 spiritual stones over the years, and with the 12,000 spiritual stones that the family repaid him at one time, it was enough to buy the 80 Jin second-grade upper-grade Zuinun heavy iron in the hands of his brother-in-law Wu Yan. Once he got this batch of Zuinun heavy iron, he could refine a life-defining magic weapon that suited him. At the same time, he was also happy that the family's finances were gradually getting better. He also had some expectations that Ling Pengyun would be able to build a foundation in the future. However, after thinking about it carefully, he also guessed that the 300-year-old Changqing spiritual fruit of Bailingman would soon mature after he had experienced the ambush by Wang Yun and others, and heard from Qingshi and others. Once this fruit matures, there will be a conflict between the Jinden of Bailingman, and the size of the conflict is unknown. But this conflict will inevitably affect the entire Bailingman territory and cause unrest. After thinking about it, Ling Pengyun frowned slightly, and told Ling Yunfu about this speculation. We must be on guard against this matter. The sooner Pengyun builds his foundation, the better. However, the family's remaining spiritual stones are probably only the remaining 3,000 spiritual stones after selling the spiritual objects of Luo some time ago. This amount of spiritual stones is enough for the family to spend favors and go to Yang's to buy a pulse protection pill at a low price. After all, the pulse protection pill only increases the foundation by half. It is still a bit unsafe for Pengyun to break through the foundation with only this pill. I have also saved a lot of spiritual stones in recent years. I will take the lead in lending 2,000 spiritual stones to the family to buy spiritual objects for Pengyun to build his foundation. Pengyun, do you have any spare spiritual stones? Ling Yunfu frowned and asked. Ling Pengyun was slightly surprised to see that Ling Yunfu, a cultivator who had perfected key training, took out 2,000 spiritual stones so easily. 2,000 spiritual stones are not a small amount, enough to buy a good quality second-level lower-grade magic weapon. However, thinking about the fact that Ling Yunfu had no offspring and had already reached the perfect key training stage, Ling Pengyun was also in charge of the lucrative business of the various shops in the family market since he had served as an elder for decades. Ling Pengyun understood that Ling Yunfu would obviously do some small business, take out some of the things he had searched for, and sell them with the help of the family shops without going through the family account books. As for embezzling spiritual stones, it was completely impossible. Every 3 years, the account books managed by Ling Yunfu had to be sent back to the family for investigation. With the help of the powerful spiritual consciousness of the cultivators, the calculation power of the cultivators would not be bad. An ordinary falsification of account books could be seen at a glance. Ling Yunfu's behavior was also tacitly approved by the family. After all, it did not infringe on the interests of the family. Ling Pengyun thought about it carefully and took out the perfect foundation building demon beast inner pill that he had just found from Wang Yun's relics. This foundation building inner pill belongs to the earth element. Ling Pengyun had planned to keep it for the trip to Balingman soon. He would entrust a high-level refiner of Balingman to reforge the second-grade medium-grade sand and earth copper bell with a very good effect to the second-grade upper grade. The sand and earth copper bell is very effective. Ling Pengyun likes this magic weapon very much. After all, this magic weapon can defend, trap, and even contain huge power. It can also be used to attack the enemy. It is a rare all-round magic weapon. If he had not learned from chatting with Ling Yunfu that the family had more than 3,000 spare spirit stones, enough to buy a pulse-protecting pill, Ling Pengyun would not have been willing to take out this foundation-building demon beast inner pill. Ling Yunfu felt a huge spiritual power in the inner pill and his eyes trembled. The inner elixir of a demon beast at the perfect foundation building stage. It is the inner elixir of a demon beast at the perfect foundation building stage. More than 10 years ago, Yang Changxing, the strongest of the Yang family who was at the 9th level of the foundation building stage, once came to me and Grandpa Yunhong to hunt down a demon beast at the perfect foundation building stage. Relying on the inner elixir of that demon beast at the perfect foundation building stage, Yang Changxing once refined a furnace of small lark water. That time, for helping Yang Changxing hunt down a demon beast at the perfect foundation building stage, my Ling family also got a bottle of small lark water. At the same time, Yang family also owed my Ling family a favor and could buy 3 meridian protection pills at a low price. Now, more than 10 years have passed. According to Yang Changxing's alchemy skills, he must have improved. My Ling family can completely buy a meridian protection pill from the Yang family at a low price of 3,000 spirit stones, and then hand over this inner elixir of a demon beast at the perfect foundation building stage to Yang Changxing, and entrust him to refine small lark water, and give him a certain amount of Xiao Bei Lingshu. I think Yang Changxing will definitely not refuse. After all, Xiao Bei Lingshu is rare and will not conflict with the pulse protection pills that Yang family has. Ling Pengyun said with a smile. This is feasible. Pengyun, you have saved a lot of spiritual stones for the family this time. By the way, where did you get this foundation building perfect demon beast inner pill? Ling Yunfu laughed and said. The foundation building perfect demon beast is powerful, and such demon beasts usually live in groups, so they are rarely killed by cultivators. I got it by killing the cultivator named Wang Yun. Ling Pengyun simply replied. Ling Yunfu's expression changed slightly, and he did not ask any more questions. Ling Pengyun also handed the soul-locking jade box containing the foundation-building perfect demon beast inner pill to Ling Yunfu. 15th ancestor, I have some important things to do recently, so I can't leave. I have to trouble you to send this inner pill back to the clan, but I will let the clan's guardian spirit beast, the immortal Crane King, escort you. No need to trouble you. Ling Yunfu said. Afterwards, he chatted with Ling Yunfu for a few more words, and he stayed in the Jubeo Pavilion for 2 days. During this period, Zhu Zhao, Yi Yu, and Zhang Chuan, who had been ambushed by Wang Yun and others and fled in all directions without a trace, also returned to Tuiyuan Fang Market one after another, and also came to Jubeo Pavilion to make sure Ling Pengyun was safe. For this reason, Ling Pengyun and Qingshi, Yan Sidai and other 6 people also had a small gathering. Yan Sidai, the spirit chef, cooked several first-level spirit foods, and they ate and chatted. During the chat, Ling Pengyun also learned that Zhu Zhao and Yi Yu were rescued by Zhang Yan, who had completed the foundation building. The beast master Wei Yan, who chased the 2 people, and his last foundation building 8th level golden scale scorpion, were also killed by Zhang Yan. As for Zhang Chuan, the weapon refiner, although he had no one to help him, he relied on a high-quality puppet of the 2nd grade upper grade to fight for many days with Zhang Song, a late-stage foundation-building cultivator who had a shape-shifting magic weapon and was chasing him. He actually relied on the power of the puppet to seriously injure Zhang Song and returned victoriously. When telling this story, Zhang Chuan felt very sorry that he did not kill Zhang Song and get Zhang Song's shape-shifting magic weapon. On the 5th day after returning to Tuiyuanfang City, Ling Pengyun left the Jubeo Pavilion and went to where Yan Siyi lived. The place where Yan Siyi lived, like Qingshi, was around the Tuiyuan mansion that managed the safety of Tuiyuanfang City. Tuiyuan Mansion was located in the core of the market, with rich spiritual energy. There were no shops around, but there were courtyards built one after another. Most of these courtyards were inhabited by disciples of Balingman, and a small number were rented by some wealthy monks. Knowing the location of Yan Siyi's residence, Ling Pengyun came to the outside of the courtyard where Yan Siyi lived not long after. He reached out and knocked on the gate of the courtyard, and waited for a while. The gate of the courtyard opened, and Yan Siyi walked out. Fellow Taoist Ling is on time. Ling Pengyun glanced at Yan Siyi and saw that she was full of energy, and it was obvious that she had recovered from the weakness caused by the secret method of increasing strength in a short time. It's about the second-level spiritual food, how can we delay any longer? Ling Pengyun said with a smile. Come into the courtyard. I haven't cooked the 24 spiritual foods yet, so fellow Taoist needs to wait for some time. Yan Siyi said. No problem. After Ling Pengyun replied, he followed Yan Siyi into her courtyard. The small courtyard of Yan Siyi's courtyard was very tidy, and there were some flowers and plants planted everywhere on the ground, making the courtyard look very lively. In the center of the courtyard, there was a stone table. Ling Pengyun and Yan Siyi sat on the stone table and chatted for a while, and Yan Siyi said goodbye and went to the courtyard's quiet room to cook the second-level spiritual food. The cooking of spiritual food by spiritual chefs is the same as that of cultivators in refining instruments, spiritual talismans, and formations. It needs to be done in an extremely quiet environment. If someone disturbs them, the possibility of failure is very high. After waiting for about half a day, Yan Siyi finally walked out of the quiet room. In her hand, she was holding a plate of steaming spiritual pepper fried meat with rich spiritual energy. When she walked in front of the stone table where Ling Pengyun was sitting, she placed the plate of spiritual food on the stone table. Fellow Taoist Ling, try my stir-fried black rock bear paw meat with spiritual pepper while it's hot. This dish is cooked with 50-year-old second-level spiritual vegetable colorful spiritual pepper and the bear paw of the black rock bear in the foundation building stage as the main ingredients, and several seasonings refined from first-level spiritual plants. This bear paw is most suitable for making soup, and the taste can be better, but unfortunately I haven't mastered the second-level spiritual food for making soup yet. Yan Siyi looked at the plate of fried meat with a look of regret and said to Ling Pengyun, Fairy, you must be tired. Would you like to have a taste? With this dish, the fairy can also speed up the recovery of spiritual power. Ling Pengyun saw that Yan Siyi's face was a little pale. Obviously she had consumed a lot of spiritual power to cook spiritual food, so he invited her. This dish is expensive, it is a second-level spiritual food. If it is only used to restore spiritual power, it will be a waste. Besides, this dish originally belongs to you alone. Dao, eat slowly. After eating, if you want to practice for a while, you can sit here and practice. There is a soundproof formation in my courtyard. The sound outside the courtyard will not be transmitted into the courtyard. Yan Siyi waved her hand, said carefully, and then turned back to the quiet room. Ling Pengyun did not force it. After Yan Siyi left, he used his spiritual power to turn into chopsticks, picked up a small piece of bear meat from the plate of stir-fried black rock bear meat with spiritual pepper cooked by Yan Siyi on the stone table, and put it into his mouth. Suddenly, a strong spiritual energy quickly spread out. The piece of bear monster meat that contained a huge amount of spiritual energy was excellent in both texture and taste. Having tasted the meat, he knew the spiritual energy it contained. He was no longer polite and ate the plate of stir-fried bear monster meat with spiritual peppers whole. Then he took out a cushion and placed it on the ground, sitting cross-legged on it, practicing the technique to refine the bear monster meat and some spiritual peppers in his stomach that contained pure spiritual energy. Therefore, there were no impurities in the spiritual food, and the process of refining this spiritual food was also very simple. After a while, Ling Pengyun had refined it completely, and his cultivation had also improved a bit. He also opened his eyes and gradually showed a happy expression on his face. You are worthy of being a second-level spiritual chef. The spiritual energy you cook is comparable to half a second-level spiritual food with the same level of spiritual gathering pills. After waiting for another half a day, Yan Sai walked out of the quiet room again and brought another plate of stir-fried bear monster meat. This went on for 12 days, with all kinds of monster meat fried with spiritual peppers, and Ling Pengyun also ate all the 24 dishes that Yan Sai owed him. After he finished the 24th dish, he fell into a breakthrough. 2 days later, there was a sound of breaking in his dantian, and then his breath surged, reaching the level of the 5th level of foundation building. The spiritual power and consciousness that were already comparable to the 6th level of foundation building cultivators also increased rapidly, reaching the 7th level of foundation building. After feeling the breakthrough, Ling Pengyun also opened his eyes with joy, turned his head and looked a few feet away. Yan Sai, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground for nearly 2 days when he broke through, bowed and thanked him. Thank you, fairy, for protecting me again. This is the first grade, top-quality fruit honey brewed by a group of fruit bees that I have tamed. Not only is it the best choice in taste, but this honey also has some anti-aging effects. I hope the fairy will not dislike it. While speaking, Ling Pengyun took out a glass bottle of fruit honey from his storage bag and handed it to Yan Sai. This bottle of first-grade, top-quality fruit honey was originally intended by Ling Pengyun to be given to his nephew Wu Hong, who is in Bailingman. However, Yan Sai's protection of the law was not a trivial matter, but it was a favor, and Ling Pengyun did not want to owe it. Giving the frost sword, a precious second-grade, top-quality magic weapon, to repay a favor was somewhat overkill, and Yan Sai, who came from a wealthy family, might not even look down on it. Under such circumstances, Ling Pengyun gave the fruit honey, which was not worth much spirit stones but was rare, to repay the favor. When Yan Sai heard that the fruit flower honey had a beauty effect, her eyes sparkled slightly. She took it without hesitation and thanked him. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Fairy, please don't despise me. Now that the matter of spiritual food is settled, I won't bother you anymore. Ling Pengyun bowed and said goodbye. Now that he has just broken through to the 5th level of foundation building, his cultivation has not yet been consolidated. It is somewhat inappropriate to consolidate his cultivation in Yan Sai's courtyard. Okay. Yan Sai nodded. Ling Pengyun followed and left. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 Obtaining Zuin Heavy Iron. Yan Sai watched for a while, and after returning to the courtyard, she immediately opened the cap of the glass bottle containing fruit flower honey in her hand. A sweet smell with a fruity aroma immediately spread out. What Brother Ling said is not bad. Just talking about this aroma, it is far better than the honey produced by the several kinds of spiritual bees raised in the 1,000-acre spiritual plant park that Grandpa is in charge of. Yan Sai smiled as she smelled the smell of the fruit flower honey. Then, she put the fruit flower honey in a bottle into her mouth and tasted it carefully. This taste is indeed good. If I use this fruit flower honey instead of the spiritual sugar extracted from the spiritual plant to cook some special spiritual food, the taste will probably be even better. Yan Sai's eyes lit up, and she had an idea. She immediately trotted back to the courtyard's quiet room, took out a spiritual pot, and tried to cook a pot of first-level spiritual food. Ling Pengyun, who left Yan Sai's courtyard, went to Jubeo Pavilion to say goodbye to Ling Yunfu, then rode on the Immortal Crane King and returned to the rock-scale snake cave with Ling Ruxin, the previous great elder who was living in Jubeo Pavilion. Although he had not been here for nearly 2 months, the spiritual plants here were watered and cared for by Feng Yingpeng, and there was nothing unusual. It was just that Ling Pengyun had not used the spiritual plant's secret method in the past 2 months, which resulted in the growth rate of those spiritual plants slowing down a bit in the past 2 months. A few days later, Yan Sai, who tried to cook a new dish with fruit flower honey, finally succeeded. In the dish in front of her, there was a bear paw covered with fruit flower honey. This bear paw exuded a burst of bear meat aroma mixed with fruit aroma, which made Yan Sai, who had tasted thousands of spiritual foods, brighten her eyes. She swallowed her saliva, and was not stingy. She reached out and grabbed the bear paw directly, and took a small bite while it was hot. The tender bear meat with a sweet taste of fruit flowers filled Yan Siai's taste buds. And after chewing and swallowing this bear meat, there is still a sweet feeling in the mouth. Although this fruit flower honey fried bear paw meat is only the first grade upper grade, the taste is better than the general second grade spiritual food. At present, this dish should be considered the most delicious dish I can make in terms of taste. Yan Siai commented secretly after savoring the remaining taste in her mouth. Then, she put the bear paw meat in her hand to her mouth again and took a light bite. After eating this bear paw that was as big as a human head, Yan Siai was still a little unsatisfied. She also used the remaining fruit flower honey and several bear demon palms in the late stage of key training as materials, and used the spiritual cooking technique to cook several fruit flower honey roasted bear paws for food. A few days later, Yan Siai, who cooks a dish of fruit flower honey roasted bear paw every day, is now holding a round bronze mirror in her hand, looking at her face carefully. Fruit flower honey really has some anti-aging effects, and it does not conflict with the anti-aging pill I took in my early years. I have only been eating fruit flower honey roasted bear paw for 5 consecutive days, and my skin has become more tender than before. If I can eat fruit flower honey every day, my face will definitely be better in the long run. Yan Siai looked at the delicate face reflected on the bronze mirror and raised a very sunny smile on her face. As a woman, Yan Siai naturally loves beauty, even if her cultivation has reached the foundation building stage. After a while of joy, Yan Siai thought that the fruit flower honey on her body had been consumed, so she stepped out of the courtyard and went to the Jubeo pavilion opened by the Ling family in Tuiuanfang market. She found Ling Yunfu, who was in charge of this store, and told him about her desire to find Ling Pengyun. However, Ling Yunfu, who was in charge of Jubeo pavilion, told him that Ling Pengyun had already left Tuiuanfang market and went to a secret place to guard the family. Ling Yunfu naturally could not tell Yan Siai, an outsider, the location of the rock-scale snake cave, so he used a secret place instead. Yan Siai had no choice but to leave the store and planned to buy fruit flower honey from Ling Pengyun at the annual gathering in the autumn of next year. Time passed slowly. Half a month later, Ling Pengyun consolidated his newly broken through cultivation, and entrusted the spiritual plants in the rock-scale snake cave to Ling Ruxin, the spiritual plant husband who had brought it back to the rock-scale snake cave. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun rode on the immortal Crane King and flew to the direction of Balingman. After more than 10 days, when he entered Balingman with the identity of Yang Xiling's cousin, he found that the atmosphere of the entire Balingman was a little wrong. Many Balingman monks were wary of each other, as if this place was not the safe Balingman, but a desolate place outside. It seems that my guess that the 300-year-old Changking Lingo will mature in the near future is correct. Ling Pengyun secretly guessed. Then, he didn't bother to care about it anymore, and quickly went to the Lingfu mansion. In the backyard of the mansion, he found his cousin Yang Xiling, his mother Yang Qiuyan, his aunt Zhao Honj, and his nephew Wu Hong who was practicing magic. Yang Xiling and other elders sent people to inform them because of the rumors stationed in Tuiuanfang market, and they also knew that Ling Pengyun had been killed by Wang Yun of the Lingxiao's Henren faction. Everyone was concerned about Ling Pengyun, and Yang Xiling, the daughter-in-law of the Jindan, also stated that she would kill the descendants of Wang Yun, Wei Yan, and Jiang Song who had killed Ling Pengyun, and find the only living Jiang Song and kill him. Ling Pengyun was very warm-hearted about this and thanked him again and again. Then, everyone started chatting. Ling Pengyun also learned from his cousin Yang Xiling that Wu Hong, who was at the 3rd level of key training, had improved his cultivation again and had already reached the 3rd level. This also made Ling Pengyun a little envious, because Wu Hong was only 5 years old now. If he had reached the 3rd level of key training at the age of 5, he might be able to enter the foundation building stage in his teens or 20s. Of course, Ling Pengyun also understood that Wu Hong, a cultivator with the wind spirit root, had such a fast cultivation speed. Although he had a strong talent, Yang Xiling and others, and even his grandfather Ling Fu's Henren, probably found spiritual objects for Wu Hong to cultivate and assist him in his cultivation. Ling Pengyun, his uncle, still gave Wu Hong a bottle of first-grade medium-quality fruit honey as a gift to congratulate him on his breakthrough. Ling Pengyun did not have the first-grade high-quality fruit honey, which he had given to Yan Siai. Wu Hong was quite happy about this. This fruit honey tasted very good and was his favorite sweet food. As for the fruit bees in the family, since it was not spring yet, the fruit trees in the family had not yet blossomed, so they had not produced any new first-grade high-quality fruit nectar. Before coming to Balingman, Ling Pengyun had not returned to the family. In addition, Ling Pengyun also learned that his brother-in-law Wu Hong, who had been in seclusion for half a year to break through to the late stage of foundation building, had successfully broken through some time ago and was now in seclusion trying to break through the spirit talisman. At the same time, Ling Pengyun also learned that his younger cousin Yang Xidan, Yang Xiling's younger brother, had recently come to the spirit talisman mansion from the Yang clan mountain. Now he is in a quiet room in the spirit talisman mansion, breaking through to the foundation building realm. After chatting with the elders, Ling Pengyun also told them the purpose of his visit. "Cousin, I came here this time. In addition to visiting you, I have saved up 16,000 spiritual stones. I wonder if the 80 Jin second grade upper grade Zuinidan heavy iron that I asked my brother-in-law to find for me is still there." Yang Xiling was slightly surprised to hear that Ling Pengyun had saved up so many spiritual stones. But thinking that the Ling family had recently destroyed the Luo family, she understood, and she immediately said, "Of course it is, but the 80 Jin Zuinidan heavy iron is in the warehouse in the mansion. I don't have it with me. Wait for me for a moment." After saying this, she turned and left. Not long after, when she returned again, she also had a storage bag in her hand. In this storage bag, it was the 80 Jin second grade upper grade Zuinidan heavy iron that Wu Yan had found for Ling Pengyun in his early years. Ling Pengyun also handed over the 16,000 spiritual stones that he had collected this time to Yang Xiling. After the payment and goods were settled, Ling Pengyun hesitated for a while, took out a black shield from the storage bag, and asked, "To be honest, cousin, I got a second-level upper-grade magic shield some time ago. The quality of that magic shield is good and enough for my current use. After all, my cultivation is only in the middle stage of foundation building. And this 80 kilograms of Zuinidan heavy iron is only enough for me to refine a magic shield-type life definition magic weapon. Refining a magic shield-type life definition magic weapon is useless to me at present. But this 80 kilograms of Zuinidan heavy iron is still 20 kilograms away from the amount of refining an offensive life definition magic weapon. I don't know, cousin, can you help me find 20 kilograms of second-level upper-grade Zuinidan heavy iron? If you can, I am willing to use this second-level middle-grade black cloud shield as a reward." This black cloud shield was obtained by Ling Pengyun half a year ago when he killed the middle-stage foundation-building demon cultivator named Hesha who colluded with Luo Minhu. This shield is also a righteous magic weapon, not a magic weapon, and can be used by righteous monks. Therefore, the shield is a defensive magic weapon, and its value is higher than that of the same-level magic weapons. The value of this shield on the market is about 5,000 spiritual stones. And 20 kilograms of second-level upper-grade Zuinidan heavy iron is only worth about 4,000 spiritual stones. Ling Pengyun entrusted Yang Xiling to help find Zuinidan heavy iron in exchange for an extra 1,000 spiritual stones. He also wanted to give some benefits to Yang Xiling and increase her chances of finding Zuinidan heavy iron for herself. After all, second-level upper-grade Zuinidan heavy iron is extremely rare in the outside world, and only the giant insects such as Balingman have some. Yang Xiling was shocked when he heard this. The materials used for general magic shields are more than those for attack magic weapons. However, the attack and defense magic weapons that Ling Pengyun wants to refine are the opposite. In addition, Zuinidan heavy iron is much better than the same-level spiritual iron. It is not difficult for Yang Xiling to guess that the attack-type magic weapon refined by Ling Pengyun is extremely superior. Zuinidan heavy iron is rare, let alone the second-grade top-grade Zuinidan heavy iron. Yang Xiling wanted to refuse. However, considering the delicate situation of the sect now, there might be unrest. In order to strengthen the strength of Ling Pengyun, his blood cousin, Yang Xiling agreed with gritted teeth. In addition, the amount of Zuinidan heavy iron that Ling Pengyun wanted to find this time was not much. "I can promise you to find 20 kilograms of second-grade top-grade Zuinidan heavy iron. I will find it for you. But I can't guarantee whether I can find it. After all, second-grade top-grade Zuinidan heavy iron is extremely rare. When your brother-in-law found the 80 kilograms of second-grade top-grade Zuinidan heavy iron for you, it took a lot of effort to buy it from several second-grade top-grade weapon refiners in the sect." Ling Pengyun, who didn't have much hope, smiled when he saw Yang Xiling's response. He also understood that second-grade top-grade Zuinigan heavy iron was hard to find, so he bowed his hands and thanked her. "Thank you, cousin. I will remember this favor. It's okay. You and I are a family. It's my duty to help you. I will go find some Zuinigan heavy iron for you first. The sooner you find it, the sooner you can refine your life magic weapon. This will also enhance your strength." Yang Xiling added a cryptic sentence at this point. "Our sect master, Bai Lingxiao, returned to Bai Ling sect from the second-level blazing iron vein in Baiyun Mountain Range a few days ago." After saying this, Yang Xiling left. Ling Pengyun also fell into deep thought. It seems that my previous guess that the 300-year-old Bai Ling fruit is about to mature is true. After coming to his senses, he did not wait and returned to the backyard of Lingfu Mansion to chat with his mother and aunt, while supervising his nephew to practice magic. Thanks to Yin Kunhuo Hong, Li Bai's Xian Sheng Wu Tu Yu Jun K, Reader 20230315164357607620003, Book Friend 20190627224627793, Dr. Shangwen Jingaiu, Don't Understand Books, Buried in Heart and Blood, Book Friend 20220321172601784, Sanmeng Heiseo Nexia Oshi, Frequent Book Famine Moments, Book Friend 20210310736234424, Little Book Friends Isle Fiji, Suyu, Book Friend 20220116114931057 for their monthly tickets. Thank you all. I still owe one chapter, and I will return it tomorrow night. Chapter 319, Refining Weapons in the Black Flame Cave. After half a day, Yang Xiling, who had left Lingfu Mansion to look for Zuinigan heavy iron, returned to the backyard of Lingfu Mansion. Obviously, Yang Xiling had spent a lot of effort to find Zuinigan heavy iron. Pengyun, the 20 kilograms of second-grade upper-grade Zuinigan heavy iron you asked for this time are all here. Do you want me to find a high-level refiner to assist you in refining your natal magic weapon? Yang Si asked after taking out a storage bag from his arms and handing it to Ling Pengyun. The natal magic weapon is essentially a magic weapon, and it also needs to be refined by a refiner. It's just that the time to refine the natal magic weapon is more special. The owner must be present and must join the process of refining the natal magic weapon. This can also increase the fit between the cultivator and the natal magic weapon. Generally, cultivators who are not refiners will find a high-level refiner to assist in refining the weapon when refining their natal magic weapon. Ling Pengyun has already tried to refine a second-grade magic weapon and has a certain degree of confidence in refining the natal magic weapon alone. In addition, the offensive magic weapon attached to the cultivation method he practiced, the Jade Sutra, was a very superior natal magic weapon. If there was a high-level refiner beside him during the refining process, he would definitely be able to discover it from the refining process and guess that the Ling family had a profound cultivation method. If the Zuinigan heavy iron used to refine the natal magic weapon was not too rare, Ling Pengyun would definitely not have entrusted Yang Xiling to help find the Zuinigan heavy iron. After Ling Pengyun took the storage bag containing 20 kilograms of Zuinigan heavy iron, he thanked her and said, "Cousin, I have also practiced refining in recent years. I have some confidence in refining the natal magic weapon by myself." Yang Xiling also understood Ling Pengyun's situation and nodded slightly. "Since you don't want to find a weapon refiner to help you, I won't force you. The 100 kilograms of Zuinigan heavy iron you need to refine your life magic weapon this time is worth 20,000 spiritual stones. This amount of spiritual stones is not small. If the refining fails, it will be a pity. How about this? You can refine your life magic weapon in the Black Flame Fire Cave of my sect. With the help of the Black Flame Spiritual Fire in the Black Flame Fire Cave, it will be easier for you to refine your life magic weapon." Ling Pengyun heard this and his expression moved slightly. At the core of Bailingman, there is a third-level spiritual vein. This spiritual vein is a pure fire vein. On this fire vein, there is a spiritual volcano that has existed for 10,000 years. It is said that the spiritual volcano and the third-level fire vein underground are in a symbiotic relationship. It is a spiritual vein volcano, which is the same as the spiritual vein tree. And the spiritual fire bred in this spiritual vein volcano is called Black Flame Spiritual Fire. When the ancestors of Bailing sect found this place, In order to prevent the unstable active volcano black flame volcano from erupting molten lava at will and causing disasters, they arranged a set of third-level formations inside this volcano to suppress the countless black flames in it. The black flame volcano was also renamed the Black Flame Fire Cave by Baling sect. The black flames in this fire cave are extremely hot, so the monks of Baling sect use the third-level formation that suppresses the volcano to refine elixirs and magic tools. There are even skilled Baling sect talisman makers who use the black flames as a source to refine black flame fire talismans. At the beginning, Luo Minghu had such a precious talisman, which was extremely powerful. At the same time, this black flame fire cave is of the third level. Every 100 years, it can breed a second-level black flame crystal, and every 300 years, it can breed a third-level black flame crystal. The black flame crystal contains endless black flame power, which is an excellent material for refining fire tools and magic treasures. The black flame gourd, the superior third-grade magic weapon of Baling sect, is said to be made of a 1,000-year-old black flame crystal and many hundreds and hundreds of years of black flame crystals. It is extremely powerful. In fact, it is only one step away from entering the fourth level. Ling Pengyun said solemnly after thinking back. Thank you for helping me twice in a row this time. If there is anything in the future, as long as you ask me, I will definitely help you no matter what, and I will never refuse. Yang Xiling grew up with Ling Pengyun when she was a child. She could see that Ling Pengyun was serious. She felt warm in her heart and felt that it was not in vain to use the favors she had just used to find the Zuinun heavy iron for Ling Pengyun. Pengyun, you are too kind. We are family, so let's not talk about different things. Come with me to the Black Flame Cave, so that I can refine my life magic weapon as soon as possible. Okay. Ling Pengyun said. Afterwards, he said goodbye to his mother, aunt, and nephew, and followed Yang Xiling to the Black Flame Cave. Although Ling Pengyun was not a member of Baling sect, he was guaranteed by Yang Xiling, the daughter-in-law of the Golden Core sect, so he entered the Black Flame Cave and was allowed to enter the best grade A fire room among the 4 grades of A, B, C, and D in the fire cave refining area. In addition, Yang Xiling also borrowed a second-grade top-grade refining furnace from the sect's warehouse for Ling Pengyun, as well as 10 pages that recorded the process of Baling sect's refiners refining their own life instruments. The higher the grade of the fire room, the higher the grade of the black flame spirit fire that can be mobilized, and its temperature is naturally higher. The grade A refining fire room can even rely on the formation to mobilize the third-grade black flame spirit fire. There are not many grade A refining fire rooms in the entire Black Flame Cave, only 5, plus the 5 grade A fire rooms for alchemy. There are only 10 in the entire fire cave that can mobilize the third-grade spirit fire. This incident also made Ling Pengyun more grateful to Yang Xiling, his good cousin. After entering the first-class fire room, Ling Pengyun immediately felt the rolling hot air. The temperature of these hot air is extremely high. If an ordinary mortal stays in this fire room for 100 breaths, he will be roasted by the high temperature after 100 breaths. However, these hot air are not a threat to Ling Pengyun, a cultivator of the 5th level of foundation building. Relying on the strong spiritual power in his body, Ling Pengyun quickly adapted to this place. He also looked at the fire room. In the center of the fire room, there is a huge fire mouth. Although there is no spiritual fire in the fire mouth, the heat in the entire fire room is emitted from this fire mouth. In the innermost part of the fire room, there is a square spiritual iron wall that is 1 foot high and 1 foot wide. This spiritual iron wall is also a magic weapon, and its grade is as high as the 2nd grade upper grade. It is specially prepared by Balingmen for the weapon refiners to refine the magic weapon and test the power of the magic weapon. However, this grade of spiritual iron wall can only be found in the 5 first-class refining fire rooms. After all, it costs a lot to refine such a huge spiritual iron wall, and spiritual iron needs to be added frequently to repair the damage caused by the bombardment of magic tools. After watching for a while, Ling Pengyun did not waste any more time. He waved his hand and took out the 2nd grade high-grade refining furnace borrowed by Yang Xiling from his storage bag. He sat cross-legged on the ground, passed his spiritual consciousness into this refining furnace, and refined this furnace. There was no spiritual consciousness imprint arranged in this refining furnace. Ling Pengyun spent only 3 days to easily refine it. He carefully observed the 10 pages given by Yang Xiling, which recorded the influence of the Bailingman refiners refining their own magic tools and the method of refining the Bahai pearl, and wrote down the key points of the refining. After sitting quietly for a while and restoring his own state to the best, he opened his eyes again. He also took out a token that controlled the formation of this fire room from his storage bag. He transferred spiritual power into the token and activated the formation of the fire room. Between Zumi, a large amount of black spiritual fire suddenly emerged from the huge fire mouth in the center of the fire room. The temperature in the fire room also rose rapidly. Seeing that the temperature of the black flame spiritual fire was so strong, Ling Pengyun's expression changed slightly. The third level black flame spiritual fire is indeed extraordinary. Ling Pengyun waved his hand and injected another spiritual power into the token. Under the control of this token, the black flame spiritual fire that emerged from the fire mouth was quickly controlled to a suitable size. He also quickly hit the second level upper grade refining furnace that had just been sacrificed to the fire mouth where the black flame spiritual fire emerged. When the temperature in the refining furnace reached a certain level, Ling Pengyun immediately took out a fist-sized piece of Zuinun heavy iron from the storage bag and threw it into the refining furnace. Relying on the high temperature in the refining furnace, he tempered the 100 Jin Zuinun heavy iron. The process of tempering Zuinun heavy iron was very difficult. This iron was extremely strong and could even serve as an important auxiliary material for refining third-level magic weapons. Even with the help of the third-level black flame spirit fire in the fire chamber, it took Ling Pengyun 5 days to temper the 100 Jin Zuinun heavy iron into a ball of transparent iron liquid. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun took out the 1000 Jin first-level water spirit iron that his family had already prepared for him to refine his life-defining magic weapon and threw it into the refining furnace. Compared with tempering Zuinun heavy iron, tempering this 1000 Jin first-level water spirit iron was much easier. However, in just half a day, Ling Pengyun tempered this 1000 Jin water spirit iron and turned it into a huge ball of blue iron liquid. After the process of tempering spirit iron was completed, Ling Pengyun also began the next step of refining. He mobilized his spiritual consciousness to merge the essence of Zuinun heavy iron and the essence of water spirit iron in the refining furnace into one, repeatedly tempering at high temperature, and then matching the secret method of refining. Finally, the two were refined into a ball of blue liquid. Transform. The blue liquid was ablaze with light and quickly transformed into a blue sphere the size of a human head. This blue sphere was exactly the shape of the Bahai Chongyuan Zhu that Ling Pengyun was going to refine this time. The Bahai Zhenjing that he practiced recorded the refining methods of 3 natal instruments. They were the Bahai Hunbing Feijian, Bahai Chongyuan Shield, and Bahai Chongyuan Zhu. Among them, the Bahai Hunbing Feijian was of the worst quality, but it was also the best among the natal instruments of the middle level. The latter two natal instruments were both of quite superior quality. When Ling Pengyun saw the blue sphere formed, he immediately sent a spiritual power across his fingertips, cutting a small wound, forcing out a drop of blood, sending it into the refining furnace, and merging it into the iron liquid sphere. The next step, and also the most critical step, is to carve the Bahai Chongyuan spiritual pattern on the iron liquid sphere. This spiritual pattern is different from ordinary refining spiritual patterns and is extremely special. Moreover, this spiritual pattern is extremely complex and the difficulty of engraving is also extremely great. Moreover, this life spiritual pattern is also the key to refining this magic weapon, and it needs to be engraved by the owner himself. This is why the refining of the life magic weapon must be done by the cultivator himself. Even if there is a refiner to help, he can only help. Ling Pengyun's face became more solemn. He adjusted his breath and then took action. He performed the secret art of refining, and used his spiritual consciousness to turn the pen, carefully engraving the spiritual patterns on the iron liquid sphere in the refining furnace. Fortunately, Ling Pengyun has good experience in refining. In addition, there are the 10-sided recording discs given by Yang Xiling that record the experience of the refiner refining the life magic weapon. Ling Pengyun spent half an incense stick of time and finally completed the engraving of this life spiritual pattern without any danger. Make it real. Ling Pengyun didn't care about the weakness caused by the excessive consumption of spiritual consciousness when engraving the spiritual patterns, and quickly pinched the fingers to cast the spell. At this moment, the liquid sphere covered with spiritual patterns in the refining furnace also flashed with blue light and quickly condensed into a solid body, turning into a blue iron ball the size of a human head with a flashing spiritual light. Moreover, The aura of this iron ball was getting stronger and stronger. In just 3 breaths, the aura of the iron ball entered the second-level low-grade magic weapon, and at the same time, the aura of the iron ball also stagnated there. Chapter 320, The Power of the Jade Sea Heavy Yuan Pearl. Finally it's done. Ling Pengyun sighed happily, waved his hand to open the refining furnace, took out the newly refined Bihai Yuan Pearl, waved it in front of him, transferred spiritual power into it, and fiercely bombarded the deep in the fire room, on the spiritual iron wall built specifically for testing the power of magic tools. Boom! A loud noise was heard. A small groove suddenly appeared on the spiritual iron wall forged with second-level spiritual iron, which was as strong as a second-level top-grade defensive magic tool. Ling Pengyun, who saw this scene, looked very happy. Looking at the power of this gem, I'm afraid it's comparable to the power of a superior second-level low-grade attack magic weapon. It's not weaker than an ordinary second-level medium-grade magic weapon. This treasure is indeed a superior life-definition magic weapon. It has such power just after it was refined. If I add the 3 second-level superior magic weapons I got not long ago, the Ice Jade Shield, the Frost Sword, and the Frost-transforming Jade Bottle, as well as the combined attack technique of the Thorn Python with the Thorn Vine, I'm afraid I can fight even a cultivator at the 8th or 9th level of the foundation building alone. Ling Pengyun's eyes were full of light, and he said to himself happily. When he calmed down, he also waved his hand to call the Bihai Yuan Pearl, which was the size of a human head, to remove the spiritual power in it and carefully feel the weight of the gem. However, when he realized that the weight of the gem was only 1,000 pounds, he was a little dissatisfied. Although injecting magic power into this orb and activating the Jade Sea Heavy Yuan spiritual pattern engraved on the orb can increase the weight of this orb to about 30,000 to 40,000 jin, reaching the attack power of an ordinary second-level medium-grade magic weapon, the Heavy Yuan orb is a heavyweight magic weapon. Even if the Jade Sea Heavy Yuan spiritual pattern is superior, the weight of this orb is also extremely important. If the weight of this bead itself reaches 30,000 to 40,000 jin, and with the help of the Jade Sea Heavy Yuan spirit pattern, its weight will also increase exponentially. With one strike, it may be enough to reach at least 70,000 to 80,000 jin, which is comparable to the power of a second-grade upper-grade magic weapon. We still have to find a large amount of water-type spiritual iron as soon as possible and integrate it into it to increase the weight of this treasure. This will also help to improve the grade of this gem. Otherwise, relying solely on spiritual power to nourish and temper it, if you want to make the weight of this gem reach 30,000 to 40,000 jin and reach the second-grade middle-grade realm, it will probably take at least several years or even more than 10 years. However, I only have more than 3,000 spirit stones left, and at most I can only buy 300 jin of first-grade upper-grade water-type spiritual iron, which is far from enough to increase the weight of the Heavy Yuan gem. It would be too much of a loss to sell the batch of monster materials worth tens of thousands of dollars on me directly. It just so happens that there is a third-level spiritual fire and a second-level upper-grade refining furnace here. If I can use these 2 treasures to refine a second-level magic weapon, my success rate in refining the weapon will definitely be much higher. Ling Pengyun looked at the huge refining furnace in the center of the fire room, his eyes flickered slightly, and he made some plans. The life magic weapon is not only more powerful than ordinary magic weapons, but also because it is of the same origin as the cultivator, and because it is engraved with the spiritual pattern restrictions of the life magic weapon, it is a kind of magic weapon that can grow. As long as it is integrated with specific spiritual iron, or placed in the dantian for warming, the power and grade of this treasure can be improved. Moreover, the higher the grade of the spiritual iron integrated into the body of the life magic weapon, or the stronger the spiritual power that warms the life magic weapon, the stronger the power of the life magic weapon. To upgrade the Bihai Heavy Yuan Baosu to the second-level middle grade, the body must reach 30,000 caddies of strength, and to upgrade to the second-level upper grade, the body must reach 70,000 caddies of strength. Ling Pengyun's thoughts returned, and his mind moved. The Jade Sea Heavy Yuan Pearl quickly shrank to the size of a fingernail, and with a flash of spiritual light, it turned into a small blue light and shadow, sinking into Ling Pengyun's lower abdomen. Ling Pengyun closed his eyes and sensed that the Jade Sea Heavy Yuan Pearl and his life-giving spiritual plant, the thorny vine, were suspended side by side in the center of the dantian in his abdomen, slowly absorbing the spiritual power in the dantian into his body. But what surprised Ling Pengyun was that every time the pearl absorbed the spiritual power in the dantian into his body, It would emit a more refined spiritual power and send it back to Ling Pengyun's dantian. Refined spiritual power. I didn't expect this pearl to have such an effect. Ling Pengyun said in secret joy. The purer the spiritual power, the more spiritual power a cultivator has, and it is also a good thing for a cultivator to break through. Because of the powerful cultivation method Ling Pengyun practiced, the purity of his spiritual power was comparable to that of a 7th level foundation building cultivator, and his combat power was not weaker than that of a 7th level foundation building cultivator. As for his life-giving spiritual plant, the thorny vine, it also had a miraculous effect. Although this spiritual plant could not refine spiritual power, it could double the speed of spiritual power recovery. After watching for a while, Ling Pengyun did not waste any more time. He took out a spirit-gathering pill from his storage bag and took it, then he practiced a technique to recover the spiritual power consumed by refining the weapon just now. After spending several hours, when his spiritual power was restored, he left this fire room and looked for his cousin Yang Xiling, telling her that he wanted to borrow the first-class fire room and the second-class material to refine a few second-class magic tools. Yang Xiling had no objection to this and immediately agreed. Although there were only 5 first-class fire rooms in the Black Flame Cave, there were very few weapon refiners who could use this level of fire rooms. At least one bottleneck of the weapon refining must reach the second-class middle grade or above before this level of fire room can be used. There were not many refiners above the second-level medium grade, even in Bailing sect, and these refiners rarely refined the second-level medium and high-grade magic tools. The low-level fire room was enough for these refiners to use on a daily basis. The second-level high-grade refining furnace was left by the sect and no one was using it. It didn't matter if Ling Pengyun borrowed it for a while. After Ling Pengyun and Yang Xiling chatted for a while, he returned to the first-class fire room in the Black Flame Cave. Relying on the foundation building monster materials obtained from the previous trip to the Jiamang Lake, he began to refine the second-level magic tools. With the help of the third-level Black Flame Spirit Fire and the second-level high-grade refining furnace, Ling Pengyun's speed of smelting the second-level monster materials was greatly improved, and the success rate of refining was indeed increased as Ling Pengyun expected. In the past, it took at least 10 days and half a month to refine a furnace of second-level magic tools. But now, one furnace can be refined every 3 days. This also made it possible for Ling Pengyun to refine more than 20 pieces of second-level refining spiritual materials in just 2 months. After failing more than 10 times, he refined 6 second-level magic tools, with a success rate of barely 30%. The 6 magic tools were 3 second-level low-quality Taoist robes, 2 second-level low-quality inner armors, and 1 second-level medium-quality inner armor. The quality of these magic tools, thanks to the help of the Black Flame Spirit Fire and the refining furnace, all reached medium quality. There were even 2 Taoist magic tools that Ling Pengyun was best at refining, which were almost of superior quality. It was just a pity that Ling Pengyun had refined second-level magic tools less frequently, and his refining skills were not good enough. But even so, Ling Pengyun was very happy. After all, the total value of the 6 second-level magic tools refined this time was as high as 12,500 spiritual stones. Moreover, the continuous refining of more than 20 furnaces of second-level magic tools this time also greatly improved his refining skills. At least, he was sure that even without the help of the third-level Black Flame Spirit Fire and the second-level top-grade refining furnace, the success rate of refining the second-level magic tools of the Taoist robes could reach 20% to 30%. The success rate of refining the second-level magic tools of the inner armor type could reach 10% to 20%. Of course, the 20 or so second-level refining materials consumed by Ling Pengyun this time were also very valuable, and the total value of the 6 magic tools obtained from this refining was only 1 or 2,000. The prices of the second-level low-grade Taoist robes and inner armor magic tools were 1,500 and 2,000 spirit stones respectively, and the price of the second-level middle-grade inner armor magic tools was 4,000 spirit stones. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun stayed in this fire room for another half a month, and refined all the 50 spirit materials for refining the first-level middle-grade and upper-grade magic tools given by the family some time ago. Because his refining level had improved, and with the help of this precious land, the success rate of this batch of first-level magic tools of various styles also reached a high of 50%. A total of 27 first-level medium-grade magic tools and 24 first-level high-grade magic tools were refined. According to the rules of the family and Ling Pengyun, the success rate of refining this batch of magic tools only needs to be maintained at 30%. Among these magic tools, one first-level medium-grade and high-grade magic tool can only earn 5 and 10 spirit stones for craftsmanship fees respectively. The excess first-level medium-grade and high-grade magic tools can be sold to the family at the price of 75 and 145 spirit stones, which are 5 spirit stones less than the market price. Overall, Ling Pengyun can earn a total of 2,430 spirit stones by refining this batch of first-level magic tools. As for this refining, the total profit is about 14,950 spirit stones. Such a big harvest is mainly due to the third-level Black Flame Spirit Fire and the second-level high-grade refining furnace of this treasure land. Without the help of these two things, Ling Pengyun's profit this time would be at least halved. Most importantly, this time he used this grade A refining fire room with a grade 3 Black Flame Spiritual Fire and borrowed grade 2 top-grade refining furnace without spending any spirit stones. If an ordinary Bailing sect cultivator wanted to use these two items for more than 2 months, he would have to spend at least 1,000 spirit stones in rent. Calculating the time, I have been away from the family for 3 months. The 300-year-old evergreen spiritual fruit of Bailing sect will soon mature. We must return to the family as soon as possible to prevent unrest. The unrest that Ling Pengyun was worried about was not the unrest within Bailing sect. It was that the forces under Bailing sect might take advantage of the conflict among Bailing sect's gold and elixir and make it difficult for them to take care of them, and take the opportunity to cause unrest, or that the scattered cultivators would cause unrest, or that the demon cultivators would appear in the world. Bailing sect is a sea of divine needles, and with a golden elixir ancestor here, it is extremely stable. Ling Pengyun secretly said something, quickly cleaned up the mess caused by the refining in the fire room in recent days, and quickly left here, returned to the Lingfu mansion, and said goodbye to Yang Xiling and other elders. He went to find Yan Kang, the head of the Bailingman Spiritual Plant Hall, and asked him if he had found the spiritual seeds of the Second Life spiritual plant, Rinshu Blue Cloud Grass. Unfortunately, after 2 years, Bailingman has not seen any seeds of Rinshu Blue Cloud Grass, so Yan Kang did not find any. Ling Pengyun had no choice but to wait. Rinshu Blue Cloud Grass is rare, and its spiritual seeds are even rarer. It is normal that it has not been found in 2 years. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun chatted with Yan Kang for a while before leaving Bailingman. 10 days later, when Ling Pengyun returned to the Ling clan mountain, he also learned from the clan leader Ling Yunhuang that the clan elder Ling Pengyun had successfully entered the foundation building realm half a month ago. Now, Ling Pengyun is at the top of the clan mountain, in a newly built cultivation cave called Liangling to consolidate his cultivation. This cave is the same as the place where the other 3 foundation building monks and the family practice. It is also equipped with a second-level lower-grade spirit gathering array. The Ling family is different now. In the early years, they bought 3 second-level lower-grade spirit gathering arrays. After destroying the formation family Luo family, they obtained 2 second-level lower-grade and 1 second-level middle-grade spirit gathering arrays. Now, there are still 2 second-level spirit gathering arrays left in the Ling family library that are not used. The name of Ling Peng's Liang Cave is even more meaningful. Liangling Cave is a combination of the last Liang in his name and the Ling in his name, which is about to become his Taoist partner, Wenyanling of the Wen family. Since the family forced the matchmaking of Wenyanling, the genius weapon refiner of the Wen family, nearly a year ago, the two have been in contact frequently. After all, even if the 2 families want to use important clan members to marry, they cannot let the 2 become Taoist partners directly. This is too extreme. Even half a year ago, Wenyanling was sent by the Wen family to the Ling family mountain and stayed there for a long time. This also made the relationship between Ling Pengyun and Wenyanling grow stronger day by day. The 2 also agreed to get married after Ling Pengyun entered the foundation building stage. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun also told Ling Yunhuang about the successful refinement of the natal magic weapon, the Jade Sea Heavy Yuan Pearl, and the fact that the Changking Ling fruit of Bailingman was less than a year old. Ling Yunhuang was very happy about this, and even a little envious. Although he also had a natal magic weapon, the Jade Sea Ice Flying Sword was far inferior to Ling Pengyun's superior natal magic weapon, the Jade Sea Heavy Yuan Pearl. The Jade Sea Ice Flying Sword can only be regarded as the top quality among the medium-quality natal magic weapons, and it is still a long way from the superior Jade Sea Heavy Yuan Pearl. At this time, In the Hongyan cave mansion of the clan leader Ling Yunhong, Pengyun, Yang Changxing of the Yang family has refined 3 bottles of the perfect foundation building small refining bailing water you gave him. When he was refining, I was watching beside him, so Yang Changxing didn't have the opportunity to embezzle. Yang Changxing is the one who refined it. He took 1 bottle as a craftsmanship fee, and the family got 2 bottles. One of them was given to Pengyun for foundation building, and there was 1 bottle left. This last bottle of small bailing water will be given to your spirit beast Pengyun Peng for foundation building, and it can also be regarded as repaying your perfect foundation building demon beast inner pill. Clan leader Ling Yunhong took out a bottle of small bailing water from the storage bag and handed it to Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun was delighted when he heard this. He didn't expect that Yang Changxing of the Yang family could refine 3 bottles of small bailing water at a time. The difficulty of refining small bailing water is not low. It is the most difficult type of second-level upper-grade spirit object to refine. This incident also foreshadowed that Yang Changxing's alchemy skills had reached an extremely high level. Chapter 321 Feng Yingpeng's Foundation Building Little Black Armored Turtle's Talent. Uncle Yang Changxing is a great talent, and he is only about 160 or 170 years old, with 20 or 30 years left. I think it should be no problem for Uncle Changxing to break through to the perfect foundation in the remaining life. By then, Uncle's alchemy skills will probably be enhanced due to his cultivation, and his success rate in refining spiritual objects such as Iobei Lingshu will only be higher. There will be more and more foundation building cultivators born in the Yang family in the future. In addition, there is the support of cousin Yang Xiling. Within 100 years, the Yang family will most likely become the strongest family in Jingzhou. Ling Pengyun muttered to himself. Coming back to his senses, he didn't hesitate to take the bottle of Xiaobei Lingshu handed over by Ling Yunhong. At the same time, he also had an idea in his mind, and he immediately said it. Third ancestor, do you know if the Yang family still has the pulse protection pill? Should be. Are you trying to raise another pulse protection pill and combine it with this bottle of little bailing water to help your Feng Yingpeng build his foundation? Ling Yunhong saw Ling Pengyun's question and immediately understood and said, that's right. Little bailing water only adds half of the bonus to building a foundation. This bonus is too low and not safe. Ling Pengyun said. How many spirit stones do you have left? Now that the Yang family no longer owes me a favor, if you buy the pulse protection pill from the Yang family, you have to buy it at the market price of 5,000 spirit stones. Ling Yunhong agreed with this point of view and asked. I only have 3,000 spirit stones left, which are not enough to buy the meridian protection pill. However, during this trip to Bailingman, I used the many monster materials on me to refine 6 Taoist robes and inner armor second-grade magic tools. I plan to give the only second-grade medium-grade inner armor magic tool to you, third ancestor. I will use one of the other 2 second-grade low-grade inner armor magic tools myself and give one to my brother Pengyun to enhance the defense capabilities of the 3 of us. This way, we can deal with possible unrest. And my brother Pengyun has just established his foundation and is not strong. Even if there is unrest in the future, he can be in charge of the family. I can give him the second-grade low-grade mixed rock shield that I used in my early years, and I can also give him the second-grade low-grade green steel sword for protection. As for the other 3 second-grade low-grade Taoist robes and magic tools that I refined, I plan to sell them in exchange for spirit stones, and then buy the meridian protection pill from the Yang family. After all, the Yang family is an old foundation-building family. I'm afraid that if I directly exchange the 3 Taoist robes and magic tools for the pulse-protecting pill, the Yang family will not accept it. Ling Pengyun said. The spirit stones obtained by Ling Pengyun from selling the second-level magic tools were originally intended to be used to buy water-based spirit iron to enhance the power of his life-defining magic tool, the Jade Sea Heavy Yuan Pearl. However, now that he has obtained a bottle of small bailing water, it is naturally more important for a Feng Yingpeng to build his foundation. After all, no matter how much he says, Ling Pengyun already has 2 second-level top-grade magic tools, the Frost Sword and the Frost-transforming Dragon Jade Bottle, and does not lack attack capabilities for the time being. If the power of his life-defining magic tool is increased, it is just icing on the cake. As for handing over the only second-level medium-grade inner armor to Ling Yunhong, it was also because Ling Pengyun considered that his own spiritual consciousness was limited. With his spiritual consciousness at the 7th level of foundation building, He can control 3 second-level top-grade magic tools and his life-defining magic tool, the Jade Sea Heavy Yuan Pearl, and he has some difficulty in performing the combined attack technique, the Thorn Python. Therefore, he easily gave up the second-grade middle-grade inner armor magic weapon. Ling Yanhong heard that Ling Pengyun had refined 6 second-grade magic weapons, and he was willing to give him the second-grade middle-grade inner armor with the highest grade, which made him very satisfied. He also showed a kind smile on his face. Pengyun, I'm very happy that you can do this. However, the family will not owe any of the clan members, including you. The magic tools you gave us this time will be recorded at the normal market price. We will pay it back in 10 years. And since you already have 3,000 spiritual stones, you are not much short of the 5,000 spiritual stones to buy the pulse protection pill. Then I will first use the spiritual stones that the family has reserved for the next 2 years to pay the clan members, and move 2,000 spiritual stones out of it to give to you, so that you can buy a pulse protection pill first to assist Feng Yingpeng in building the foundation. If Feng Yingpeng can enter the foundation building, the family will be safer in the face of the upcoming turmoil. Ling Pengyun had long expected that Ling Pengyun would use the spiritual stone account to buy the magic tools he gave to the family. The Zhuxin family is fair to the clan members, especially the Ling family, which has always been a little wealthy relying on the Jade series of spiritual rice, and treats the clan members very well. At least in the entire Huaishu County, no family can treat as well as the Ling family. Although Ling Pengyun was tempted by Ling Yanhong's move of the spirit stones, he did not agree immediately. 2,000 spirit stones were not a small amount. He did not know when he could sell his 3 Taoist robes and magic tools. Although he was sure that he could return the 2,000 spirit stones to the family in the past 2 years, if something unexpected happened, the 2,000 spirit stones that Ling Yanhong moved this time would become a big gap in the family's finances, making it difficult for the family to pay salaries to the clan members. This matter would have a great impact and would weaken the family's credibility. Pengyun, even if you don't have time to return the 2,000 spirit stones, it doesn't matter. After the family destroyed the Luo family, we got a lot of spirit objects, and there are still a lot of spirit objects that our family can't use. It's no problem to sell them for a few thousand spirit stones. At the end of this year, the family's first-level spirit plants can also be harvested. Our alchemists can also refine the spirit medicines into pills and sell them to earn spirit stones. Besides, even if the family's finances are really tight, I can sell the 2 remaining spirit gathering arrays in the family. There are many foundation building families who want such a good thing as a second-level spirit gathering array. As long as I spread the word, there will definitely be foundation building families coming to buy it. Ling Yanhong also saw what Ling Pengyun was worried about, and then said. Ling Pengyun was relieved after hearing this. Afterwards, he and Ling Yanhong chatted about other things. The 2 of them went to the family treasury together and took the 2,000 spirit stones. After Ling Pengyun handed over several second-level magic tools to Ling Yanhong, he also went to Yang's. Yang's family gave Ling Pengyun a lot of face and happily sold Ling Pengyun a good-looking pulse-protecting pill at the market price of 5,000 yuan. 2 months later, deep in the rock-scale snake cave, next to a large spiritual field. After taking the pulse-protecting pill and the small lark water, 2 foundation-building spiritual objects, Feng Yingpeng, who had been sleeping for 2 months, suddenly raised a huge spiritual power fluctuation. Then, the spiritual energy in the entire rock-scale snake cave was attracted by Feng Yingpeng and was madly absorbed into his body. Ling Pengyun, who had been guarding the eagle for nearly 2 months, as well as the fairy crane king, the 3-eyed white fox, and the small black armored turtle that had just hatched half a month ago in the rock-scale snake cave, were all startled and looked at the Feng Yingpeng. After 2 months, this eagle has finally triggered the fluctuation of spiritual energy. With a foundation left by the first failed foundation building, and with the help of the vein protection pill and a little bailing water, Feng Yingpeng should have a 70% chance of breaking through the foundation building stage. Ling Pengyun looked at Feng Yingpeng, who had triggered the strange phenomenon of spiritual energy filing his body, and his eyes flashed with a few gleams of expectation, but also mixed with a bit of worry. After 3 days, the strange phenomenon of spiritual energy filing his body dissipated. Feng Yingpeng also successfully condensed the inner elixir and liquid spiritual power in his body and successfully built a foundation. A foundation building pressure also spread over his body. Finally it worked. Ling Pengyun sighed happily when he saw this. Feng Yingpeng also opened his eyes the next moment. It felt the spiritual power in its body that was several times stronger than that in the key training stage, and the powerful consciousness, and it chirped happily. Then, it looked at Ling Pengyun, who had been protecting it, and chirped to him twice to express its gratitude. He stood up again, took a step, walked in front of Ling Pengyun, and nudged Ling Pengyun's body with his head. Seeing that Feng Yingpeng was still so well behaved after entering the foundation building stage, Ling Pengyun was quite satisfied. He touched Feng Yingpeng's head and said, "Let me turn around and see your flying speed after entering the foundation building stage." Feng Yingpeng's eyes lit up and he nodded immediately. Ling Pengyun also turned over and sat on Feng Yingpeng's back. At this moment, Feng Yingpeng also took a step and walked slowly out of the cave along the small aisle in the rock-scale snake cave. After leaving the snake cave, it spread its wings, flapped continuously, and took off. After circling in the sky for about half an incense stick, Ling Pengyun also roughly knew the flying speed of this eagle. This eagle cast a spell and flew at full speed, reaching a daily speed of about 40,000 miles, which was 2 or 3 times faster than the flying speed of the fairy crane king in the early stage of foundation building. Ling Pengyun was surprised by this. Feng Yingpeng and Xianling Crane are both flying monsters, so their flying speeds should be similar. After thinking for a while, Ling Pengyun could only attribute Feng Yingpeng's flying speed to the yin-yang primordial key that he had mastered in his early years. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun tested Feng Yingpeng's strength. He then rode this peng back to the rock-scale snake cave. After feeding this peng a deliberately leftover monster inner pill of the initial stage of foundation building, he told it to stabilize its cultivation quickly. After finishing this, Ling Pengyun walked to the pond that was 10 feet long and wide and full of water plants. In this pond, there was a small black-shelled turtle the size of a human head, eating the water plants that contained huge water spirit power in the pond. The small black-shelled turtle was hatched from the black-shelled turtle egg that Pengyun had obtained earlier, and the innate cultivation of this turtle was enough to reach the 3rd level of key training. The water plants in the pool were grown from the roots of the 2nd grade middle grade lotus water plants that Ling Pengyun found in the nest of the black armored turtle in Jiayamang Lake. In the pool, the little black armored turtle that was eating the lotus water plants saw Ling Pengyun coming and immediately swam out of the water, climbed out of the pool, walked to Ling Pengyun's feet, and kept showing goodwill to Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun also smiled. He looked at the black armored turtle that had just hatched for only half a month, and its aura had reached the peak of the 3rd level of key training, and his smile became even more intense. I'm afraid that within about 10 to half a month, this turtle will be able to enter the middle stage of key training. This terrifying talent of having reached the 3rd level of key training is indeed strong. Coupled with the help of the yin-yang primordial key that I transferred into this turtle's body, this turtle's cultivation talent is probably comparable to that of my nephew Wu Hong, who has the wind spiritual root. On the road of cultivation, with the help of the 2nd grade medium quality lotus and water plants in this pond, I'm afraid that within 10 years, this turtle will be able to reach perfection in key training and try to enter the foundation building stage and become my helper. In addition, turtle monsters have a long lifespan and practice so fast. I'm afraid that this turtle should have no problem breaking through to the perfect foundation building stage in the future. By then, relying on the tortoise shell on its back that is a few points stronger than the same level defensive magic weapons, this black armored turtle has a 1 or 2% chance of resisting the golden elixir thunder tribulation and entering the golden elixir stage. If it can be done. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun stopped thinking. The realm of Jinden is too remote. Even in the several Jinden monsters gathering places around Yan State, there are not many of them. After coming to his senses, Ling Pengyun waved his hand and sent out a spiritual power to send the little black armored turtle back into the pool. Then he began to pinch his fingers and perform the art of cloud and rain to speed up the growth of the lotus and water plants planted in the pool. Although the little black armored turtle is small, it has a huge appetite. It is precisely because it can eat that its cultivation speed is so fast. Thanks to Wei Yi, book friend 20170620021307449, Zixon Linen, reader 1514433521345691648, Zuan Miao Shankson, Eric WSC, book friend 20180227122751638, Book Friend 201710222204765/5236. Zuyoshin. Book Friend 20180723163025008. Book Friend 202112521514627. Shuhoang Wudeo, Wagayan, Luhua, and Shushu Wuang for their monthly tickets. The chapters I owed last month have been written. Thank you all for your monthly tickets.